Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo. Manemo, it's an honor having you on board. When I'm singing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. Just sing along, holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior. When I sing along, holy, 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 is another Savior. Getting moving right and getting moving fast now. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, holy, getting moving right and moving faster. Never freedom. Is another Savior. Never freedom. Holy, 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 Namdekano is another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Another Savior.
Holy, 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 Adimebujuku. Another Savior.
Well, this is Mobien. This is dedicated to the gallant heroes of the Nigerian Biafra War and IPO families all over the world. I remember the Nigerian Biafran War, in the thickness of the Biafra genocide. Hey, one man revived the vanishing hope to life. Let the great Biafran army to fight, and they were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. They were singing out, holy, 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 is another Savior. Holy, 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 is another Savior. Many years after the genocide, whoa, yet another great leader has risen up now. Oh, and he's leading the Biafrans to victory. In your madika, yabika kokwanam no wow. Hey, anamekele mazuche mefo.
And there it is. Well, pardon me. Let me just do something quickly. And there it is. One name. Pardon me. So one name. Good day to you, my friends. Good day to you, my friends. Good to meet you again. Good to see you again. Always a delight to be in your company. So good day to you, my friends. Good day. So another. It's been a long time since I said the eagle has landed. That was how we used to open the sessions just back in the day, that the eagle has landed. It's been a while. So the Eagle has landed and another session commences. So good day to you, my friends. The usual protocol, we go through it every day, and hopefully one of these days people will start to adhere to it. As you're coming in, please do us the favor of clicking on that like button. Please do that just as I'm speaking now. It doesn't cost you anything, and it helps the platform enormously. So if you have no real objection to it, then just click on the like button. It's no skin off your nose, and it helps the platform. So click on the like button, and as you are doing that, click on subscribe as well if you haven't done that. If you are spending all of this time with the platform so often, and then it's just right that you should really be subscribed. Whether you like the politics as it's being delivered or not, you spend an awful lot of time here. And it's at no cost to you. Nobody's asking. There's no fee to subscribing. It doesn't take a monthly fee out of your wallet. No, it's just free of charge. So if you're not already subscribed, then please just do that. It's the least you can do for the platform, and the like button as well, of course. And then, of course, if you want to come join us in the studios, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and increasingly new voices are clicking on that, and we're just delighting so much by the new voices. We had one in the afternoon session, just a supremely, intelligent man, something, not by power, he called himself, I think something like that. Supremely intelligent, very articulate, calm-headed. All he did was to click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and we didn't want to let him go. We had to stretch the session because we were enjoying him so much. That's the thing. If you have the articulation and you have the knowledge base, it's not a scary thing. It's essentially, think of it as a wine bar. Think of it as you've been in a wine bar with friends, and you're just clicking glasses of. If you see the logo of the platform, you'll see that's two brandy glasses. So that's the feel and texture that we're wanting to project. Sort of like guys out there, the boys out in a wine bar, an exclusive bar, clicking glasses of brandy and talking politics. And the girls, of course, welcome. No, it's not just a boys' club. So think of it as that. So it's nothing too complex. And if you're a new voice, we will really delight in hearing from you. And the only way we can hear from you is if you click on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So many intelligent people have been discovered, and so many personalities as well created, of course. These are now standalone personalities by themselves, just off the back of clicking on that hyperlink that says StreamYard. So I will really urge you, if you feel inclined, if you say, oh no, I mean, you know me already now. All I huff and puff, but I'm not really, if you tell me to shut up, I will, that. So nothing scary, nothing too excessive. Just click on it. New voices, welcome. New voices, welcome. The traditional voices, of course, always a delight in their company. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard. That was what that mini lecture was all about. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then so somebody's correcting me that it's not a wine bar, it's a palm wine coven. We can't say a palm wine bar though, because it doesn't quite fit. So is it a palm wine coven or under the mango tree? You should not be drinking palm wine anywhere other than under a mango tree. If you are drinking it outside of under some tree or the other, then that is just sacrilegious. So there it is. I see you, Gerald Doba. So thank you. And then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee. You see me at it hours on end. And if you think this guy needs a liquid infusion, the preference liquid infusion is the coffee. So click on the buy your host cups of coffee link. Go there and go wild. It's a three easy step process, and then you can empty as much of the content of your wallet in there as you choose. New Naira redesign a mistake. So this is Rabi Okwakwanso now, who has been dilly-dallying in that space, but finally lands on a decision space, and he rallies to what seems to be the echoes of the cries of the people. Totality, everybody outside of people that are the totality of everybody outside of the people that have pecuniary political interest, they've all condemned this as a bad idea. Latterly, but never better late than never. Latterly, but better late than never. New Naira design a mistake, says Kwakwanso. But what is he condemning, though? We'll find out shortly. Is he condemning the total idea of redesigning the Naira, which a lot of people might suggest is a good idea? Or is he just condemning the very draconian timeline that the Balam Buhari administration has put on it? So we find that out just in the shortest possible time. And some of the reasons why there's so much scarcity in that Naira space is now coming out. Emefiele discloses why currency redesign policy is failing. So there it is right there. Emefiele discloses why currency redesign policy is failing. So quite why it is failing, you've probably already seen the hint in the headline for this session about quite why the currency redesign is failing. We'll make that journey together to find out. Naira crisis, Emefiele discloses why currency redesign policy is failing. So if it is failing, then abandon it. Of course, it's nothing wrong with making a mistake, but the only wrong thing is obstinately sticking with what you already have identified as a mistake. Like a vacuum cleaner, I will eliminate corruption. Buhari left a mess. So now, as I say that, you would immediately think, of course, that is Atiku Abubakar campaigning about using the failings, the countless, innumerable failings of the Buhari administration to campaign against them. So that headline, of course, that is the first thought that will come to your mind, that this is Atiku launching at this failed administration, using their failure to campaign against them. But let me give you the headline again. Before then, you find out who is making these comments. Like vacuum cleaner, I will eliminate corruption. Buhari left a mess. It is the looter of Lagos that is making this commentary. So there it is right there. So we get into the body of the story, because oftentimes actually, when you go with the headlines, it is only when you get into the body of the story that you discover that it is not all as it would seem. So what quite exactly did he say to lead to that headline? We'll find that out shortly. Like vacuum cleaner, I will eliminate corruption. Buhari left a mess. A headline attributed to Tinubu. Another northern state drags federal government to court over Naira redesign, gives reason. So TikTok, today is the 10th, but there's actually reports that even though there's somewhat of an extension, some of the commercial banks are no longer taking the deposit. But at TikTok, we have another mini little window. But will that policy be abandoned totally? El Rufai confirms saying Tinubu will reverse new Naira policy, says P-brained people responsible will be held to account. So not, and by the way, this is from let me see. Let me just say this for a moment. Just stay there. This is from El Rufai's. All right. Okay. Brilliant. So just stay there for a moment. This is actually from El Rufai's verified Twitter handle. All right. So let's grab that. So this is actually from El Rufai's verified Twitter handle. So there can be no equivocation as to whether he said it or not. Not only did he say it, he's also written about it and he's put the link to him saying it in his Twitter, verified Twitter handle. So there is El Rufai now, doubling down. I said already, I'll repeat again, the biggest weapon that the Tinubu campaign has at this moment is El Rufai. But is he playing a three-dimensional chess game with Tinubu? Is this ultimately going to lead to treachery? We'll find that out shortly. So I've grabbed that. I'll play you that clip just in the course of this session. So that headline again, Kaduna Governor El Rufai confirms saying Tinubu will reverse new Naira policy. So that's one. He said that previously and he's doubled down on that. So that's one. But then he says P-brained people responsible will be held to account. So that's a different, that's an extension on what was said previously. P-brained people are responsible will be held to account. So that then tells you then that Kuje prison make room for Emefiele should Tinubu come in. So that's the promise right there. P-brained people responsible will be held to account. So there it is right there. Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, all desperate for Nigerian presidency. None of them may accept defeat after election. International report. So, of course, international observers have taken up every single available hotel room within the Nigerian space, and they are reporting back from what this is a detached and a dispassionate report, of course. They are not vested in any way other than to report the facts as they see them. But what this headline speaks to, it forebodes dangerous times, because if they don't accept defeat, of course, then we know what that means within the Nigerian space. Tinubu, Atiku, Peter Obi, all desperate for Nigerian presidency. None of them may accept defeat after elections. A headline attributed to international report. Print more new notes or recirculate old ones. Council of State tells CBN. So, for some of you who may not know what the Council of State is or who the Council of States are, the Council of States is a committee of all of the living heads of state, military or civilian that has ever ruled that country. So we're talking about Gowon, Babangida, Abdul Salami, Obasanjo, Goodluck, Jonathan, all of them. That's the Council of State. So when it gets to a really difficult national matter, the Council of State oftentimes is convened, usually at the request of the sitting president, to sample the minds of his peers about an important national matter. So that council was convened, and this is what they had to feed back to the public. Print more new notes or recirculate old notes, Council of State tells CBN. So there it is right there. They don't have the paper to print the money, and they've swept up the ones that are available. Gunmen open fire on vehicle of Atiku's campaign DG in Rivers State. So Yemsi Wike, of course, you immediately have thoughts in that direction. And I have a picture of exactly what went down there. So there it is. A rich and diverse menu always is the case. A rich and diverse menu. So lean back, kick back, take it easy, relax into it. Just as I said, the protocol, click on like as you're coming in and make the like really look impressive with this session. Take us past the 100 likes and beyond. So infinity and beyond with the like buttons. If you're not already subscribed, then correct that as well by clicking on the subscribe button. Do that as a favor for the platform. It helps with the YouTube algorithm, so do that. And then, of course, if you want to come join us on the screen, the hyperlink that says StreamYard, click on that. We're really canvassing for new and articulate voices to come join. We've been seeing a lot of new voices now, quite a few, let me not say a lot, but we are seeing a steady stream of new voices now joining us, which we are all delighting in. We are even now seeing somewhat female voices entering the One Man Went to More platform, something we've been canvassing for so long that we abandoned. So be one of those new voices and come and delight us with your knowledge of the Nigerian political landscape. So click on the hyperlink that says StreamYard, and then, of course, the invitation to buy your host cups of coffee, that link available, go there and go wild. Hopefully in this session, we'll be able to report more than one person taking advantage of that space. So all that, as we set about that, let us have another little micro musical intermission. We go to the K Guides and then we come back to the reading. But first, the K Guides.
You don't come home. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́ni kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù rẹ o. rè o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosonama ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrosodúnkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní rí wà gbéṣe o.
And there it is right there. Akoko Orun Meiko are the cockcrows of the heavens don't crow yet. Iku koniriwagbeshe, may death have nothing to do with us. The cockcrows of the heavens don't crow yet. May death have nothing to do with us. Powerful, potent prayers by the care guys. Amen to that on behalf of myself and you, my friends. New Naira design a mistake. The Kano man literally comes into the conversation. The presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwakwanso, on Friday described the policy of the Naira redesign. There's a bit of tautology, that's why I paused, but I read it the way it's written. The presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwakwanso, on Friday described the policy of the Naira redesign policy, central bank, as a mistake that was not properly thought out. So that's how it was written. He explained that the timing was a misfit as it dragged more Nigerians below the poverty level. So Nigeria already the poverty capital of the world, but how further down that poverty hierarchy? Is it a poverty hierarchy? Is it a poverty hierarchy or a I can't say poverty. Is it a poverty hierarchy or a poverty cesspit? So it's more of a cesspit, really. So how further down have we been pushed down that cesspit of poverty by this just totally brainless outing from Buhari and Emefiele? The presidential candidate of the New Nigeria People's Party, Rabiu Kwakwanso, on Friday described the policy of the new Naira redesign policy, Central Bank of Nigeria, as a mistake that was not properly thought out. He explained that the timing was a misfit. It dragged more Nigerians below the poverty line. Speaking on Channels Television's The Verdict 2023, the former Kano State governor promised to extend the deadline till citizens are able to swap their currency without any problem. He said, I think the whole thing, Naira redesign, was a mistake, especially the timing. Everything has time. We didn't support the idea of the currency redesign at this critical time because this is the time we need peace and prosperity so people can comfortably vote for the people of their choice. So it's unbelievable. Anyway, let me not go there, but it's just quite unbelievable what is going on in Nigeria at the moment. Kwakwanso, reminiscing on how his administration started e-payments in Kano State, stressed that a lot of groundwork was needed to make the economy cashless. If you are bringing this type of policy, you have to do it with a lot of groundwork. I have done this in Kano, where we had to register 37 microfinance banks just to prepare for e-payment in Kano. The idea should not be to punish the people, but the way this was carried out, the government is only punishing the people. We have always canvassed that the date is extended, which the later extended to 10 days. That should be by 10 days, but that is also marginal with no effect. Our concern is on the poor, he added. When asked about INEC's readiness for the general election, he praised the election commission was independent and without bias. I hope they are ready, but we are concerned about what they did in Kano in 2019. And we all remember what happened in Kano in 2019, of course. The PDP candidate was leading by about a few 100,000 votes. And then INEC paused that election. This is Kano State 2019. The PDP candidate was leading by quite a sizable, a few 100,000 votes. Then INEC paused the election to say that it was inconclusive. And by the time they resumed the counting, they declared Ganduje the governor. It was quite frightening. And you have to remember, it was that time period that the Ganduje dollar pocketing thing happened. So that was fresh in the memory of the indigents of Kano when they went to the polls. They were determined to punish him, which they did. But INEC, of course, had other ideas. I hope they are ready, but we are concerned about what they did in Kano 2019. Our prayer is that they do the right thing this time, he said. I want to know really the level of confidence that anybody has in this election being anything like a free election. We've never had it before. This will be the first instance if we do have it, a free and fair election. Naira crisis. Emefiele discloses why currency redesign policy is failing. Supply constraints are rising from the limited capacity to print enough new Naira notes is responsible for the severe cash crunch hurting Nigerians. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele admitted amidst the disappointing Naira swap policy of the Buhari administration. Mr. Emefiele made the disclosure on Friday when he briefed the emergency meeting of the National Council of State. Sources who attended the meeting told correspondents President Buhari convened the meeting as threats of social instability rise. Let me take that entirely all over again. It's almost tilted the way I'm reading it. Supply constraints are rising from the limited capacity to print enough. Supply constraints are rising from the limited capacity to print enough new Naira notes is responsible for the severe cash crunch hurting Nigerians. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele admitted amidst the disappointing Naira swap policy of the Buhari administration. Mr. Emefiele made the disclosure on Friday when he briefed the emergency meeting of the National Council of State. Sources who attended the meeting told correspondents President Mohamed Buhari convened the meeting as threats of social instability rise following the shortage of Naira. Violent protests have been recorded in parts of the country, including in Ogun, Oyo, and Akwa Ibom in the country's south, and the media is awash with lamentations of sufferings of Nigerians who are not able to access their funds for transaction, especially in the cash-dominated informal economy. Many banks in various states have shut down their operations as citizens violently protest their inability to access their funds. Many governors have also echoed the lamentations of the citizens. On Friday, Mr. Emefiele told the leaders that the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC, the Mint, suffers capacity constraints resulting in the failure to print adequate new notes to replace the old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes. So to the people who have been going around social media saying that it is the banks that are holding the currency, this, that, and the other, from the horse's mouth, Emefiele is telling you that they don't have capacity to print sufficient enough of the currency to meet the business needs and the everyday living needs of the people. This is what the central bank governor is saying. But of course, fact averse and truth averse people. So let me just take it from the top again, and I promise just to speed through. Supply constraints are rising from the limited capacity to print enough new Naira notes is responsible for the severe cash crunch hurting Nigerians. CBN Governor Godwin Emefiele admitted amidst the disappointing Naira swap policy of the Buhari administration. Mr. Emefiele made the disclosure on Friday when he briefed the emergency meeting of the National Council of State. Sources who attended the meeting told correspondents President Mohamed Buhari convened the meeting as threats of social instability rise following the shortage of the Naira. violent protests have been recorded in parts of the country, including in Ogun, Oyo, and Akwa Ibom in the country's south, and the media is awash with lamentations of suffering Nigerians who are not able to access their funds for transaction, especially in the cash-dominated informal economy. Many banks in various states have shut down their operations as citizens violently protest their inability to access their funds. Many governors have also echoed the lamentations of the citizens. On Friday, Mr. Emefiele told the leaders of the Mr. Emefiele told the leaders that the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC, the mains. So listen to this. So listen to this very, very carefully. Listen to this, because this is Emefiele giving an update report, an incident report, a progress report to a committee of all living, both current and previous heads of states. And this is what he said to them. On Friday, Mr. Emefiele told the leaders that the Nigerian Security Printing and Minting PLC, the Mint, suffers capacity constraints, resulting in the failure to print adequate new notes to replace the old 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes. And there it is right there. And there it is right. That is it. Everything and all of it. That is it right there. The extended deadline to phase out the old notice today, 10th of February. However, a Supreme Court decision this week asked that the deadline be further extended. The Attorney General of the Federation, Abubakar Malami, is challenging that interim ruling by the Supreme Court, and the central bank has not spoken on how it intends to comply with the ruling, thus leaving Nigerians confused. So if the central bank is not speaking on compliance, then you can understand why the commercial banks are refusing to take the old notes. Because if they take the old notes and give out the new ones, and the central bank then comes out later to say, yes, it did end on the 10th, then they're stuck with that money. They paid the price for that. So you can see, easily explained why banks are refusing to take the old notes. Without a definite pronouncement by the federal government or the CBN, Nigerians have started rejecting the old notes on the ground reporting across the country shows. In further reporting for this story, correspondents learned that the Mint's capacity constraints rest not on having enough paper to print the new notes. So there it is right there. They don't have the security papers to print the notes, and even the note is washing off, according to some people. In further reporting for this story, correspondents learned that the Mint's capacity constraints rest on not having enough paper to print new Naira notes. The Mint has run out of paper to print 500 and 1,000 Naira notes, a source said, explaining the supply constraint the Mint faces. They have placed orders with a German firm and De La Rue of the UK for papers, but they have been placed on a long waiting list, so their orders cannot now be met. The source said the Mint had received CBN's request to print 70 million copies of the new notes, totaling 126 billion naira, to be pumped into circulation by today, the source added, regretting, however, that the request could not be met because the Mint does not have the capacity. And there it is, right there. So there it is, right there. There it is, right there. I don't even have to. I don't even have to run commentary. There, you heard it right there. And by the way, I'm going to be sharing the link to this in the comment section, so you can go read it by yourself. There it is, right there. Like vacuum cleaner, I will eliminate corruption. Buhari left a mess. Tinubu speaking. APC presidential standard bearer Bola Tinubu has suggested that President Muhammad Buhari did not do enough to clear the death of corruption, kidnapping, for ransom, and other rubbish plaguing Nigeria since the party assumed power in 2015. Describing himself as a vacuum cleaner, Mr. Tinubu a former Lagos State governor and national leader of the ruling APC, stated that Mr. Buhari tried to sweep Nigeria's dirt, that's DIRT, an allusion to many ills bedeviling Africa's most populous nation, particularly corruption at high places and widespread insecurity. In the build-up to the 2015 presidential poll, the APC promised to sweep out corruption and insecurity, but Mr. Tinubu said, all of us as Nigerians, we have seen leaders. Some of you were not born when those leaders came, but the new leaders came from 2013 to 2014. In 2015, they swept the death, but the death is still on the ground. We need to sweep more. Then I applied to be vacuum cleaner so we can clean the death. So this is why I'm always saying that, sorry, I need to, let me just get a bit of water. So now this is why I've always said that we must always reach beyond the headline to really get, if we had not seen this, we'd have gone to check, to track down the video clip of where it was said. So look at this headline and then look at what the guy said. It was exactly what we had yesterday as well with the Sokoto experience. Like vacuum cleaner, I will eliminate corruption. Buhari left mess, Tinubu. So that's the headline. But what did the man actually say? He said, but Mr. Tinubu said, all of us as Nigerians, we have seen leaders. Some of you were not born when those leaders came, but new leaders came from 2013 to 2014. In 2015, they swept the death, but the death is still left on the ground. We need to sweep more. Then I applied to be a vacuum cleaner so that we can clean the death. So that's totally different from the headline, of course. Tinubu stated this at a rally with Buhari present in Sokoto State on Thursday. We thank God and Aliu Wamako for making Sokoto APC. We thank President Buhari, say Buhari, and all this say Buhari and chanting Buhari all over the place is quite disconcerting the way Tinubu does that. We promise we will work hard. We will eliminate corruption. It's quite rich, of course. Somebody with this reputation promising to eliminate corruption added the APC presidential candidate. We will drive away madness like kidnappers. We will do hard work. Clean Nigeria of rubbish. Mr. Tinubu, since he began his campaign, has condemned some of Mr. Buhari's policies, especially the Naira redesign policy, with his political ally Governor Nasir El-Rufai, vowing that if elected, Tinubu would reverse some decisions regarding the policy. So there it is right there. There it is right there. So it's all really in the interpretation, isn't it? Let me just let me just pop something into the. I want to pop a video of El-Rufai. Yes. Oh God, where is it? Hold on, just stay right there. Okay, yes, there it is. All right, let me pop that onto some space there. Okay. So there it is. Tinubu to be a vacuum cleaner. Another northern state dragged federal government to court over Naira redesign, gave reasons. Kano State, a northwest state in Nigeria, has dragged the federal government before the Supreme Court over the Central Bank of Nigeria CBN's Naira redesign. The state attorney general, through his counsel, Sanusi Musa, prayed to the apex court to declare that President Buhari cannot single-handedly direct the CBN to recall old 200, 500, and 1,000 Naira notes in a suit filed in a suit marked blah, 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 blah. In the suit, the state is asking the court to declare that the president needed to consult with the Federal Executive Council and the National Economic Council before taking such a decision. So that is an autocratic, dictatorial sort of a decision that you, one single man, will change the currency of the world's 25th, 27th largest economy just on a whim, and then you cause all this chaos. According to the case file, the state wanted the court to issue a mandatory order for the federal government to reverse the policy to recall the 200, 500, and 1,000 naira notes from circulation. It argued that the policy is badly affecting the economy and the well-being of over 20 million people in Kano State. Kano State also wanted the Supreme Court to compel the federal government to reverse the Naira redesign policy, alleging that the policy failed to comply with the 1999 Constitution as amended. So it's almost impossible for them to carry on still with this policy. All right, so this National Aero 1, I have the video clip, so I'll skip it and then just play you the clip as we come into the room. Let me see, should I skip that one as well? So let me come to this one. Print more new notes or recirculate old notes. Council of State tells CBN. The Council of State has thrown its weight behind the Naira redesign policy of the Central Bank of Nigeria with an advice for the Apex Bank Governor, Godwin Emefiele, to make new Naira notes available or recirculate old bank notes to ease the suffering of Nigerians. Speaking with State House correspondents, after the end of the council meeting presided over by President Buhari on Friday, February the 10th, governors of Taraba and Lagos State, Darius Ishaku and Babajide Sanwo-Olu, respectively, alongside the Attorney General of the Federation and Minister of Justice Abubakar Malami, said generally the policy was accepted by members of the council, but concerns were raised about its implementation. Governor Ishaku said the CBN was advised to make money available in quantum. The old money can also be recirculated to ease the suffering of the poorest of the poor. On his part, Governor Sanwo-Olu said at the meeting, the chairman of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Professor Mahmoud Yakubu, and Inspector General of Police, Alkali Baba Usman, briefed the council on the state of preparedness for the 2023 general election and assured that they were fully prepared for the exercise. I cannot see how they can be fully prepared for the exercise. The meeting, which lasted for over 4 hours, at the council chamber of the presidential villa in Abuja, had in attendance former heads of state and president, General Yakub Gowon, Abdulsalami Abubakar, respectively, Goodluck Jonathan, while President Obasanjo joined the meeting online. Two former Chief Justices of Nigeria, Alpha Belgore and Mahmoud Mohammed, were also in attendance. So there it is right there. The great, the not so great, and not so good. I didn't even know that Gowon was still taking on. It must be 100 by now. It must be 100 by now. And gunmen open fire on vehicle of Atiku's campaign DG in River State. So I just give you two. Okay, this is only 3 paragraphs long. So we read this and then we come into the room. Dr. Abiye Sekibo, Director General of the People's Democratic Party Presidential Campaign Council in River State, escaped death by a whisker on Thursday, February the 9th, after gunmen opened fire on his vehicle. Speaking to journalists on Friday, February the 10th, Sekibo said the gunmen dressed in police uniform opened fire on his bulletproof SUV at the Rainbow Town in Port Harcourt, the state capital, when he went to inspect the venue of the PDP presidential rally. Sekibo said this occurred after the venue of the rally was set on fire. As we approached the site, those men were watching the inferno. Those men who were watching the inferno opened fire on our vehicle. I looked at the Hilux vehicles. They were police Hilux vehicles attached to the governor of River State, Sekibo said. So he's claiming then that it was essentially Wike that opened fire on them. So as I come into the room, hopefully the space is already awash with our super chats and all that. So Michael, we see you. The mighty Ajale Koko joins us. Man of prestige, good to have you. Adewale avails us of his company. Ola is here as well, a real delight. Join Smart, who's spending increasing more time. World Peace joins us from Japan. Des, no doubt, joining us from his truck. and the man with the data coup latter. So the man with the data Kolata. So Kolata, shall we kick it off with you then? And it's quite frightening, really. They withdrawn money from circulation, saying that it was no longer legal tender to be replaced by new notes. The only curious thing is they are not able to print the new one. So what's going on there? They don't have the paper to print 1,500 naira notes. Unbelievable.
Oh, one man. When I read that thing today, my jaw dropped. I mean, you mopped up 2 trillion naira. You now don't have paper to print money. And when this policy started, I said one thing after I shared some Indian thing. I said the worst thing that will happen is a bad implementation of this, meaning they don't implement it well. There's no money to circulate. There's no money to buy goods, scarce money, scarce food. The country will be in trouble. And that's exactly what's going on. This Emefiele guy is the epitome of incompetence. I don't know how Buhari tolerated that guy for now. And what still amazes me is, given all these challenges, Buhari hasn't come out to say a single thing. Is met with the council, or what do they call that group? Is currently meeting with Tinubu as we speak right now. But when are they coming to announce that, hey, let's continue having the old currency, and they just transition it naturally like any sane country will do? Meaning, let the two currencies live side by side. As you deposit the old currency, it doesn't get out of the commercial banks. They replace it with a new currency, and it goes on and on and on. But at this point in time, they don't even have enough to replenish the old currency that's even outside. I mean, they're placing order with De La Rue and a German company, and those ones put them on back order. I mean, currency of a nation on back order, as in, is unbelievable.
Kolata, pause there for a moment. So, because that's quite a thing. What you just said now, they don't have, because it's not just. And by the way, I hope anybody listening to this session that thinks it's just some A4 paper that we're talking about, please just leave this platform and go and water. It's not A4 paper; it's a security paper, isn't it? Something that is coded and embedded in a way that it cannot be replicated. So these are not just, it's only specialists that can print these papers that currencies are printed on, Kulata. But they don't have sufficient enough money in circulation. They've mopped up the old currency. The suppliers of those security papers, they are saying that they are putting you on a long waiting list, and you are telling us that the old currency is no longer legal tender. What does that mean?
It is chaos. That is what it means. This is what they call economic self sabotage. The GDP is going to shrink super fast. Buhari shot himself in the foot with this one. Like, there's no money. And the worst thing, the infrastructure for the, what's it called? For the cashless dream, that the pipe dream that they want, doesn't exist. All these machines are crashing. The capacity, I mean, it's serious capacity issues. So you said people should use cashless society. Infrastructure can't carry the cashless. People are literally trading by barter, like barter. I mean, it's ridiculous. Why will anybody do such a thing? Like, why? It's alarming. I've never ever in my professional life, spanning decades, seen this kind of like incompetence in my life.
It,
You
it,
have
it's
4 months.
it's almost it almost reads like a deliberate effort to create anarchy in the country. That's what it reads like, isn't it?
It is. That's why I call it self-sabotage. You went in to destroy a country. I mean, the country is not reeling. Normally, yeah, 2 trillion not in the banks. It's not a big deal. It's not even the worst kind of like ratio of currency being outside the banks. and now you just mopped everything up, and then there's no money anywhere. What are you doing? It's crazy. It is mad. Do you know
Cl-
how many people are going to die because of this? Do you
Clatter.
know how? Do you know the number of
We're,
security issues that this is going to
we're,
cause?
we're speaking in the hundreds of thousands people that will lose their lives today.
Clatter. Do you
So
think this is
soldiers are not getting money.
Colata, do you think this is sort of an excuse that they are giving? Because what I'm reading it is that like an excuse, saying that we are on the back end of paper money printing or whatever they call it. I feel like it's more like an excuse, because now you've mopped up all the whole money. And remember, when money is being mopped up, it's shredded. You get it's shredded out of the system. It's actually destroyed. So I don't know why they are giving these excuses. I think it's just stupid, to be honest with you. If you're trying to implement something, you should have a plan A, plan B, plan C. So I don't know what's going on in this space, to be honest. And what do you
Uh,
think
uh,
about this
I,
excuse?
I pray. I mean, because the shredding you don't talk about, that was the next thing I was going to say. That I hope they've not shredded the whole currency. I hope they've not shredded them or burnt them, because they normally burn the ones that are old or whatever. I hope they've not, because this will be the biggest act of economic self sabotage in the history of mankind. I don't think there's anything as dumb as this in since man has been alive. And I'm not kidding. If there's no currency, they've only printed 300 billion. They mopped up 2 trillion. They've only printed 300 billion. Now if they
Even hold on, stay with that even for a moment. They've mopped off 2 trillion and printed only, because those 2 trillion that are out there, they are not out there as decoration in people's houses. They are not museum pieces. They are being used in trade and business. So then you mop 2 trillion up and you put how many 250 billion. That already it destroys business and trade, doesn't it?
it is, I mean, imagine someone in a village in Osun State. How are they going to transact business? You freaking have your money in the bank. You go to the bank doesn't give you any money. And it's your money for crying out loud. I mean, this is the dumbest thing I've ever known in my adult life. Even in my childhood, I've never heard anything as dumb as this. This is the most incompetent government I have seen. And to keep this Emefiele of a freaking guy in his job is the height of recklessness. Buhari, I mean, I can't even think, I can't imagine what that guy is thinking, because his IQ must be super low for him not to see what's going on. You put the country in jeopardy. I mean, just think about the security issues. Soldiers can't get money. It's not like there's an ATM for dedicated to soldiers all over the country. They're not getting money. People, elderly, are dying. I mean, this is no longer a joke. This is not about election. This is some dumb shit. As in, it's ridiculous. I
Kulata, just what Des just said then, I hadn't even had that thought that as the old currencies are coming in, they are being destroyed. So just imagine, let's say the bulk of the money that they've taken in has been destroyed, and there is no reason for them not to destroy it if they are saying it's no longer legal tender, and they are not able to print sufficient enough to meet the needs of the economy. That's
Jesus Christ.
oh no, Alano.
Jesus Christ, because if that's the case, look at what is happening now. There's no emergency way to print money. It's on back order. The infrastructure for cashless is failing. Then what did we cost to ourselves? Banks are closing. Zenny Bank branches are closing nationwide. This is insane. You know what? Now you are going to be forced to wait for election so the people holding the remaining cash can pour it outside. That will be the only hope right now. And that now defeats the purpose of whatever. I mean, I'm sorry for swearing. or whatever nonsense that they're trying to that they were planning against. Because isn't it the 900 billion that's supposed to be outside now that is going to eventually save the day to create some liquidity, assuming they've destroyed those old notes? I pray to God that they've not destroyed those notes.
I'm hopeful that they have not, because after the security, after the something council meeting, the state council meeting, the recommendation of the former heads of state and presidents is that they either pump out sufficient enough more new notes or recirculate the or the old currency. So that's the recommendation of the Obasanjo, Gowon, etc. So if they are making that recommendation, then that will be on the assurance that there's still the old notes left intact.
But we know one option is not. We know the new notes is not coming out with the backlog now. We know they can't print it, and it's not like they were going to outsource the printing like they used to outsource it to China. They're trying to print it through Nigerian Security Printing Mint. If you're going to do this kind of policy, for crying out loud, you should have reams upon reams upon reams of all this security paper that they used to print this thing. It's not now that you'll now be going to backward go and order again. Like, are you kidding? Then they'll ship it, then it will come. If they even freight it, I mean, when is the order going to be available? And these kind of items. Like, if you're going to plan a currency transition, for crying out loud, you should have a ton of inventory for these papers, not something you order on demand like that. Because you've had 4 months to plan this. 4 months. And wait, it's not even 4 months. 4 months to deploy. I'm not even talking about plan. I'm talking about deploying. You have 4 months to deploy. You should have had years to plan ahead. This is insane. It's insane. I don't understand the stupid country we come from. When we say people are black, I mean, this is dumb. Like, for what? I mean, now to what end? Now we're stuck. I just pray those old currency has not been destroyed. Otherwise, we're stuck, and we're talking
takes
about
time before they destroy it, Kulata.
It takes time. It better take time.
Yeah, it takes
better
time.
take
Because they
time.
have to inspect it, even though usually before they used to have the mutilated one sent from the commercial banks, but then they still have. But the thing is, they have personnel that would do that job. Maybe they'll be able to salvage some. But I know it takes some time because it's not all immediately like the bank deposits in the CBA that they take it to the destruction yard or whatever they do. It takes time. But even to get it back to the commercial banking and all that,
It's
going
going to
to
take a
time
while
as well.
to get it back now. How
Yeah.
many rounds of APM are they going to replenish for cash to circulate? I mean, this is self-sabotage now. Then they have to strike out that nonsense. How many withdrawal? I mean, they can't even strike that out again now, because if you say you increase withdrawal limit, then everybody's going to match the withdrawal limit, and then there's still going to be cash crunch. This is just a crisis that was unnecessary, because they still have to restrict the withdrawal limit now. Because to put the old currency back, you can't just allow everybody to withdraw whatever they want. You can't go back to the 100K per day, or what was the old limit, because that means you will run out of those old ones too quickly. So you can see the cascading effect of a bad decision. Like, because I mean, they just box themselves into the corner. And tonight, Buhari hasn't said a thing. And this was the time that the time should have lapsed today, if not for the Supreme Court.
Kulata, what they are reporting is that the commercial banks are no longer now taking the old naira notes, because there is no clear policy position from the central space. The central space told them that the deadline is the 10th of February. The Supreme Court,
Today.
yes, which is today. The Supreme Court makes a pronouncement, but we've not heard formally from Emefiele. They are not going to take endless billions and then be left stuck with money that has no value. So, my God.
Right.
It's quite a thing. Mean, what we're discussing here is quite a thing.
It's a thing. It's serious. I mean,
Kulata,
yes.
You know the level of your. I could sense your the level of anger you're displaying. This is that way I was 2 days ago. Moment, if you remember, I was so livid with common $50. Could not even be getting out of the bank. It was a frustration with just as little as $50, and they could see, through the way you were talking, the level of frustration, and you can imagine somebody who lives in the system, what they will be going through, living day to day and all that. Somebody like us that we are still, in diaspora, thinking and feeling this way. What about the person that is even in the system to get 1,000 naira out of the bank?
Adewale Shoturi, the problem was this is the wrongest time because banks in Nigeria now, they've lost all their IT staff. All the IT staff, most of them have jackpot. So they can't even support a
They're in
freaking
Canada.
cashless infrastructure. They're in Canada.
Yes.
A system that
it's
will introduce
ridiculous.
cashless system, any economy that will introduce cashless system, at least you will have the infrastructure in place. We have epileptic power supply. There's a banditry. There is what you call. There's no what you call it, the platform where money get transferred. What scares me most is that government control every aspect of Nigerians' life. Everything is handed over to the government. That's why a single human being can wake up one day and say, well, this is what it's going to be. When they were putting the act that put the CBN in place, they didn't think there would be a fallout like this, a situation like this, where somebody will arrogate a power and use the power presidency as a backup to put nonsense out here like this. Now look at what happens. Just one stupid element in our society.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
passes me.
the only
Go on, Kolata. I was going to say that for the first time ever, Buhari has really highlighted just how powerful the Nigerian presidential seat is. They've always said that the Nigerian presidency is the most is the most powerful in the world, and this is what just through a decision, he's affecting the life of in excess of 200 million people for the worst.
for the worst, for what reason and to what end? You see, you said you want it for bandits. Bandits have the new currency. Yeah, for politicians, Tinubu and all this and his cronies, they have the new currency. The people that need the new currency don't have the new currency, and now they're suffering. And it's just, I mean, before it was all fun and games like, this will politically favor this. It's no joke anymore. We're talking about people now dying. This is a life and death issue now. It's not even, I mean, GDP can shrink. It will eventually get back. But people are freaking dying. You can't even go and buy bread or buy moi, buy something outside. Just subsistence living. You can't. You go to the bank, you won't have anything. Banks are closing. Like, what the hell are we doing to ourselves? I mean, not us. It's Buhari. One needs to call the name out. I mean, once you see this policy is not going well, what the hell are you holding on to? Reverse it. And let money flow around.
What's taking him so long to come out and speak on this? This is not one of those that he buries his head in the sand. This is not one of those matters that he can just run away and hide. He has to come and take a public position and quickly.
He has to know. This is that plain ostrich that, I mean, you're acting aloof and not like deaf and dumb. It's not going to work in this case. I mean, I think they've shown him to a large extent that this is detrimental. It is, I mean, one man, can you imagine having 5 million naira in your bank and you can withdraw 20,000 naira? You want to buy, let me think of a normal Nigerian, wants to buy 2 eggs, pig milk, and bread. And you can't withdraw naira. So you have to go to the mama beside the road and tell her to put it on credit. You don't even know when you're going to get the cash. And now this idiot, this Emefiele, is now saying they've run out of paper to print money. I mean, do you know what that means? When is paper going to come?
Well, there's a backlog, so it's not coming anytime soon. So yeah, carry on.
Kulata, we have to identify the culprit between Emefiele and Buhari. Now,
both of them are responsible.
Exactly, a person of Emefiele experience should have known by now that even the issue he was going to deal with has some kind of logistic capacity that they must have considered. Because for this guy to come now that the backlog, it should not be a new information. He must have known this thing, except they were just giving contract for this thing out in the last week or 2 weeks ago. It can't be. Probably they must have given this thing out like maybe 2 months ago, and they can't just tell us that this is now they are not getting the information about the backlog. That's the danger when when you're when you are leaning towards politically now affects your sense of judgment. People can see now, people that were celebrating that, oh, this is to stop some politicians. You can see really that this is not about politicians now. It's even about the security of the country. Because where people cannot have money to do business, cannot even have money to even feed, what do you think is going to happen? There is going to be escalation. And you now go back to the conspiracy theory or whatever we may want to call it, whether it's spiritual, whatever, that maybe election might not even hold by this February. Well, because we never know how this thing now will escalate. Like some people are saying,
the election is in 2 weeks' time, so I cannot see how we can hold under these circumstances. Just almost impossible.
You see, because between now and Monday, anything can happen. Because for someone to go naked in the banking hall, we don't even know what some people can do between now and Monday. And
you see, Ola, you see, the dumbest thing. This thing makes people vulnerable to vote buying.
Exactly, because already you've positioned them in such a way that they are in need. They are so in need of money now. Assuming the politician now, assuming they've not given return their money for example, and now they are even well positioned now to start now breaking out the old currency now and buy the vote. So are you now going to say you achieve your purpose, or you just try to messing up, thinking that you were actually going to outsmart some people? At the end of the day, you shoot yourself on the foot just for being myopic. So this is the way I'm saying this thing now. It's not funny. Now, people now, I think we can all agree. Let's even forget about our political where we've been linked to politically now. Everybody can see now that this government that we are talking about, it's not whether it's going to favor obedience or it's going to favor Baptist or
this is an existential position. This is a life and death situation now. If we get to the politics, it's a life or death situation.
Can I make I thought they said 1 trillion is in circulation now.
Who said that? Where are you getting all this information?
That's what I heard.
Hold on, Ola. Let Man of Prestige come in. Man of Prestige wanted to come in.
No, it's Michael.
Oh, Michael. Sorry, you sounded like Man of Prestige. Yeah, come in, Michael. Good to meet you. Are you new here?
I've been here for about 2 times now.
All right, brilliant. Good to see you again. Yeah, Michael, come in.
This is where I have problem with the DSS, because this Emefiele with his policy now is a threat to national security. I think by now that man is supposed to be arrested, because it's a serious threat to national security.
Michael, do you know why he cannot be arrested?
No.
Do you know why?
No.
Only the president can give the order for the currency change. It's not even a Emefiele. He has to follow the advice, whatever command or whatever we call it, whatever the president tell him to do regarding the currency. So this thing is in between the two. Now, if someone advises the president, someone should be there to be even more knowledgeable in the banking logistics to tell president that president, this thing is not possible. But if that person is even politically motivated and get that advice will not even have the courage to push back and tell the president, okay, this thing is not possible. There's like we were defending this position yesterday. Now, can you see only continue now to defend the position? You see what we're saying?
No. I wasn't defending this position.
Okay, better.
No, I wasn't.
Okay,
I
maybe
understand people are suffering.
I don't know. Okay, good.
No, I understand people are suffering. See, the problem is all these things they are saying. The way I see it, I think this is all excuses. I mean, you can't just all of a sudden come out and say that you can't print money again, and start giving us all these excuses. It doesn't add up. Even if you use your common, if you use your sense and you say it doesn't add up at all, because they are now worrying you to print money and to print more money, or you're now saying you can't print those because you don't have papers. Where's that coming from?
Yes, Emefiele, where he made this disclosure was to the where did they make it? He made it to the National Council of State, the National Council of State. So the National Council of State is a body that is exclusive only to the people that have ruled Nigeria before. So former president and the sitting president. So that's the National Council of State. So Obasanjo joined them via Zoom because he wasn't able to make it in.
Yeah,
Abdul Salami was there in person. Gowon was there in person. Goodluck Jonathan was there in person. Buhari chaired it. The state governors were there. The Attorney General of the Federation was there. Even previous Attorney Generals, Belgore, and so it was the topmost of everything in Nigeria that he said this to. So I'm
yeah.
not sure. I'm not sure you
One,
can dismiss it out
see
of
see
hand.
the problem, one
No, hold
man. See
on.
the problem.
He's telling them the problem that he's contending with.
Yeah, yeah. That is after they told him now that he should print more money. He now started bringing out excuses. Do you get what I'm
No, no,
saying?
you are not there
They
now. So
they
what are you
asked him.
saying?
They asked him that it's either he prints more money or bring out the old money in circulation, isn't it?
No,
That's the
and
news we
Dex,
read.
Dex, I don't think that was what happened. I think he made his own presentation before they gave him that option.
Either way, that's what came out of it, and I'm not sure
Yeah.
that we can. I'm not sure we can dismiss it as an excuse. Not at that level of interaction. So I suspect that he was actually telling them what is holding the space back. They can't print enough money. That's just the thing. But
Yeah,
Yeah,
that,
but
One man. That is not even under any circumstance a setting or a gathering that you'll be lying or you'll be telling cock and bull stories. You are dealing with the owners and the leaders of Nigeria, and they are worried about what is happening. When we came on the platform for the past 1 week or 2 weeks that we've been talking to this and seen this situation, but people actually think this is politics. This is no longer politics. In a sane climate, most of these folks are either in Canada or US or England. They have, let's assume now in the US over here, you do not have more than $10 in your excuse me, you do not have more than $10 physically or $50 physically, and you need to take your stores. Just switch that table and look at the situation you will be and your life, how your life will be right now. And you see the government not doing anything, not even moving a finger to find a solution to this imbroglio. We could see over here during the pandemic, everybody got paid. The government was on top of the situation, even though then we had a very stupid president in Trump until Biden came. I was able to put everything in order, but at least you could see some efforts. But in Nigeria right now, people they just told us they have 300 billion, and they are expected to have how much is it, 3 trillion or thereabout. Now
they
this is
mopped up 2 trillion. They've only printed 300 billion. Look at the
okay. Can,
shock that will cause
can
to
you
the
can you
system.
see the the difference in that one man? And then this is not about who wins election, who is gonna have an advantage or not, because at the end of the day, people are already speaking to even it is more or less like an existential threat now. This is like a pandemic now, a self-inflicted pandemic on a nation where we have a CBN president who has been hijacked by a 35-year-old guy and some clueless illiterates behind the scene. And then you have a president who actually allowed the situation to go on this way. You know, when the Minister of Finance came out to say, I am in the dark about this policy, I don't know what is going on. This man basically bypassed every process, every phases of ideas that could have brought this matter, to a fruitful implementation. Because he was being pedantic and was playing some crazy politics. He had no business with politics. He had no business with executive shenanigans. But he has brought himself into this. And at the end of the day, we have a president who is we don't even know if he knows what is actually happening now. But this is a lesson to Nigerians. And Nigerians can see those who are actually patriotic in this time of need, either the citizens or the politicians. Because when we blame the politicians for who they are, citizens too, we need to look ourselves in the mirror and see if we've actually been patriotic citizens. We've heard conversation, we've heard outbursts, we've heard people's opinion on this platform. Then you can actually say, what kind of citizen is speaking like this? People are already losing their lives. People are already losing their livelihoods. People are already losing their businesses. And then people are still coming to say this is this or what. Man, this is very sad, one man. If you have business in Nigeria or you take care of people within the constituency, and maybe a lot of us have people that things are bad, one man. That's the best things are really bad. And they better do something real quick, because it's not going to be about election or no election again. If this thing goes beyond the limit of what people can take or what people can actually soak up the pressure on, it's gonna be crazy. Look at what is happening.
It is already chaos. See, World Bank and IMF have said this is a dumb move. Everybody changes currency. You let the old and the new sit side by side till you mop up the old one and you print the new one.
As I'm talking to you now, I still have some old currencies in the US, and when you take them to bank, I don't know man. We just pray for Nigeria, and this is just an eye opener to Nigerians now to see where we belong and how we really love that country. How we really love that country, not when it is convenient to us or for us.
Hold on, this. Let's get back to Kulata to round off that space. But Kulata, are you expecting that within a 24-hour window, Buhari has to come out and have a national address?
Of course. By tomorrow, he has to. The situation is no longer tenable. He has to. The world economic bodies, they've told him, the council of leaders or whatever they call them, they've told him, Kano and another state have filed another lawsuit to the Supreme Court again. This is a different lawsuit. They filed another lawsuit. They've told him. The House and the Senate, they've told him, let this thing commingle. Like the entire world, he has to come out. And you know one thing, it's only Buhari, this is the defect of the issue. CBN is allowed to change policy, but there's nowhere in the law that says you have to put a date that by so and date, the whole currency has to disappear. There's nowhere in that act that stipulates that you need to put a date. And that date is what you can take to Supreme Court and knock it down. And I think that is what Kano and the other states, I think that's what they're going after now. But it's not tenable.
There's actually a lot to that. There's actually a lot to that.
A lot to what? A lot to what?
A lot to what? What law are you talking about?
What are you? I don't know. Hold on, Enigmatic. A lot to what?
CBN determines what time he can actually tend to make it a legal tender or not. It determines that it's in his constitution. What is not in the constitution, yeah?
Where did you hear this from?
Constitution.
Des, where did you hear this from?
Let me tell you something.
Des is a lawyer now.
I can hold
on, Des. Where did you hear this from?
Let me finish. If I finish, then I'll bring the constitution to you.
No, forget about the constitution. When you are because
you're telling me where I heard it from. I'm telling you the constitution.
But I'm trying to tell you how the constitution works in this kind of situation. This is an existential crisis now. Okay, when there is an existential crisis, right? In this kind of situation, You see, Malami. Do you know Malami made a U-turn? Malami made a U-turn already because the look. Wherever you guys are getting all these your echo chamber stories, you need to stop it. This is not a funny joke again.
Is
This is
listening to Daily
this is an
Faro. Is listening
existential
to
threat.
Daily Faro to me.
Enigmatic.
It's
But
I'm
don't
Daily
it's not
worry,
Faro to
if
about
me.
Daily.
don't leave it.
Enigmatic. I'm just speaking the truth. Do you get?
You, those
If
you don't
if you
when you
hate
look
me,
when
if you hate me for sticking to the
No, no,
facts,
it's
that's
nothing
fine.
personal now. Hold on,
Do you
hold on.
get?
No, hold on. Before we carry on, let's remove it doesn't hate you, I suspect. It just doesn't agree with what you have to say. So don't personalize it. It's all something that, because it affects us even personally, all of us, wherever we are. Every single person here can tell stories of how they sent money home, and mommy, sister, uncle, auntie, whoever is telling them that they're not able to access that money. But Kulata, is Buhari acting like somebody that is handing over power in a couple of months?
It's I don't know how to honestly. I'm weak on how to read Buhari. He's acting like he's going to hand over power because he's already put in this executive. I don't even know why he needs an executive order, but it started the transition process. He did and he signed an executive order to kick off the transition process. Some people are saying interim government. Well, there's no interim government in our constitution. That is not going to play out. I think. I mean, I think. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, carry on.
Yeah. So I think what's it called? I don't know what to think, but I think he's trying his best to act fair, but acting on little to no knowledge or information. So he's embracing every single thing that will appear that it doesn't favor anybody, and he doesn't understand the impact of some of his decisions. That's the best I can give him. That's the benefit of doubt that I can give him. Like he's clueless. He really wants a legacy of free and fair elections, but he doesn't know that some of these moves that he thinks will punish politicians is actually going to stifle the country. So he's latching on to let me show the politicians, and that will make me have free and fair election. That's the best I can think. Otherwise, if it's not this, then it's some nefarious other reasons that perhaps they don't. I mean, perhaps they want Atiku by every single means necessary. But this still doesn't guarantee an Atiku, like I said, because this plays to the politician's hands. If you've not had cash for 2 3 weeks, someone gives you 5K for election, 5K in new currency guaranteed. You're going to take that 5K and you're going to go vote for who they tell you to vote for. So it's just they're not intelligent enough to see that this move is self-defeating because it's not going to do what you think it's going to do. It's actually going to make people way, way, way more vulnerable. It's going to suppress. The thing is, it's going to suppress the what's it called voter turnout. People are going to be too depressed to go out, and the people that are going to go out and vote are going to be induced heavily. And the 300 billion that they've printed, I'm guaranteed that over half of that, perhaps maybe two-thirds, I don't know, I'm just speculating, of that 300 billion is in the hands of politicians that are going to use it for nefarious reasons. So it's dumb. It's just dumb.
Hold on, Betty. Kulata, Buhari calls Tinubu to an emergency meeting. Just as we're speaking, that meeting ongoing now. He actually had to abandon a dinner that he was at to go and meet Buhari. So, what are you anticipating that they are discussing? Is he going to tell him to calm down on this win against the sitting government? What do you anticipate is
No,
what it is speaking about? Yeah.
honestly, that's exactly what I anticipate. To tell him to pipe down because Tinubu and his guys, they are now attack. I mean, they are very frontal in attacking Buhari's government. They're not even hiding, even though they'll go to rallies together and smile. But as soon as they leave those rallies, he keeps attacking and attacking Buhari's government. He's not even pretending. Look at what the dig gave him for corruption. I mean, they now it's APC on APC crime. So I think Buhari now finally is realizing like my legacy is slipping away, and not just my legacy in terms of my own act, my legacy in terms of my own party now attacking my legacy. Before, maybe they were trying to use bandage to say I'll continue while Buhari stops. I'll do this, I'll do that, like painting it like I did a good job. But now that all bets are off, they're now going after him and attacking him. So he's probably going to have to tell him to chill out. And that's one of the reasons I feel a move is going to happen in the next 1 or 2 days in terms of this currency. A massive reversal.
Given the prevailing circumstances, can you see a pathway to a Tinubu victory? Because the whole country is up in arms. They're just so weighed upon by this, and they are only really looking to the APC party as the source of their pains, and their one opportunity to slap back on the 25th. I cannot see how Tinubu can maneuver through this.
I see a pathway. I see a clear pathway, and this makes people vulnerable now. It makes people vulnerable. People are upset. I mean, you get upset to the point where you hate the system. If you hate the system, you just like say, if you hate the system too much, you're going to say, if I go to the poll, it's going to be rigged, right? So people will not even bother. So the people that
can you hold on a second? Let me just tell one thing. One man, this is not even a secret. I think if you are very close to certain people who can give you raw information, they will tell you the feelings of the elites now, right? The elites now, they are looking at those who are speaking against and in favor of this policy already, and it's shaping a lot of ideas. And there are some things that came out maybe 2 days ago. 2 days ago, there are some shift in the north, and the article he knows where he belongs. Now, this is why I'm telling you that I'm not even supposed to say over here. When you see this elderly man, Robert Clark, right? When he was speaking at Arise TV,
yes,
he stated something that forget about the politician, forget about the politics. That when you say you care about Nigerians, two of them are actually saying this should continue. This shouldn't be extended, and people should continue to suffer. That is the language people are speaking today. The two senators representing those states, PDP, right, and Jimo Ibrahim, who is going to be the APC senatorial candidate in the south, and the governors. Don't forget the governor had their meeting. Go and listen to what they say behind the scene. Even Tambuwa, the DG of Atiku. So one man, this is not about politics or no politics again, right? I think I was supposed to reach out to Dr. Gomez earlier today to let him know about this Tinubu's meeting that it was going to happen today. Things are changing, and Buhari has seen the clear picture of what is happening in Aso Rock in the villa, and is not ready to have his legacy to the dogs. Things will change in the next few days, and that bill came out today. Today's bill.
Tunde came out today. Now I was going to mention that they've started lighting his house. It's now threatening people that people are trying to spoil his name. That is going to sue people.
Things as in Buhari has seen things that he has not seen in a couple of months. He has seen a lot of things, and those cabal they are on fire now, because basically, I think it's a very bad thing that things have to get this bad for him to actually see those who are actually his enemies from day one, and they probably want to derail his legacy finally before he leaves office. And they've been talking to him, and I think he can see clearly where things are going now. The elites, they already know where this, and that's why I say that when you are supposed to speak up, even though if you want to speak on the fence, at least make an attempt, even if you are pretending. Right, because this thing is going to drag on, and people will see those who stand by them. It's already happening now.
Enigmatic, when Buhari is realizing is the frontal attacks from APC to APC, the what's it called, the friendly fire that Buhari is receiving,
and he has no hiding place from that friendly fire, because he cannot say it's the Southerners that are attacking him. Rufai, Ganduje, Tinubu, everybody, they are saying,
everybody. Look, I mean, it's so obvious now. Look at the lawsuits. All APC states, northern states. I mean, this is not even this. they go to rallies, they attack him. I mean, they're not even covering it up. So, I mean, I told you, things are turning around. People that are embracing this policy, I mean, Atiku went to Kano. Tambuwal did not go and meet him in Kano. Tambuwal of Sokoto didn't go and meet Atiku in Kano rally. Tambuwal went to greet Tinubu in Sokoto rally. Things are changing. And you see, all this game Atiku is playing, the people that matter in the elections are the people that control the local government structure. Not going to talk to all these Baba Saleh and all this. I mean, that's who Atiku is talking to. He's talking to the equivalent of Baba Saleh in the north. He may work in some places, but he's not going to work in a few places. But this is where you need to know politics matters. For those governors to stick with Tinubu, it's part of the persecution. I hope you know they arrested Yaya Bello's wife. EFCC arrested his wife for
Yes,
yeah.
yes, we
I hope you
covered
know
it
that.
yesterday. We covered it
Uh-huh.
yesterday. Yes, yeah.
So, and for those governors to still stick with this guy, they mean to hijack power from these cabals. Let me put it this way: it's war, and I don't think Buhari's side is going to win that war. The way things are going, and that's why you see this meeting. You will never hear Buhari call this kind of meeting before. I mean, didn't this surprise you? Normally, it should be Tinubu going to suck up, right? So they put the screws in. Buhari power is going to evaporate in 5 months or 6 months or whatever. He knows the cabals are playing the last minute mission, and the people in APC know that they have to support their guy to maintain status quo. They're not going to let some Atiku now usurp them, and then there will be nobodies relying on a unreliable Atiku. Imagine that. Do you know what that means? I don't even know why a lot of us think, oh, the North will do this, the North will do that. This is stupid. It's a very simple game. Do you put some new guy, Atiku, there that's unreliable, and you jeopardize the power that you've built?
And the one thing at Kulata, the one thing that the political space does know is that Tinubu is reliable. Tinubu is faithful to
It's dependable.
is dependable. Yes, is faithful to his acolytes and his group. So he always holds steady and carries everybody along. But Atiku, he delights in just slicing people up. But sorry, Babati, you wanted to call me. Sorry, I stopped you. Babati, good to see you. Babati. All right. So Babati not with the system at the moment, but you mentioned that Edwin Clark, and somebody had already sent me that clip. They said we should listen from minute 9. So let's listen from minute 9 to see what he has to say, just for a couple of minutes.
By the Constitution and satisfy all litigants.
So, sir, I'll also press this further. Doesn't the law establish the CBN as a statutory body? Because I know there are cases, and many cases, that the CBN had been sued independently of the FG. And there are so many cases there and then. So if that is the case, then let's explore this case of, jurisdiction even further. So is it a case of we can pick and choose now?
You see, the problem with you journalists, and I've been watching all the 3 stations in Nigeria, maybe only channels that has not been prejudiced, that has not been sympathetic to most of these political parties that have been conversing. I am sorry to say this. I do not trust you journalists again during political campaigns, because you allow your leanings to one political party to determine the way and manner you look at issues in Nigeria. Let us be honest, Ruben and my good friend, let us be honest. Have you not suffered from this shortage of Naira? I, Robert Clark, just yesterday issued a check to my bank. They could not pay me. I had to go and buy 100,000 Naira for 125,000 Naira. I've done that twice. Can't you pity people who are suffering if I can be buying at that rate? What about the common man? Look, let us thank God that we have a judgment from the Supreme Court, because God forbid, if not for this judgment from the Supreme Court, this country will be in flames in a week's time. Many of you don't know what is going on.
No, but sir, I asked a question based on the law. Sir, I asked a question based on the law. And sir, there are many rounded views to this. And I take exception to the fact that once we are exploring all rounded views, you say our views are jaundiced because I too am suffering from this. But we have a right to ask questions based on the law. And that's why I asked that, wasn't the CBN set up as a statutory body? And have we not had cases where the CBN has been sued independently of the FG in this case? That's the question I asked, sir.
Look, I quite agree with you. Depending on individual cases, depending on each fact, which have to be looked into. This particular case has only to do with policy. It is not the monetary that you are calling it. It's a question of policy of the federal government or that of the central bank. It has nothing to do with monetary statistics or no. The federal government says, central bank says, and the law is that, look, if there's a confusion, and is creating more confusion to the public, what should happen?
All right, so that's Edwin Clark. So the person who sent it in said we should pay attention to how he went after the Rufai and Abati. So there's that.
What my few words, please. Let me feel 1 minute, please. First of all, guys, sorry, Kolata, are you there?
I'm here.
Yeah, you know, a few months ago we had this. It wasn't even a debate about collective black intelligence, right? If you remember, and you didn't really believe in that. I think I'd like to recant and apologize to you. I was wrong, and you are right. Thank you very much.
All right, I don't know what that was, but to that Edwin Clark space. So the example that is cited was what really struck me. He, Edwin Clark, are going to spend 125,000 naira to buy 100,000 naira. He did that twice. So for having 200,000 naira, it costed him 250,000. And there was also a story that was making the round. A woman just at that level of existence, she needed 5,000 naira, and it cost her 2,000 naira to get that money. So she ended up with 3,000 naira. So this is the space now, Kulata.
I mean, see, we're paying naira to get naira. It's insane. I mean, it's just crazy. Like, all right.
Sorry, Robert Clark. Somebody's correcting me.
Robert Clark is Edwin Clark is the Niger Delta. This guy is a Northerner.
Yeah.
Sorry, British. His father is British. His mom was a Northerner. Anyway, we're paying our money to get our money. I mean, you see, imagine how crazy it is. Now, you see another thing that's happening now. There's a lot of fraud going on with fake transfer. People will send text messages, ordinary text messages, thinking it's a confirmation. They're using it to defraud people nowadays. So if you pay for something, you can just send text, mimic the text like it's some payment confirmation before the vendor finds out that you just sent him a text message as no money. You've already left. And that's supposed to be the cashless society that we're supposed to go through that we're not ready for. I mean, the policy just makes no damn sense. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know how to describe it anymore.
All right, so we wait for that national broadcast by Buhari tomorrow. It has up till tomorrow to do that, and it cannot go past tomorrow. But let me bring you this. Buhari Tinubu in closed-door meeting at the Villa. I think we've already touched on that, but let me just give you the readout from it. It says the president, Major General Mohammed Buhari, is in a closed-door meeting with the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, at his official residence at the State House. Tinubu, who abandoned the meeting, met the mentor dinner held in his honor by APC Progressive Sisters Network at the International Conference Center in Abuja, announced that he had an important meeting with the president at 9:45 p.m. In his closing address, Tinubu said, "I have a superior appointment. Late yesterday, the president called that I should be at his place for 9:45 this evening, Friday. what do I do? Cancel it and disobey my president? And it is a command, more or less. It said, see me at 9:45. I can't say I would boycott this event or downgrade it. I have to go. I have got to be here. First of all, seek your understanding. That is why there is always a pair of races like this. I have a vice candidate. So essentially, emergency meeting, Madam Buhari, reports to my office immediately and right now. That usually involves a sack letter, but what do you think is happening in this instance?
No, I think this is a meeting of truth. Like, let's call truth. Like, okay, I think this is a meeting of, okay, I've heard you loud and clear. That, okay, this is now the time to play party politics. Like, okay, I'm sorry if I appeared to have been aloof about this. Or, okay, tell your guys, Ganduje and El Rufai and the rest, Akiri Dulu and the rest that are attacking my government, I think is now like, tell them to walk it back, tell them to chill out. I'm going to take the following steps. I'm going to make amends. Uh, Perhaps they're going to announce old currency to come out, but I think Buhari is getting the heat, and he's seeing his legacy getting destroyed. And I mean, I don't think he had a clue. I honestly, the more I think about it, the more I think Buhari was just a willing tool in this case. He was clueless about all the machinations going around him. I think he's finally getting some form of realization. And if that's the case, then we really, really messed up as a country electing Buhari, because that means he's a dumb person. If he's not prudent, because if he's finally realizing what's going on and he's now trying to like now to now like put a lead on it, then Buhari must be one of the dumbest people we've ever elected, if not the dumbest. So I mean, so now
Is it going to be one of those frank and open discussions? Are you going to give it to me, yes or no? Is that really what Tinubu is going? Look, are you going to give it to me, yes or no, or do I have to wrestle it from your hands? Is it? Are we at that stage now where they have to look each other in the eye?
it's not going to be as blunt as that. But I mean, one man, look, let's be honest. Tinubu has shown his power, hasn't he? Since that Kuta speech, look at the cascade of events. See, look at the cascade of events. Assuming he kept quiet, think of what will have happened. We won't be here if he had kept quiet. There won't be no government. I mean, no people. Nobody will be protesting. I think everybody will have just respected Buhari and kept quiet. But I think because of the balls he showed, he demonstrated, that's what enabled a lot of people to push back. And the pushback can now be massive. And the more they push back, the more people get more confident pushing back. So you see, if I want to suspect one thing, I will suspect that Ganduje perhaps was one of the people that sent people that stoned Buhari in Kano, if I'm to guess. Because I think they were just trying to hit, like, show Buhari that pay attention.
Is that even in question? It was Ganduje now that organized the stoning now, of course.
It was Ganduje. Yeah. Because it was like trying to call his attention, like, guy. On that game, I mean, when you're a president, you're probably in your, they locked you in your echo chamber. You can't really, you're detached. You don't know what's going outside. So I think now that, all the attacks were to show his attention. But now I think finally, they've gotten through to him. Finally, that's what I think. Des, you're going to say something.
Yeah. I forgot what I was gonna say. I don't agree with you when you said it's because of Tinubu that I think eventually people not getting money is gonna arouse rioting. I mean, if I can't find place I'm gonna eat, even if anybody doesn't say anything, I have to protest. So I don't think it's because of the governors are doing whatever or whatever. I really do not think so. I think it was bound to happen. If as long as it took this long, it was definitely about to happen. That's what I wanted to put it.
Yeah, but Des, if the protest in that country perhaps Maybe 80% of the time they are protests. A president that is used to just normal protest will not see the next protest as any different protest than the last protest. So they're used to seeing protests and they're used to people shielding them away from such protests. But when you're getting your own party that they're supposed to be fearing you, that they're supposed to be needing you for elections, they're kicking your ass in public, then you will understand what the whole cascading of events we've had in the past 2 weeks has been all about. I think it was a crucial pushback in Abeokuta, and we're seeing the result of it because it's now gotten so blatant that in APC rallies they're abusing APC government pretty much, and that's unavoidable to hear. And you cannot, when you hear it from here from there, and if it was just rallies, then you're having court cases upon court cases upon court cases. You can't avoid it anymore. You have to sit down and call a truce. And I think that's what's going on in Aso Rock right now. They're calling a truce. They need to find a way to keep his legacy and work in an amicable way. And the main thing is, it's not even politics now. This is just mean, crude approach to to a monetary policy. I don't even know, I can't even call this a monetary policy anymore. This is a tool of punishment. And they have to reverse it. So forget the politics. The politics doesn't even matter. It's just like getting the people the help they need. APC will sort
Yeah,
themselves
yeah.
out. I think they're sorting themselves out tonight.
I think I agree with you. Right now, it's not about politics. Buhari, to me, has already done his job. If it comes to political sense, the opposition party, he's already done his job for them. But right now, I think he should try and reverse the situation, because it's no longer funny. It's not funny anymore. But I still think that a lot of people should calm down, and let's not vow for violence and all that, and let's see what's gonna happen tomorrow. And I don't know, Buhari. I don't want to be surprised tomorrow, Kolata, because we'll be here tomorrow. He will be talking another thing. I really do not want to. That man will not surprise me. I mean, if it's taking him this long to actually know that this is affecting people, I don't know why it should take him this long. It's been what, 10 days? I really don't know why it should take him this long.
Are you, Des, are you now changing your position? Were you not here yesterday when you are
No,
saying that everything is okay? Um, they should continue. They should never back down. This is
Let them eat
what
cake. Let them eat
no,
cake. That's
no.
what he
Right?
said.
No.
what you
See,
guys were
see
saying
the
yesterday.
problem. See the problem, Ajali Coco. The problem now. I'm not even
And
talking about the
one
people.
of you
The
got
the
cake from
whole
Alaba saying that, oh, everything is getting
He's on
okay.
no, he's on ground now. That's the thing. He said people are coming down. Yes, and I understand that's normal thing for Nigeria. They get used to things, right? But now it's becoming, my problem is it's becoming so toxic, because I've never seen this kind of toxicity in the whole political system. People going to court, these people, it's just becoming so toxic. We are talking about it almost every single day. APC fighting APC. So let's
Yes.
If it was caught, if it was caught, we will know that okay, it's caught. There's no paper to print money. That's
Yeah,
the
that's another problem too. It's another problem too. I see it as a frenzy excuse, because I don't see how you can't, something that you've been planning for a long time and you wouldn't plan ahead of
Yeah, but
this.
there is nothing in all of this build up to tell us that it was properly planned. There's not the timeline is too rigid. In fact, draconian even.
One man,
The monies in circulation insufficient, and positions continuously shifting. So there is
one
nothing
man.
there's nothing that we have seen so far to tell us that anything was properly planned. So for them
You
to
know
tell us
why
now
I
that they
tell you
don't
it's
have
planned? They
All
already
right.
came out and even told you their statement showed you it was planned. Because when they come out and say it's for
No,
the
no,
political not to rig
no.
and
We
all
said
that
no, no.
stuff.
I said properly planned in terms of the implementation, not the
Okay,
agenda or
okay,
the yeah.
yeah,
There's insufficient money. Edwin Clark is telling you that he has to buy 200,000 naira for 250,000 naira, and
yeah.
you've heard endlessly. So
Is
that
is
tells you
that
that they've not planned it properly. So if they're
is
telling you that
that
there's no paper to print money, that is consistent with how they have implemented it so far.
yeah? Is that not the irony of life? See, the rich also cries. So you just have to smile in a way and be angry in the other sense because
If the rich
um
are crying, the poor are dying.
yes, that's why I said you have to see the irony of life. You have to put it, now you smile that the rich are crying, and now you cry because the poor are dying. So I see that the policy is becoming ridiculous, and I think tomorrow Buhari should not come and surprise me and say something very stupid because he's known for doing that. But the problem is between Buhari and Emefiele, because as it is, Emefiele has done what the law, what CBN law said it should do. So it's now between Buhari trying to command Emefiele to do otherwise. That's just it, oh man. So
Uh,
let's
uh,
not
uh,
get surprised tomorrow anyway.
all right,
That's
brilliant.
all that.
But we are all anticipating some sort of commentary from Buhari tomorrow. Kulata, round up that space, and then I'll take you to another talking point.
Yeah, I'm done with that space. It got me angry. Like, it's
Kulata,
just, yeah.
Kulata, as you like, all things you said or you were saying, it boils down to one thing that everything that is happening right now does not make sense, right?
It doesn't make sense.
Good. I just want to answer Jalikoko. I was telling him things, something I said, he said doesn't make sense. Now we are saying what I was saying, that things that happen in Nigeria does not make sense. It happened regardless. And you'll be thinking, how did it get here? How can the CBN boss come out and tell you it does not have enough paper to print money? I don't know. I don't know. I can't fathom it. But well, we can see all the permutation we want to say. Drug graft.
You know the funny thing for him, when you know that is an excuse for him to say he's on a backlog. That's you understand why you after saying that you don't have paper, you now say that you're on a backlog. To see that is sort of an excuse upon excuse. That's how to read people's mind. As in, this is just flimsy excuse to me. It is.
Okay, so what do you think on that pin stage then? What do you think is really at play?
I think I really can't tell one man. I'll just say what I read out of it. You get, and I'm reading that he's just making excuses in order not to print more money or order to justify the means of him not being able to put more money out there. And I'm not gonna be surprised when they come tomorrow and say they have well, already we already know that 300 billion is in circulation. That means 300 billion has been destroyed because it takes you have to destroy to print. So we already know that 300 billion
No,
is already destroyed.
Adewale just told us that that is not how it works, and he's a
No,
banker.
it's
So,
how it works. You have to destroy.
sorry, are you a banker? Adewale just told us that
Do
that's
I
not
have
how
to
it
read
works.
it out? I just read it now. You have to destroy in order money have to be destroyed in order to print money. Do you get? Is how it works. So we already know that 300 billion is already out. So now the money out there, that's what we are talking about. If they want to bring it out again, the old money have to be circulated again. I mean, they should do it. I don't see anything at this point. The damage has been done, which is what the PDP and the obedient wanted. But now people suffering is really not of no good to anybody.
One man, can I contribute before you move on to the next?
Come in, Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. Yeah, everybody has spoken very well. It's not about politics, so I'm never in favor of what's going on. But anyway, having said that, I think the concept behind this Naira redesign is good, which is to curb inflation, and to make the country a cashless, country. But that notwithstanding, so the implementation and everything they did was purely wrong. I don't know if it is political motivated, but the angle I'm trying to go to, because everybody has spoken, is because most of people has given in those old Naira back already. Let's assume Buhari come back tomorrow. I don't know what happened in the village, but overall, from what my understanding, most people has, send the old Naira to the bank. So what happened right now, if they came back and reverse it, you can't bring the old Naira back to be in circulation.
No. That is what the the state council is suggesting, that it's either they recirculate some of the old Naira because the space is hemorrhaging. So they're inviting that.
So wait a minute. When you say recycle, so people can go to the bank and withdraw the old Naira or new Naira. That's going to be
that's what the councillors of state has suggested.
Man, I don't know. I just want to contribute that little because everybody has spoken what I was going to speak. So I don't know what's going to happen, but everything is bad. Okay, I don't care who sided or who don't side it. It's a bad implementation from beginning. I don't care what their motive is. Thank you, Wama.
All right, brilliant. So I'm going to play you a video clip next, Kulata, and invite you to respond to it. It's El Rufai. But on our way to that video clip, let me acknowledge the super chats that have been coming in. Ayo, who has already, of course, done the buy the coffee thing, he doubles down with a super chat. It says, interesting how the Obedience have adopted the Naira change policy. They own this alongside the Buhari administration. Yes, it's quite a funny thing. But as we get to the resolution of this crisis, there's going to be winners and losers picked because everybody has taken quite firm positions and quite contrasting positions as well. So we're going to be identifying winners and losers in this crisis as we get to the resolution of it. So thank you, Ayo, for that. Alexander Gomez joins in with the super chat. He says that this is a constitutional crisis. Economic shutdown because of a foolish president / incompetent CBN governor. Shaking my head in absolute disgust. So there it is. The Buhari has ruled that country with a ruthlessness unexperienced before for 8 solid years. If you just think back to the years of Goodluck Jonathan, it seems like some golden periods then. A relatively safe country where you could say anything you want and without fear. Or we've gone so far back. Alexander still with the super chat. It says, one man, quote me without hesitation, please. No election on the 25th. Expect an imminent coup. The country is in crisis. So Brigadier General, it's been a while since we heard those. Hopefully we don't get that because, of course, it's impractical. If we had that, then who will arrowhead it? If it's arrowheaded by a northerner, then the narrative of self-perpetuity, Yoruba Nation, Biafra. And then if it goes to the, it's just too messy. But thank you for the super chats. Keep them coming. We are anticipating. We want to be setting a baseline of 10 super chats per session. So let's do that. So thank you, Ayo and Alexander. Kulata, this is spoken in Hausa, but English translation. So hopefully look at your screen.
Duk wani ɗan jihar Kaduna da ke da tsohon kuɗi daga nan zuwa shekara 4 in dai an zaɓi APC gobe zai mayar masa da kuɗinsa. So ku daina canza kuɗi. Kuma ku gaya ma kowa a daina kai kuɗi banki. In kai sayarwa da ka karɓi tsohon kuɗin an baka, ku daina cewa sai sabon kuɗi za ku karɓa, kasuwancin ku zai tsaya. Abin da ake so kenan. Ku gaya ma kowa jihar Kaduna duk mai tsohon kuɗi ya je ya sayayya. Ku gaya ma kowane ɗan kasuwa ya karɓi tsohon kuɗi. Nasiru ya Rufai da Uba Sani da Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sai yi muku alƙawari in har an zaɓe mu wannan tsari za a canza shi a ba kowa iyakan lokacin da ya kamata ya canza kudinsa. Ku daina mai da kudi banki ku rike kudin ba wanda zai mai da kudin ku ba su da daraja. Doka ne ba wanda ya isa. Lokaci ne ku yi haƙuri. Sauran kwana 18 yau a yi zaɓe. Ana gama zaɓe ku tsaya ku ji babban abin da Asiwaju Bola Tinubu zai faɗa shi ne canjin wannan tsarin. Kuma a taimake mu a faɗakar ma 'yan uwa da kowa a daina kai kuɗin nan banki, a ci gaba da kasuwanci da tsofaffin kuɗi. Idan Allah ya yarda babu wanda zai yi asara. Hakkin nan yana kanmu, kun zaɓe mu kare hakkinku. Wallahi za mu tashi sai mu kare hakkinku sai ran da Allah ya ɗauki ranmu. Abin da ya kawo mu gaya muku kenan, ina roƙonku ku ci gaba da haƙuri, ba zanga-zanga, ba tashin hankali, domin haka suke so.
Look at that very powerful statement there by El Rufai. He's running a parallel government with his own currency.
That's a great politician. I mean, if you want to see a trait of a good politician, that's a great politician. And for him to be saying all that stuff, believe you me, they had already mapped out all the legal strategy that they were going to use to fight the government. Because I think at the time we were saying this, perhaps those Supreme Court cases were getting filed, or maybe this was after it got filed or before it got filed. I can't tell, but you could have seen that they've had strategy sessions on how they're going to fight back and claw back the strategy. So if you don't see, they've achieved many things right there. They are fighting Buhari government right there. So the people who are not going to say APC, they're now going to look at Tinubu. You know, I said this, like, was it on Dr. Damages like 2 weeks back or something?
Even on this show, you said it.
That they're going to distance themselves from APC. And it's going to look like APC is the government, APC is also the opposition. And this is politics at its finest. This is the use of messaging. And now, the so-called the real opposition is now looking like the incumbent. They're making Atiku now look like the incumbent. Peter Obi is too fresh for them to make him look like the incumbent. But anybody now that embraced it, you're as good as the Cabals and Buhari. This is politics at its finest. Like, it may be breaking laws with whatever he's saying there. I don't know. But, I mean, you look at all the way those people trusted him. And now you can see now they backed it up with action, with those Supreme Court fights. Now they can say, see, we're fighting for you. We're fighting for you. People will forget mentally that they're fighting APC government. It's APC fighting APC. They, in the mind of a human being, they're going to compartmentalize Buhari separate from El Rufai and Tinubu, forgetting that they're in the same party. It's just amazing. That's politics. I mean, if they're successful,
let me ask you.
Hold on. If they're successful, someone needs to write this in political history. How a party distance themselves from their own party, made their own party the boogeyman.
Kulata, if this strategy follows through, Tinubu can win this thing by a landslide.
He can now. I mean, I'm not writing Tinubu out or all this thing that's happening. I'm not, because as long as those governors don't leave him, I'm not writing him out. Yeah.
Hold on, Whoopi. Sorry, hold on, Whoopi. Just 1 second. You see, if we've ever doubted if the northern governors will leave him or not, that's El Rufai's speech right there. It tells you that the northern governors are not leaving him. Because they're not living it. And I'll play it again in the course of this session. What he was saying then is that he called a town hall meeting of the whole of Kaduna State and said, continue spending this money. I am giving you my guarantee as your governor, and I will protect you until death. He says, continue spending this money, and as soon as Tinubu comes in, then he will reverse that position. Just as soon as he's announced president, he will address that position. So what is inviting then is that if you want to save your livelihood and indeed your life, vote for Tinubu.
Vote for
He's the one.
Tinubu.
Unbelievable. What pace? You wanted to come in?
Yeah, Kulata, sorry. On the ballot paper, is Tinubu face on the ballot paper or APC?
Thank you. That's
No,
the question I wanted to ask you.
is APC that's on the ballot paper. For
Okay, it's okay,
people,
it's okay.
is
It's just
APC. There's no
APC.
Tinubu on the
It's not
ballot paper.
even, it's not
It's just
articles on
APC.
PDP. So
It's
he said you
APC,
should,
PDP,
APC
is logo.
Yeah, so you say you're fighting against APC. He says there's no vote APC, you vote Tinubu. That when you look for a Tinubu face on the ballot paper, people are agree with APC. People will vote against
See,
APC.
look, please.
Are you saying they don't know that Tinubu is the flag bearer?
They know who the flag bearer is.
Yeah, but it's two things. It's not making sense to me what is going on. If APC is starting APC and Tinubu wants to distance himself from APC and he still says you vote Tinubu, are they going to vote Tinubu face on the ballot paper? A lot of people,
they know Tinubu is running as the flag bearer of the APC now. Are you saying they don't know?
We don't know.
People are going to vote APC now. Vote Tinubu because APC is fighting APC when
they we don't know if they're going to be successful yet. But the way they're going about it, it looks like they're pulling it off. We have to wait till they pull it off to now give them that this is work of genius. Right now, it's looking like they're about to pull off the heist of the century. Because imagine if they just happen to pull this off. What will you say? Do you understand what I'm saying? If APC fights against APC and APC wins against APC, isn't that going to be some stuff of for political? I mean, that's political jujitsu. That's political wizardry if they can do it. And people are listening to them. There's no attack on them yet. People are vexed with Buhari and Emefiele. So they're calling out the enemies now. They're pointing fingers to the enemies. So it's not necessarily them. They're saying, you see, a lot of what they say that is not in APC's manifesto. That is what this government is doing. That is not in APC's manifesto. That is what you see, the distancing. So
But
now
Kulata,
it's like Buhari is no longer APC.
How can a divided house stand? That's one thing. How?
The house is not that divided. The way is united where it matters. It's not like G5. The governor, Buhari's power is temporal. Is expiring in 5 to 6 months. All the governors know that, and all those governors are united, including not just the governors, including the House and the Senate. They're united. So how is that a divided house? Forget about if you take out the so-called the presidency and the cabal, you can compartmentalize the presidency and the cabal right now and almost say APC is different. I mean, it's unbelievable to even explain that you can even start to think about it this way. It just shows the power of messaging. It's the power of messaging. They must have some messaging people working with them because this is not ordinary.
They must have Americans. They must have. You remember when they brought in Buhari? They went and hired the Obama crew to come and.
They brought what's the name of that Obama guy?
You know, it's unbelievable. You know, I've never seen anything like this before.
I mean, you know what is amazing to me, but they've not pulled it off yet. So we're still gonna leave the verdict. What we're talking about is a space of 2 weeks that they've distanced themselves. You know, before they were still trying to hug Buhari, that everybody was saying, will Buhari campaign, will Buhari not campaign, will this. Then all of a sudden, they just started distancing themselves from the government. And now you're now seeing the Presidency Act, that Tunde Subayu coming out. I mean, well, let's see. Let's not talk like they pulled it off because who knows? They may not be able to pull it off. But from what it looks like,
they've certainly pulled something off Kolata because what dominates now the political landscape and the headlines is that Tinubu's battle on behalf of the people versus the Buhari administration that is weighing down upon them. So that's been the news for the last 5 days, 7 days. Because he again came out today to say that that he was going to clean out corruption. It's unbelievable, you know. He has seized the center stage of the Nigerian political space with 2 weeks to the elections, and we're not hearing Atiku's voices or Peter Obi pop through, or even Kwakwan. So it's now the epicenter of everything now is Tinubu versus the federal government.
Yes, and again, you see, the court case they won right now, the one they won that's giving the nation respite, is from the governors. Isn't it from the so-called northern governors? It's from the northern governors. The new one
APC
filed.
governors, APC
The
governors.
APC governors. So, I mean, how can you say APC is not fighting APC with, I mean, in words and in deeds? In words and in deeds. So it's a political, I mean, it's politics. I mean, the people that do it, they're good at what they do. You can just admire them from the past. But this is a coup that we're witnessing right before our very own eyes. How a party is distancing themselves from part performance of the same party. Let's just see if they pull it off. But it looks like something is happening. I mean, that's what I think.
Well, Colata, I don't know why you're perambulating about around this issue. You yourself is saying APC is fighting APC, and you're saying the house is not divided. I don't even know where you stand. Like it's clearly a house
This is a
divided.
this is a nuanced conversation. There's the presidency, right? There's the presidency, and there's the party. The party is fighting the presidency. The party is united. The presidency has been isolated. Do you get it now?
Who's the head of the party?
I mean, Buhari is official the head of the party, but the party machinations have
Official.
they're the ones running the campaign, and
I
then
love that word, official.
is the official head of the APC. But now they've kind of like cocooned, wrapped a spider web around the presidency and the cabals, and they put a boogeyman there as icing on the cake immediately. And then they attack that. They just attack that straw man. And then they say they are the party, they're fighting for you. And then you say, are they really fighting for me? And you say, yes, what about that court case? What about that rally? What about the time Ganduje told Buhari to bounce from Kano? What about, I mean, there's so much deeds that they've now used to follow it that it's now hard for you to say they're not distancing themselves from the presidency.
And just to add that,
that's how I read it.
Just to add that the party is not as divided as you would think. Des, you have Hopuzo Dema, you have El Rufai, you have Kasim Shettima, you have Ganduje, you have even Yahaya Bello at great personal cost. They are now sending the FCC after his family. You have all of them fighting for Tinubu. I would say that that's a united space. I would say that that's a united space. Des.
Yeah, it is a united. It is. It has two faces, right? One side is united, the other side is united. So, um, who's stronger than who? That's the only thing. But as far as I'm concerned, the house is divided. Let's get this fact straight, because now, if if Buhari is sending EFCC to go and arrest what he hasn't done before, the same people in his party, when we've seen so many people that he's actually, turned blind eyes off, and now he's putting them on to arrest everybody you can arrest. So you can see clearly that, there's war in between the two, like you said, the two undivided house that is actually divided anyway.
Sorry, can I come in?
What, Kulata?
One man.
Yeah, come in. Who's that?
Mashud.
Oh yeah, Mashud, come in. Yeah.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
It's just I'm a little bit concerned with what Des has been saying, because you are saying the first point you gave that I heard was that what Tinubu did was not what caused the riot or whatever. But now I want you to believe, like, it's just like a question: are the obedient protesting? The obedient? Have you ever seen any obedient that are protesting for all this?
Yes, they are
Okay.
protesting.
Are you telling me
Yes.
those ones are going against their master or something?
They're not going against their masters. They are going against the Buhari's government because they are suffering. There's nothing about this. Is not Peter Obi's that brought them the suffering. Why are you guys putting
But
it on
Peter
Peter
Obi
Obi?
have told them, he has told them that
Uh,
they should take it as it is. You
nobody is
see,
anybody's master. Listen, you're getting it wrong. Obi is not my master. So don't
okay,
come and tell me that Obi is a master of all the Obedient. Obedient has their own mind. They can do
okay.
whatever they want to do
I
with their
like.
mind, including all the pacified. You can't just say because of Atiku or Tinubu said this, you follow it because it's your master. Is he God? No, don't say that. The obedience, I've seen a lot of them protesting. So it doesn't mean everybody has their own opinion and how they think. So don't say that I'm going against my master or whatever. And Buhari, sorry, Tinubu did not. It's not Tinubu's statement that brought about this whole rioting. Let's get this fact. We already played the video so many times, and we heard clearly what he said. So let's not pretend that he was talking about the people and telling the people to go and riot. No, please.
So,
Okay,
so,
Can
are you
I
so,
done?
interject?
yes. So now,
Yeah.
uh, you are taking an opposing position against your mentor, Obi, on this issue now. Is that what you are telling us?
I've always said I have a mind of my own. I have always said it here. If
No,
something
you are
doesn't
just
go
saying
well
it
with
today.
me,
That was different.
we have helped you. Sorry, carry on, Ajale Koko.
Oh,
Ajale Koko,
what?
carry on.
Yeah, one man you can say what.
No, I was only going to tease. I
But
was, yeah, go on, yeah.
there's what you are saying yesterday was quite from what you are saying today. What you are saying yesterday was that the situation is okay. We have to bear it. Just the same way Obi told us to do. We have to continue like this. It's a good policy. We have to cooperate.
no,
That was what your
no,
position
Thank you, Ajale
that
Koko.
yesterday.
wasn't
That's
my
the point I
position.
was
And then you
referring to.
That
and,
that wasn't
and
my
then
position.
you
Listen,
even hold on now. We are all here. Even yesterday, you and Zaki Fada was questioning why some people were rioting or demonstrating in the southwest, that it was politically orchestrated. You are saying why? Why only in the southwest people were demonstrating against this policy? Why not in other parts of Nigeria? And Patrick was here, was telling you why Yoruba always take a lead when it comes to confronting government bad policy with reference to historical fact. So
can I make a
you
statement
guys
again?
should be stable.
Ajali Koko.
You guys should be stable. You should be stable. You should sound reliable, and you should always take a position that
Ajali.
is clear to everybody, not dilly
Okay,
dallying the way Obi has been doing.
let me set it straight, Ajali Koko. One thing in human mind, if a human mind cannot be changed, then you are automatically dumb. That's just the truth. And if you're thinking because you hold a position and people cannot change your position, then you can never learn. Then you don't need to go to school. That's just what it is. And if I have come and said something, maybe I'm making a statement because of a political statement that stood the narrative at the time. And now, like I said in the beginning, now the purpose, it has served the purpose, right? I said it. But now it's becoming stupid. They should just, scrap the whole thing. That is my statement. I said it's becoming stupid now. It's already done the purpose I wanted it to do. That is what I said, Ajali Koko.
All right, brilliant.
Okay, that's clear. Good. Yeah, Mashud can continue.
I
Sorry,
mean,
Mashud.
Yeah,
anybody
Kulata.
can.
Yeah, Kulata, carry on. So, Kulata, round that
Yeah,
space off, and then we go on to our prestige.
yeah. You can go on to this prestige. I'm done. I'm done.
All right, brilliant. Kulata, stay with us. So man of prestige, it's almost unbelievable. You know those books that they used to write, Dummy's Guide to. So this is a dummy's guide to how not to run an economy. A dummy's guide to how not to run an economy. So they tell us that they are changing the currency, and they come up with all of this worthy and reasonable excuses, reasons. They want to catch the corrupt politician off guard, mop up excess cash within the system, and align the economy along a cashless space. All of them, a round of applause. The only thing is that they don't have enough printing paper for the money. So what are you then making then of what Emefiele told the Council of State? Man of Prestige.
Yeah, thank you very much. And one man, I mean, the whole thing about Nigerian space is very shameful. I mean, the CBN is supposed to be independence, but but that's not so, because it seems like it's being controlled by Buhari. I mean, Buhari has to decide what has to happen. Like I said, it doesn't make sense. This should have been thought out properly. The implementation, is not even, there's nothing resourceful about the implementation. So I mean, to begin with, I mean, this is just suffering from all Nigeria. I understand where some people are concerned about what you do to the politician, which I never, agree to, because the politician is going to have their money. They own most of the banks. So that's not even a reasonable excuse in that regard. The whole thing is just, it doesn't make sense in my own opinion. So I don't know what's going to come out with the council that, the council of, the member of the council that they have today, if there's going to be any change. But up to right now, in Nigeria, it's another day. In Nigeria, it's already Saturday, and the president hasn't spoken, because this is an emergency situation right now. He should have come out, and revise or do whatever they have to do, whatever that is going to help the country. It's not making sense to me, one man.
Do you think it's as a matter of must, Buhari must within the next 24 hours have a national broadcast to address this matter?
He should, but Buhari, knowing the kind of person he is, he doesn't. I mean, when it comes to any kind of national crisis, he doesn't seem to abide to that and come and speak to the nation. I mean, like in America, if, in national crisis like this, you have the president will come out and speak. Just if not just for the implementation, at least to calm things down. Everybody give everybody reassurance, and and that will reshape the space of Nigeria. But Buhari seems to be like, I know he's a lame dunk person already as now, but you still have 3 more months or whatever after the election, or 2 more months to go by. But he just kind of dumb. I'm sorry to use that word for my president, but he seems to be having that in him. So he needs to come out and speak and do whatever he has to do, at least to calm things down. Because like I said, it's not going to change anything soon. Even at all, you come out tomorrow, say, okay, let's flush everywhere with cash. Like you said, they don't have the printing paper. What an utterly excuse is that? You don't have a printing paper? Is it not Buhari relative that's in charge of the printing paper? I mean, the printing paper is supposed to be a national security issue now, because it's not just ordinary paper to print. It has, I mean, how come they didn't thought about all this before they start this implementation, to begin with? I mean, I'm never the person that say, because of the vote buying or something like, because I already know most of them already have, have the money. So that's not even an excuse for that. I don't buy that as an obedience. I've always said that. I never buy that. The concept, I believe, to curb inflation or to make it a cashless, society, that could have taken like at least 6 months to a year, in my own opinion. I mean, what's the rush for? I mean, Buhari, you are in Nigeria, and Mefela and some other people that, that they know how the Nigerian system work. There's nothing you're going to do to truncate people from buying, vote or whatever, because they already own. I mean, they already own the bank and everything. I mean, this is why some of those people in the bank right now, the managers or whatever, who are they holding all those money for? They're holding it for, these big politicians, because they already have it. So I don't believe in that part of it. They don't have money. No, it's a lot of people that is suffering. Like I said, I send money to a relative of mine, just a small amount of money, that live in Ogun State. She couldn't collect it. She couldn't collect because there's no way she can collect. I mean, because she can't get it from the POS. It's a Western Union money, so she has to get it direct from the bank, because there's no way she can get it. She's been going for I sent it to her day before yesterday. She was supposed to receive it day before yesterday. She went there, then she went yesterday. No there. So I don't know what's happening. I mean, they're suffering ordinary people. I don't know. I don't know how this is going to pan out, but it's, in my own opinion, it's a crisis. Okay, I have to say it. Let's be realistic.
It is a
Remember,
crisis.
with the election, it shouldn't be about this. This shouldn't be a political, game here.
It is a crisis, as you said, man of prestige, and El Rufai's. We saw it in video, so he can't even deny, and it's not even intended to deny. El Rufai's invitation to the people of Kano State not to bother taking their old naira to the bank. That as soon as Tinubu wins, that he will reverse the policy. What are you making of that statement? So start from what you're making of it first, and then we explore it.
But does that don't make sense to me? How is he sure that Tinubu is going to win? I mean,
well,
why would you want to win?
that's the thing. It's a high risk.
Yeah. But one man, people has to eat right now before Tinubu win. Okay, even I thought Tinubu win, he doesn't come in until 3 months. I think 2 months after 3 months. So I mean, this is an essential crisis right now that need to be solved right now. It's not about the next incoming president, because you have to leave in order to survive at that time for you to make any kind of alteration to whatever is going on in Nigeria. It's something that is needed immediately. Okay,
yeah,
maybe
but
some people.
Prestige, is that not an immediate solution? Because what El Rufai is inviting is that the people of Kaduna should disregard what Emefiele said, that those denominations will cease to be legal tender, that they should continue to spend it, they should and accept it as a means of trade, that they should disregard totally what Emefiele said. They should continue to spend and use it as a means of trade in Kaduna State. And as soon as Tinubu is declared the winner, he will, as a matter of urgency, tell them that continue to spend it, and I will honor it over the next course of the year or whatever. So that's what he's saying. But that strong position that he has adopted is to say that bring Tinubu in to save your life.
Well, that's a good political, connection. But in a reality, I mean, Kaduna is not a different country. I mean, everything processed through the central bank. So that part of advice, I mean, it may sound political, genuity, but for the ordinary people, that's not going to work. Kaduna is not a different nation. So you can't just be implementing that in Kaduna State, another state. You don't do that.
Man of prestige. If in a same country, if it's in the United States, that statement he made, he would have been in prison by now. He would have been sued and would have been he would have been sued a lot of money out of his pocket. In a same
be
country.
sued. I don't know about being in prison, but
no, he would have been if in the same country, he would have been arrested he would have been in jail, if not in prison. He would have been in jail.
How can he be arrested?
I can guarantee you that. Do you know what he's doing? He's telling people to disobey the law.
How can a governor with immunity be arrested? Come on, be putting reality to your statement.
Listen. If in a same country, he would be sued. I can guarantee you that. They sue governors in United States. What are you talking about?
I can understand you say maybe some different state attorneys sue him for making that alteration, but because he tried to
because
declassify that from the country. But
yes,
I mean,
he's telling
him or
people
whatever,
to disobey the law. That is what he's doing.
But that has not been implemented. It was just a suggestion. I mean,
it
that's
has.
the one I'm looking at. I'm not disagreeing about what he said. That is wrong.
Listen, man of Christ, he said they should even use it even after the deadline. That means he's disobeying the law. He's telling them to disobey the law.
Can I say something? Do you know what happened in Texas when they advocate to separate from United States? I mean, okay, is that not considered treason?
Nothing in United States, he would have been, that statement would have gotten him impeachment. It's just how the law works. It's just the truth. Would have been
let me say this. I don't care what he say or what he did not say. What I focus on is the policy. If in one hand they themselves are accusing Emefiele that he's dumb, he should be fired, that the presidency have nothing to do with this policy. The president is not aware. The president was ambushed, and Emefiele should be dealt with. On the other hand, he is saying again, if continue spending the money, when Tinubu comes in, Tinubu will give the order to continue using it. Please, somebody help me make sense here.
No, it doesn't make sense. And what piece in that regard? It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense.
No.
If we are trying to put Emefiele on the border, Emefiele has the sole power to design and stop Naira. Buhari don't have that power. Then who will not give Tinubu that same power? Somebody, we should just remember what we say here. I'm not against Tinubu. I'm not supporting either. But at least let's speak to a
No,
policy.
this is not about Tinubu world peace. It has nothing to do with
No. It's
Tinubu.
about Tinubu from El-Rufai for Kaduna State. He made a statement. You saw it. I saw
But
it. He said
Kulaka,
it.
are you subscribing to what he said?
I
No,
don't
no, no,
understand.
no. What is said perhaps could be legal. Self, I said so that perhaps is illegal. But what he's saying is all a political statement.
Yeah,
It's
that's what I
just to
thought. It's all political.
yeah.
Yeah,
That's
I
why I
know it's
called him
political. We know
a
it's
good
political.
politician.
We know it's a political. Now, yeah, we see president they are good politician. When he's just making this dumb statement in international TV,
Yeah, but
I
look,
don't
it's a
understand why
game.
people praise such people.
What peace? It depends on
What
the
peace?
Huh?
prism. What peace? It depends
When
on the prism you're coming from.
you're looking
That
at
you're
a
gonna praise him.
political game, you can appreciate a political game. You don't have to take everything. You're looking at the
No,
politician's
I
viewpoint.
understand.
Kulata, it's you that will appreciate it because you're a bad.
I don't
What are you
understand
talking?
because he's not
What
speaking.
are you talking
I don't
about?
understand. But what I'm saying in a general sense is that he's talking to the general public. So you make a general statement. Don't make it look when you are accusing one person of this. Don't go around and do the same mistake. That's just my take. If you are accusing Buhari has messed up, don't turn on that same line. He understand. Don't say Tinubu comes. Tinubu will not become a czar or a dictator. Don't make people start things like that. I don't understand sometimes when you talk, is it for Tinubu or is it against Tinubu? We should try and look at things he says holistically and to see what he's really driving to. Is he pushing the not agenda or I
What
don't
piece?
get it.
You're not taking the full statement. You're not taking the full statement in context. He said, "You guys don't go and riot. Don't go and get upset. Tinubu will come and fix the problem. Keep spending your money." He's trying to prevent them from going to the streets because if they go to the streets, all bets are off. But if it looks like I'm for you, my guy too is for you, then they will be for them. But if they go to the streets, then it's all like screw it, I'm damaging everything. So that's the politics of it that you
But
need to add
okay,
together.
Kulaka, let's say the politics of it. Is that not a political deceive? Because he's deceiving them.
So
You
which
know,
politician says the truth? Prestige. What are you talking about?
Yeah,
The politician
what
says
is
the
a
truth.
Kolaka,
political deceive?
if
You know it.
I wish I was there that he was saying that. If I recorded it, I will wait when maybe it goes against him, and I will wait when he comes out of office. I would sue his ass and get so much money from him. Yeah.
Des, when do you politician, how can you win in that Nigerian space? Supreme
Yeah,
Court or you go, well, I don't know.
anyway, that's true. But if the rule of law was working, he would be in deep mess.
Yeah, one man, everything is, it's terrible what's going on in that country. I mean, I don't think things going to subside. Let's just say they come tomorrow and revise it or whatever. It's going to take a while. I don't know what, it's going to take a while. It may not happen like 2 or 3 weeks or whatever. So, like I said, the cake has already been baked. Whomever they are blaming, of course, like I said, they can't separate a part from a whole. Everything is APC. When people go there to vote, I'm not saying who is going to win, but when people go there to vote, even at all it was revised tomorrow, the hardship will still, it's already baked in there. When people do go there to vote, they are not going there to say presidency or APC. It's APC. If you are going against APC, let's assume, I'm assuming that if you are going against APC, so you're not going to go there say because there's two functions. One is against it, one is for it. That's not the way the Nigerian mentality works. In my own opinion, okay, I may be wrong, but that's how I see things in that area.
All right, brilliant. So Dupe, you have to make sure your mic is switched on because your device is not connecting properly. It's just like you did in the earlier session. Make sure your mic is switched on. So maybe log out and log back in. But so that's to you, Dupe, because I cannot put you on because your device is not. It says they will need to connect their mic or cam. So make sure your mic is connected. So go back out and come back in. So man of prestige now. The positions being realigned. Kwakwanso now comes out to condemn this policy. So I think that's already wrapped in what we said. But there's an emergency meeting going on now as we speak. Now maybe they are coming to the tail end of it. So man on man, Tinubu and Buhari. So Buhari instructed that Tinubu reports to Aso Rock 9:45 p.m. today. So what are you anticipating that the conversation will be like? Tinubu been heavily critical of the Buhari administration as he campaigns to replace them?
I'm only going to speculate. Okay, I'm not in the meeting. Nobody here is in the meeting, so I guess whatever transpire may come out tomorrow if he actually did. I'm thinking for Buhari to call him. He probably is calling Tinubu to calm down. Don't be bashing me in the public. Don't make me look bad. This is my legends I'm trying to protect. Maybe maybe if he's working with Tinubu, they have to find a common ground, the way to go. But I'm thinking it has to be about the public bashing of Tinubu by the whole, APC part of, APC part of the party, separate them from the presidency. If I have to say, what could it be by, than that? Try to find a common ground or warn him. I don't know if Buhari is capable of warning him, but sometimes we underestimate. I don't know if Buhari is capable of warning him, but sometimes we underestimate him. He's a very cunning guy, but he's very quiet. So I'm thinking that's what the meeting is all about. What could it be? Because if it is about the revision of this Naira something or whatever, that could have come out from the council that had earlier today. I think they said that council hearing was about 4 hours or 2 hours. So I don't think it's all about that. Or maybe try to inform Tinubu what, I don't think so, because I don't think it has reason to inform Tinubu about that. It has to inform the public. So I'm thinking it's calling Tinubu to calm down. You should take that part of APC, to stop displaying messing up my legacy,
But man of prestige, he cannot just ask Tinubu to calm down because it knows what Tinubu wants. So in order for him to have a conversation with Tinubu, he has to be able to give Tinubu some assurances. So and the expectation is that Tinubu will ask him frontally, are you going to hand over to me or not? So I think that might well be the conversation that they will have with each other. Yeah.
Okay, that could be true. Like I said, nobody here is privy to what the meeting is all about. I'm just giving my own, it's just a speculation, my own narrative. That may be what it is. So, but whichever way you put it, it runs around this Naira redesign, wherever, or whatever the political space going on right now, what they have seen, whether it's favoring APC, favoring PDP, like some people speculate. So, but it has to be that. So they're having a dialogue right now. But
do you think this Naira policy is going to be the one, after all of the campaigning that we've had months on end, do you think at the ballot, the determinant factor, what's going to decide people's votes is this now Naira policy? Never mind all of the politics. This singular issue is what is going to define and decide how people vote.
Well, I think it's done decided voters. Let's be realistic. You are not in a modern nation. We follow politics here. When people has already decided, they have already decided. Like we stated earlier, most of the undecided are in the southwest. I think Lagos 17%. I don't know that that part in the southwest 13 or 14% in Ogun State. I think Northwest has the most, maybe because of that two political party, religious and the something over there. I think it's going to make it a little bit different because I can't see anybody supporting APC. They're going to change their mind because of this. They already made up their mind. I'm voting for APC. Then they're going to say because of this. That if the person do it, that must be a soft voters. Some people who are already soft. Like I always said, if your obedience already made up their mind, they're going to vote for me regardless. APC going to vote for, going to vote for APC, Atiku, they're going to do the same thing. The people in Kanu, Kwankwa, so they're going to vote for him. So it has to take it. I don't think it's all, it's going to be this. But like I said, the soft target, people who have claimed to have not been decided, but they know where they're leaning. But because of this, they may change their vote. So I don't know. Depends on how many undecided. They say the most is southwest and northwest. So if that's going to make any difference. But no, I don't think it's going to swear you decided already. No, it's just going to be the undecided. Maybe I don't know what percentage. That's the way I look at that.
All right, brilliant. So we're going to take the conversation to Ajande Koko next, and then after Ajande Koko, we'll break it up with a female voice. So Ajande Koko, you're up next.
When are you gonna call me?
Who's that? Adewale?
In the late hours?
All right. Sorry, Adewale. I always leave you to the late hours. But Ajande Koko, do you mind if I go to Wale?
Yeah. Let him go. Let him go.
All right.
No, go
Yeah.
ahead, woman. Go to Majalik.
No.
Go.
Actually,
I was just kidding. I was just
go.
kidding.
Nobody want talk. Nobody want talk now. My talk.
look,
Since nobody did
You,
that.
you should know by now. You should know by now. I'm not scared of anything.
Adewale is marginalized. Marginalized no more. So
I'm always
Adewale,
marginalized.
yes, marginalized no more. So Adewale, it's almost unbelievable. You know what comes out of the Nigerian space is like a parallel universe. The known turned upside down within the Nigerian space. What we're now getting, and this was a conversation at the Council of State, which is the topmost in terms of functions, gatherings within the Nigerian space. All of the previous head of states with the current one, and Emefiele is telling them that they don't have paper to print money. So where do we take it from there? Talk us through that, Adewale.
Thank you. Let me first of all let me break this down the way I understood what's going on. Emefiele's input or what he has done is just part of the scheme, not necessarily the game plan. Now, you remember when El-Rufai first came out and Emilokon himself has said they are holding the money, they kept the fuel, and they try to prevent me to they will vote and we will win. Remember that. And the media came and said, well, why is Tinubu against his party, attacking his party's presidency? People couldn't wrap their head around the whole thing. Now, I kind of understand what is going on. In the presidency, they have some uh, principal federal government employee posted to presidency. And these people work in close range with the presidency. So they have the ear of the presidency. And then remember, President Buhari also is trying to create a level playing field and also to leave a legacy that will outlive him, right? So all these things being put together, they arch a plan. The plan is this is what we're going to do towards the period of election. They knew that even though the naira, currency reprint and all that, it's just to say, you know what, we want to change things, but not necessarily that the politicians themselves are not going to, get their hands on the new currency. Some of them already have spending the money, right? Some of them are the bank, they own the banks. However, they are planning to create a scheme to orchestrate this chaos, to have a financial trouble in the land so that people would turn against the party in the process that the candidate themselves will be the target. I mean, the voters will vote against the party that be. Now, how they're able to succeed to manipulate and to change the mind of president, because sometimes when I see President Buhari and Tinubu on the same podium campaigning together, in my head, I'll be thinking, what are these two people thinking at this moment they are standing next to each other like this, including the party chairman, Adamu? I'll be imagining that in my head. Now, they were able to succeed to convince Buhari simply because he wants to leave a legacy. To say, doing this would change the people's mind and it will be in their good book for life. However, Emefiele part comes in as the larger picture, but it comes in towards the end of it because they're trying to put it in to fit that puzzle. Now, who tend to benefit and who tend to lose in this scheme? And I put it side by side. Number one, it is possible that Buhari would have benefited, but because of the way uh, the thing ended up, he's not going to benefit because his name is now being put on every Nigerian's lip, shouting about what he has done. Two, if he had succeeded, Emefiele would have taken the glory as well that he fought corruption. Three, the bankers, of course, they are making money because they are selling the money, they're giving it out, and people making money, right? Now, who tend to lose? And I look at it this way. The party, APC, would have lost because they are not just the candidate, the entire party would have lost because people will be against them just as they are doing it now. Then Tinubu himself will have lost. Then three, Buhari too would have lost out. Now, who the biggest beneficiary of this scheme is not even Peter Obi, it's not even Kwankwaso, it is Atiku Abubakar. Remember when El Rufai was saying that these folks were planted in the presidency, that some of just like when you work for the state of Arizona or you work for the state of New York, not necessarily part of the member of the party, but you work in there, right? You may be stationed in maybe governor's office or in the legislature, working, with any of these National Assembly members and all that. But then you are working and you're also influencing their decision one way or the other. That is exactly what those folks are doing in the presidency. Now, Buhari has shot himself in the foot by giving a go ahead to the presidency simply because they make him believe that what he's doing is for him to have a long lasting legacy. Now, we are seeing a situation where power is playing out, and then people are demonstrating and showing that power, and they're using it in a way that will benefit them. Number one, the money released are not that much compared to the money, I don't want to use the word siphon, but mopped out in the system, in the circulation. Now, whoever planned this from the beginning have succeeded by trying to change people's mind against the government and the party, incumbent party, right? So you put it side by side. Who is the biggest loser? Are the Nigerians. Because number one, they are unable to, decipher what is going on, the power play behind the curtain itself. Fortunately for Miloko himself, he voiced it out. And people, the opposition did not want to pay attention, or should I say, the media didn't pay attention because they felt what he was doing was just not done. You don't go back and started throwing your party under the bus or under the train. But now, the reason why I said I tried to wrap my head around what the Buharis and, Tinubu will be thinking, or the meeting they will be having, is what would they be discussing? Now is in the public. You can't reverse yourself, right? So you left it to the hands of the judiciary. And the judiciary, I'm not so sure, it depends on the highest bidder. But what they've done, it seems what they've done is not actually judgment, but just a ruling to pause, to put, foot off the pedal for a while and let things cool down. But I can assure you, before the election, they will set an ultimatum, probably maybe towards before the election time, just to pacify those who are orchestrating the plan, at the same time, the masses. So it will look as if, it's 50-50. But at the end of it all, I'm scared, woman. The level of control and power the federal government have in the life of the people that they are governing. For crying out loud, where the Mayfield part comes in is what I'm trying to wrap my head around. They were able to successfully use this sector that is, a sector that is, I won't say it's unknown, but it's just that it's there, but you just don't really look at it like, it's there. What is their job? Just to make sure that they regulate the currency. And as a matter of fact, it's not even the job of a CBN to be monitoring how monies are not there. Our job is just to make sure that, I think internet GDP and all that is maintained. But then you now becomes the one that police how money goes around. I think that is the job of ICPC and AFCC and the police. So now you realize that every other candidate did not actually come out to say, you know what, this thing is wrong, because they tend to benefit more from this politically. Because if they had come out to condemn what the CBN and the presidency has done, that means they also be the target. So they chose to keep mum simply because they will benefit from it. But deep down, they know the people that they are trying to govern, they are the one bearing the pain. Now, what El Rufai has done, El Rufai has nothing to lose. As a matter of fact, he is not even planning to come to government. He said he wants to go for his PhD, and he meant it. But Buhari, what is it called? Tinubu.
Tinubu, yeah,
Tinubu
Tinubu.
is the one trying to we need you, we need your expertise. You're a technocrat first. He doesn't even see himself as a politician. But at the end of it all, he's going to the grassroots. Politics is local. He's going to his people to let them know, look, you don't need to make trouble. Because right now, if eventually our candidate win, is going to reverse this. Of course.
Is that not a high risk strategy? What is that not a high risk? Because is putting the livelihood and wealth of millions of people in Kaduna State at risk with that statement?
But the thing is this, it's still about politics. What is coming from the political angle? Vote for us. We will reverse this because you are hurting right now. You see what I'm trying to say? Put us in power. We will change the course. But if you don't,
this is basically what is insinuating is what we call mutiny. That is basically what it is. What is
it's not
insinuating
mutiny. It's
is
not calling
mutiny.
up arms. No. It's not calling up arms against government. It's saying when we get to when the Tinubu is voted in, he will reverse.
Mutiny is not about calling arms. It's not just
So
like you have to call arms. It's not just about it.
What is it called then? What is mutiny
When you
then?
are going against the system which you agree to, that is what is called
I've
mutiny.
explained earlier how this thing are playing out. You have some people in the presidency that have changed the mind of the president to support this scheme, and they've put it out there. There are some things you cannot do because you are trying to maintain the status quo. Now, you can try to find and wriggle your way out because, come to think of it, the CBN governor doesn't even need the presidency approval. It's just a nod that he needed. A finance minister does not even know. He wasn't aware that they are going to do this when the CBN came to the media. Remember? So it's not about saying the part is this is the way. If you do it, you are damned. If you don't do it, you are damned. That is the way it is. Now, you have to find a way around it to come out victorious, or else you are going to go down with the system.
Yes, but that's why we have the.
So to the layman, it's as if the house is
Isn't it
fighting against.
why they're going to the courts?
Hold on. They can go to the court simply because you can. That's the see. Um, you have to think outside the box to get out of this and to come out of top.
Hello.
Because if you think,
hello, sorry, Wale.
Can I interject?
Yeah, Dope wants to come in. Dope, yes. Carry on.
Sorry, woman. Can you hear me very well?
Yes, we can.
Yeah, please. You see, somebody like me, I'm here to learn from intelligent people like Kulata, Baba, Bodajale Koko, Adewale, Enigmatic. Those are very intelligent guys.
Don't attack Desmond. Don't attack Desmond. For now,
you go school pass me. You go school pass me. I know the intelligence.
Keep quiet.
Ebele alone. Calm down. Calm down.
One man.
Can you get rid of her, please?
One man. How would this lady come and start telling them to shut up, to quiet?
I don't understand.
No, this is not right now. It's not Yoruba platform. Tell him to calm down.
Yes, so I've calmed that down. So back to you. Dupe, settle down. Leave Desmond alone. Desmond is a senior member of this
told
platform.
you I broke her heart. Don't worry.
Don't worry. You don't provoke her either.
Can I go on?
We were enjoying Adewale. Back to
Can
Adewale.
I go on?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
One
See,
target, they are
I
ghosting each other. But carry on. Yeah.
thank you. I
Yes.
work in the office of the governor of my state, right? And regardless of my political affiliation or my religion or anything, I'm working there in the capacity as a Texas, right? Now, even though I have the ears of the governor, there are some ways I can, because you look at it this way. I'm trying to make it side by side with the governor. The governor has less than 6 months to leave the power. His power is limited now because the principal actor that are orchestrating this thing in presidency, they know that if they succeed, they are going to come back to the power corridor. But if they lose out, they know they are on their way out. So you rather support the incoming administration than to go down with the current one because the current one, they are just a lame duck administration. So they are orchestrating this thing within the presidency so that presidency bought and went along with it. You see what I'm trying to say? El Rufai says this thing wasn't part of the APC agenda. Remember that. Now, the ordinary person on the street will think, well, isn't the president part of the APC? Why would he do this? It is possible because he's been sold. At this time, I can tell you the level of numbers of people that will be trooping into Aso Rock will be reduced because they have less than a year to go. I'm talking about less than a year, half of a year to go. So nobody's benefiting anything from them. They are looking forward to whoever is going to come to that corridor of power so that they can start hanging around. So that power is playing, and these people are connected. If you are working in that area, in that sector, that means you are highly powerful, whether you're a permanent secretary or you're just ordinary secretary, you are powerful. I mean, during Jonathan, people were monetizing their position. They will print cards. Mere having that card alone is enough to guarantee your meal ticket. So people do this because they know they want to put some level of power they could acquire and also use it to their own advantage. Now, I want to believe, but this is my own opinion now, that Atiku will benefit more, not even Kwankwaso or Obi, because Atiku himself must have been the one to benefit indirectly. Let me say that it's the one controlling those cabal in the Asura. But he will benefit because people will turn against the governor, the government of the day. Which other bigger party is out there? It's PDP, right? And
Is that sorry, Wale?
so
Is that not what we're hearing in the language that we're hearing from Tinubu? Because he can read those signals too. That
you have to
yeah,
speak
yes.
in a such it's because I wonder why would President Buhari will keep going to the rally of Tinubu to say this is my candidate. However, what is going on now in the society is that people are against the party, and you have the person involved in the center of this coming to the rally and raising the hands of the candidate of his party. Now, in your mind, you begin to wonder what is going on here. Is this like abracadabra? How come this party seems to be fighting each other at the same time they are uniting and raising? Because Buhari has shot himself in the foot. Let me use the presidency. They've they've injured themselves. Now they are nursing their wood behind it, though. But at the same time, there's nothing because Buhari can't go back now and say, "Oh, I'm reversing myself." You'll be seen as a failure. So you will try to manage the crisis. And
Yeah, but
how are they doing that?
sorry, Adewale, but does it not have to, not to say cancel the Naira swap as a policy, but abandon this rather rigid timeline and just let it run to the end of the year? He has to, within the next 24 hours, make a decision to ease the tension in the country. And that's the only decision open for him is to loosen that nose around that currency and say, let the two currency run in tandem. And as the old ones make their way slowly back into the banking system, then they're never coming back out again. But all these 10 days, 2 more hours, all this nonsense, it has to stop.
Not
And
that
it
easy.
happening
Waman,
It's not
within
that
24
easy.
hours. Yeah.
It is not
Waman,
that easy,
sorry.
woman.
I got the sorry. Sorry, I have
Go,
something for my chest. I cannot hold it anymore. I want to say something, please. Sorry.
go on.
First of all, where's Oga Ajale Coco? Please, is he here? I want to hear his voice. Please, Oga Ajale Coco, are you there?
He's not.
Ajale Coco,
It's there, but I think he's driving. Oh, okay, there
Hello?
he is.
I think,
What did you
yes, Oga
say?
Ajale Coco, I'm calling
Yeah.
your attention to this. Just listen to what I have to say. One man, I cannot say I have a stake in this platform, but I have a lot of interest in this platform. I think apart from Ajale Coco, I'll be the next oldest person in this platform that's been coming to this platform for almost a year now, every day. Most of the people I met here, most of them are no longer here anymore. But I'm still here. Ajale Coco is consistent here. And we love this this platform for one thing. It's not a tribal a platform. I think Oga Ajale Coco is being respected for one thing as an elderly man in this platform that reacts to the situation, not being tribalized, and he reacts not emotionally. He reacts according to the subject, and that's why we all like Ajale Coco here. This lady cannot come into this platform. I want to make it sound like a Yoruba platform and start telling them to keep quiet and
Who
start
is your
saying
lady?
things to. Madam, calm down. Madam, calm down. Speaking, please.
Hold on,
Keep
Dokwe.
quiet
No,
yourself.
Dokwe. No, Dokwe. We're not doing that. Let Wapis have a say.
Yeah. So we have respect in this platform. You can come here and say things you want to say. People push back at you, but don't make it personal. And Ajale Coco, before, one thing I respect about you, when such people come in, you correct them and direct them how the platform go. So how come are you give this lady a soft landing? Or do you not hear what she was saying before? I not hear what she's saying right now. This platform was not built on this.
What is?
It's
Listen,
not
I'm
built
not
on this.
angry. What is? Let me
It's
say
not about
something.
you, Des. This person is bigger than me and you.
She's
It's not
directing it
about
to me.
Des. Hold on. Des, hold on. Hold on. This person is bigger than me and you. It's not about you or me.
All right. You're
This
right.
Ajale Coco caution this lady.
No.
Please let me talk, woman. Please, can you allow me to talk?
No. The only thing I want to hear from you is an apology. So I need you to apologize to this.
Are you talking to me, woman?
Yes, I am.
To apologize to Des, that is just my first child's mate. That he said he wants.
All right. So I'm going to remove.
Let me make a statement.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let's hear from Ajale Coco because I'm about to remove Dupe for the rest of the day.
Hold on. Let us calm down. I didn't hear what she said when she came in. I knew she said something. I didn't hear what she said to this, but I don't think we have to react so harsh. We don't have to. This is our first time here on the platform, so I think what we have to do, if she have done something wrong, or we observe that what she said is not what we allow here. We have to tell her the way we operate on this platform. I think that is the best thing we have to do.
Yeah,
No. What please? Let Ajale Coco land, and then I have a comment, and then we move on because I was enjoying what Wale was telling us just now.
What piece? I think your observation is right, but don't let us be too harsh to ourselves, particularly ladies. We have been calling for ladies to come on this platform, and she just came in today, and I don't think it is good for us to just try to show our muscular, physique over her like that. Let us calm down and let us tell her the way we operate, and we would like her to cooperate with us, and we can continue to run the.
This is the second time. Hope you know. This is the second time she came and she's bouncing on me. But I want to make a statement. My sister, I am not angry. Listen, I just want to say something. You know me, one man. I know the verse, so all these things. Sometimes you say it, I just laugh. To be honest with you, I'm smiling. I know they verse me. But if you say I'm not intelligent, it's left for the audience to hear what I'm saying. If you say everybody is more intelligent than me, I can remember saying mutiny. Everybody knows what the meaning of mutiny is. If what I'm saying doesn't occur with what Urufai said, then I'm less intelligent than I'm pretty sure I'm not even intelligent as you. I'm just an undergraduate. So
Yes, are you
I'm not
talking
angry, my
about me?
brother.
Yeah, no, no. Let me just say this and then we round it up. And then we get back to Wale because I was just delighting in what Wale was saying to us just now. So this for you, Dupe, and really for the extension of the space. We are very particular about language here. We have a zero tolerance for confrontational. We don't even mind people being pushed, but just the language has to be managed. So no foul language is allowed on the platform. I'm not going to invite you to apologize to Desmond, but I will apologize to Desmond on behalf of the platform. And I must just say this: Desmond is a long-standing member of this platform. He has been with this platform for a very, very long time, and we always delight every time he turns up. He's a supremely intelligent man, very casual, very jovial, but a very sharp brain. A very respected member of this platform. So we don't joke with Desmond, just to be clear. Back to you, Adewale. You were talking us through the shenanigans going on.
Thank you, one man.
Yeah.
This type of person, I don't engage in confrontation. We are on the platform where we're just sharing idea. Des was saying that I was asking him what he means by mutiny. I'm not coming at you in the angle of non-intelligence or whatever. I was just trying to let you explain what you mean by that. I was.
No,
Uh,
that
No,
wasn't for
it
you. That
wasn't you.
wasn't
It
for
was
you.
Dupe.
oh,
It
It was
wasn't you.
Dupe.
No, no, no.
okay.
But you were talking us through how this might well
Yes.
turn out to be to
Yes.
Atiku's advantage.
Yes, and I look at the fact that when you see that the people turn against the government of the day, and the next biggest party tend to gain more by gaining some sympathy from the reneged supporter of the incumbent party. However, and I look at it this way: now, what Buhari is trying to do, forget about all these state council meetings and all that. They can't tell him what to do because it's still the person in charge, right? But then you're trying to manage the crisis by making it look like you are working on it, you are doing something. However, these people, they've put it out there, it's still playing on, it's still ongoing. Uh, what happens with the CBN directives and the process is just a debacle, and one aspect they're dealing with. Now, Buhari has to come now to be increase his presence in the campaign rally, because if he doesn't, the party sympathizers will see that as a divided house. But that still doesn't stop the state government that took the part the is it I think it took the federal government to the Supreme Court.
There are 4 states now at the Supreme Court with
With
different
even
inflections.
even all the
Kano
all,
State as
all
well.
the APC state government took government I mean federal government to the Supreme Court. It will still not make any difference. It's still going to be the same outcome. But probably they're trying to limit the number of the class action so that it won't look as if what am I trying to gain or lose from this. But if you look at the way they are trying to stage manage the crisis, I'm talking about the presidency now, to make it look like yes, Buhari can reverse himself. Because if Buhari says, well, we are going to change the date, that means he's going against the plan of the cabal. And guess what will happen? And I said it's not going to be that easy. The opposition will lash at it and say, you see, he's telling us he's going to create a level playing field. But guess what? He's reversing himself. But every time it comes to the media and say, oh, our decision is final, it's irreversible, the opposition will shout hallelujah because it favors them, right? It favors them because they believe the power, the current party will not be able to acquire more money, to buy vote. right? But then if you come out to say, I'm going to reverse, that is why he left it in the hand of the judiciary. But all this is still, I mean, you look at it, the who is it called? Chief Justice was sing praises his government, sing praises Wiki and all that. So it tells you where his alliance, or we can call it lies, right? So, and the Supreme Court judges, was the one that said, well, let's pause on this. So no matter the outcome of the court case, I mean the case in the court, it's still going to be win-win for both. But then what Emilokan has managed to do, he has able to manage to be able to distinguish his campaign far distant away from the decision of the presidency, so that you are not going to rigmarole myself and rope me in and APC as a party altogether, so that people would not start saying, you see, I'm condemning the party. Because at the end of the day, when people troop out on the street in Ogun State, in New Zealand, Oshogbo, and Lagos, and all that, they weren't shouting Tinubu. They were not even shouting Buhari. They were talking about the bank and the CBN, right? Because when the CBN came with this introduction of new notes, people embrace it and say, oh, thank God, these politicians will hear when they will hear not. But look at it. They are feeling the pain now. And guess who is rioting out in the street? They, the gullible ones, the masses, right? So now, if the crisis persists towards the week leading to the election, the Emilokon's campaign has to intensify, like put the metal to the pedal and kick that accelerator to the fastest gear ever, because they would need to have an intense campaign to let them know this is not our fault. But if this situation is not averted before, if a week before the election, I mean, it's averted before a week election, they will be singing hallelujah. But then that probably alone may not actually mean the end. I mean, it will not mean the only reason why the election will come out in their favor. But I just realized that federal government has a lot of power. And
sorry, Adewale, under this Buhari administration, we've really seen, or I speak for myself, I've really seen just how powerful the Nigerian president can be. Just on this one single man, a decision he's made, look at the level of chaos. Unbelievable.
Yeah. And if you look at it, we are so used to authoritarian system. We are not democratic. In nature, we are not. We are used to somebody saying, this is the direction we are going to go, and we are going to go that way, whether you like it or not. You can't stand up. You can't challenge the status quo. You can't. You just have to follow like zombie. And we are so used to that. And we forgot that the democracy we practice has equal shared power between the judiciary and then the legislation. And look at it this way: legislatures are there to make law. Now, a serious opposition will flood the National Assembly with their members and pump money towards that sector. So even if the equipment decided to, let's target I say Aso Rock. But the oppositions are waiting in line in the National Assembly. Every day, that president will not even be able to sleep. That tells you a serious country. But everybody put their eyes right there on Jesus Christ last born, the president of Nigeria. Because we believe a single pronouncement. A CBN governor has to go to Aso Rock to get approval, which he does not need. And that tells you the power. And the president can also put a stop at those directives. But then he chose to ignore it simply because he felt, okay, what is my interest in this? It's going to favor me. And guess what? People now can do trade. No commerce. So at the end of the day, it boomerangs. Now they're trying to manage it. But because a time is going to come, even there's no society as of now, there's no economy that is completely 100% cashless, except as Amazon has bought that country. I don't know. But there's no economy, no country that 100% cashless. Even here and abroad, we go to churches and mosques, people are still contributing with money. Every day, the offering in the churches, people don't even put their check there anymore.
Dewale, let me ask you a question. So this position adopted by El Rufai, if let's say about 5 more states, if they come out and adopt that same position to say, you indigents of my state continue to spend the old currency, how do you think the central space will respond to that? If Lagos State does it, for instance, how do you think the central space would respond to that?
Unfortunately, our federal system does not give the power to states to, when it comes to monetary aspect of our economy, federal government still control it. But if other states, rises up and decided to join in the agitations and
In the
in the,
mutiny, according
I
to
won't
this.
call it mutiny. I would not
No,
call it. I refuse to call it mutiny. It's just to say I'm against federal government. I'm against these directives, and our people continue because whether we like it or not, El Rufai has some responsibility to his people, to the people of Kaduna, and he cannot sit back as an executive governor and let people suffer. Well, something's got to give, right? So every means necessary. So people are going to eat. And if you are to maintain peace, we're talking about security in your state, as volatile as Kaduna, you have to do whatever is necessary. Look at it today. Governor Sanwo-Olu rolled out a POS, free POS, whatever, in every corner in Lagos State. That is what governors does. But I won't see what he said in that public gathering. I won't see it as a mutiny against the federal government. He has to do what he's got to do to broker peace in his state, or else that state will go in the flame. People can't trade. They don't have the money. So go ahead and spend the money if that's what it's going to be. But you know what? Because a government is coming to be in the next 6 months, whether they like it or not. And guess what? I won't be surprised if Atiku wins the election and he say, you know what? People can bring their money out and start changing it. Because it will come to people still keep money. People still have money at home. So at the end of the day, he's got to say do what he's got to do, or else he's going to lose out. His party is going to lose out when people can't trade, can't do anything, can't function. He's going to lose out. So what are you going to do? So that's why I would not go up and blaming Rufai for making that statement. I can't call it mutiny because if you're in that position, you do it, you are damned. If you don't do it, you are done because you are the governor. And he went to the grassroots to make that speech. He didn't go to the elite.
All right. Thank you, Dewale. So Dewale, there's a meeting going on, probably just as we're still speaking now. Very important meeting, of course. It is Buhari who has suddenly invited Tinubu to come and meet him at 9:45 p.m. Nigerian time. So that meeting might well still be ongoing. So man on man, let's duke it out. So they're duking it out now. The Mala from the north and the Luther from Lagos. So how do you, a fly on the wall, anticipate that conversation? Are you anticipating that Buhari is inviting Tinubu to pull back the criticism a little bit? And are you imagining that Tinubu is asking him frontally that, Mala, are you going to hand this thing over to me or not? A little commentary on that space, and then we go on to this.
I was listening to, there was this video clip that I watched of 50 Cent. It was talking about the most brutal people in this world and not the armed robbers. The folks that put on tie and put the babaringa and they just a stroke of pen, they can control the destiny of thousands and millions of people. Those are the people we should be scared of. What is going on as regard as that meeting is just a state managed or a stage managed passport. Let me put it that way. We're going to give the public, this is how we're going to stage manage things. They need the optic so that they can know that there's a meeting taking place. These people, they ride together. They are on the same stage in the campaign rally, so they could talk if they want to talk. But the thing is this: we have to put it officially out there that we are talking, as it is right now, because it seems that every campaign going on now, I say Rufai, Buhari has been very, very present. He's virtually everywhere. He was in Sokoto. He was in Sokoto and every other state. I think it was in Bauchi as well. So, and it shows one thing. Now, the meeting is, I won't really read more because everything has to be well planned. I hope you're understanding my point, Moma and others.
Yes.
They have to stage manage everything so that it will look as if they're trying to broker peace and trying to find solution to what's going on. No fuel, no money. So society is thrown up and everybody is. I mean, it has to show that they're actually making effort in sort of. If not, APC and Tinubu will lose. They are the one that are going to be the biggest loser if they don't stage. You see, the other candidates, they are sitting down in their hand, folding it and watching it playing out. I can bet you Atiku has to do with what is going on in the presidency because those folks will benefit in his administration. Probably they're not Tinubu's favorites. Probably they don't even buy. They don't even see Obi as the potential president or Kwankuso.
No. Do you think in all of the permutations that is going on within Aso Rock and this and this Naira saga, do you think Obi is a factor in any of these things that is going on?
I don't think so, but it's going to be the biggest beneficiary.
Obi is going to be a beneficiary.
Yes.
Right? How?
Okay. If the voters turn against APC, right? Because whether you like it or not, people still see APC and PDP as the same, right? Let's just say in a country that is full of people that have normal brain, that say, you know what, enough of this shenanigans. Let's just look inward and think outside the box and do something crazy. Let's vote for somebody as a form of, a protest. They could vote for Obi now. They could choose to vote for him. So hindsight is going to be one of the beneficiaries. If people revolt against APC and decided, we don't want to vote for them. I mean, the margin of that vote may not be that much, but it's still going to benefit. If the people decided, you know what, enough of this nonsense. That's why I say. But him as a factor, I don't really think so. But I may be wrong. The cabal and the presidency might also be working in his favor. I might be wrong. Okay? But then Atiku and his machineries, I want to believe, as this is my opinion, and I'm not saying categorically that it's a factual, probably because these folks have been in the corridor before. They know who is who. Obi has never for once has a connection, maybe during Jonathan, and that was it, right? I might be wrong too, but I'm looking at somebody who lived somewhere and left the residue, and and they're still growing in there. So that is the reason why I came up with that, that theory that Atiku might be behind all this nonsense going on because he tends to gain. I mean, these folks, they already have the money, but you know what? Let's just turn the society against them. Maybe they will now be dealing with that while we're going on with our campaign. So that is the way I'm thinking outside the box, thinking that is the way it is. And going to the CBN and the bank and the ATM and the people, a cashless society will be the one where maybe United States or in an advanced country that have all the infrastructure, the light is constant. There's ATM, you have multiple platform, money can be transferred, without having cash hand in hands. Now that is where you can now say, you know what, enough of all these things. Let's everybody go zero cashless. But we're talking about Africa. They barely have light. They barely have electricity. I'm talking about barely. Some don't even have light for the entire year. So, and banks do not, some villages do not even have banks. You will travel thousands upon miles before you can get to a bank. POS, how many people can be carrying cash around in those local area? Maybe one POS in one city or one village. So our society is still the one that a lot has to be put in place before you can now start dreaming of cashless society. I understand that you want to fight against terrorism, but these folks do not even operate with local currency. If I'm going to be an armed robber or a kidnapper, I'll be demanding naira from you, then swear for me. I'll be asking you in pounds and dollars because I can hold on to those. When the money is right, I can exchange it or have take the money away from the country to import ammunitions and all that. So the argument that is to fight, maybe to some extent, but I don't think so because everywhere is porous. As long as Nigerians are in charge, nothing is going to work because that I need to get something out of it. Personal interest is what we usually seek out for, not for the general interest. As black people, I'm sorry to say, that is who we are. And I said, who is behind that backfield?
Let me ask you a final question, just a very brief commentary, and then we go on to this. You said, as black people, I've theorized here once that black people, they are not suited to governing themselves, and I cannot think of a black space that governs itself. Am I right in that
I wouldn't say black people are not.
they're not suited?
I won't. But I won't.
Where have we ever demonstrated? Which country have we demonstrated the
No,
capacity to?
This guy sang a song. He said, "Ologbon ju, ogbo." When you too wise, when you are too wise, right? You tend to sabotage yourself because you are too wise. Remember in those days we used to look at the professors and say, this person is going crazy because he's doing everything, the other round. However, they're doing the right thing, but we see them as, the misfit of the society. When you are too smart, then it tends to use it against yourself. I won't say can't be self-governed. No, we can't. But what I've seen
No. Sorry, where have we demonstrated the capacity to self-govern as a race?
And that speaks to our impatience. That speaks to the fact that we are not able to put our rank, pole in the rank of. I forget how to say it.
That's it. For whatever reason.
But I won't say we can't be self-governed.
Black people,
it's
not
just
demonstrated.
I won't say that we can't be self-governed. We can. We can if we really wanted to. But it has been in us to be against ourselves. All right. We never for once united. We never for once say this is going to be a white man will sacrifice and say, you know what, for the sake of the generations unborn, let me just do this. That's why you can see somebody volunteering to go to the space to do something no one ever done before. But the black man will think of it's about me now. But I won't say we can't be self-governed. Of course we can, but because we are smart people, I still believe that we are the highest intelligent human being on the planet Earth.
No, you can't say that. But I think Fatai wants to. I think Fatai wants to. We'll interrogate that. But I think Fatai wants to interject only to agree with me. Fatai, good to see you.
I want to go more with my brother Dewale. I think.
Where have black people demonstrated the capacity to govern themselves? Where?
Hold
on. Let Fatai come in. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's. I think we are just growing up. There's no. I don't think. Actually, the reason I wanted to come in is this sort of expression led to a lot of problems during the Nazi regime. I mean, it should not be entertained at all. I mean, I don't see anything different. I mean, there's no anything different between the brain of the black man and the white man, right? So it's not really. I think it's just like so many decades and.
Are you trying to suggest that black people have a brain? Is that what you're suggesting?
I have a brain for sure.
Yes, a brain, but is this a functioning one? Is this next one?
Well, man, I will sue you.
Not you personally, but you
know.
No, because
against God, I will sue
you. My brain is better than the brain of many white people. Even.
But you are a genius now. So the people on this platform, you Kulata,
according to
Dewale,
their
Desmond.
You know
according to
one
their
thing, one man.
statement,
You know one
I
thing,
don't
one
think
man.
that is the point of one
You
man.
know,
I
I,
think this is the
I
point.
said that tongue in cheek somewhat, but there's something to of course, I think black people, because from the conversations we have, we can describe how governance can work, but we cannot seem to implement it. It's just and there is no one black example. Don't even cite Rwanda, a proper black country that
No,
shows a capacity to.
one man. I will tell you that administration able to be able to manage human and resources is a science that needed to be taught, people to learn. Okay, but because we never for once put it in that perspective, we always believe that our self um, uh, capacity is enough. But in some ways, we never for once try to look at it from the science point of view. Because if you look at it from that prism, we'll be able to say, you know what, if you are to take a decision, you look at the numbers, the stats, everything that works so that you'll be able to come up with a policy that well suited for your society. But because we never put it in that way, the people we have in the public sector or in the public office never look at it in its form of science. They just come on and say, you know what, this today, because you can imagine in a state where allocation of the state is being divided in an hotel room, and decisions are being made on the coffee table. Now that tells you that those people are they are not capable of making decisions of administrating or managing the people and the resources. But when we have people that can look at it from an angle of okay, which one go to the south, which one go to this, which percentage we need to put on this, and then we'll be able to see everything coming together and the society grow at the same time. But we have the capacity to do that. But unfortunately, the people that are supposed to be doing that stay back because they can't stand the mudslinging, the virtue, the what comes with it. Because you have to have a thick skin, and not everybody can withstand what goes on in the politics. Because some will have depression, and not even Yaba left will be able to cure them. That is what is wrong with us. We are good. We have that. We're smart.
But I think it's more. I think it's more of apathy.
All right. Come in, Fatai, and then you enigmatic, and then I'll go on to this. Fatai, come in. Okay.
Well, I think it's more of a square pegs and round holes. That really is the problem. No, I don't think it's too much general like that. We've been having too many square pegs. There are many people who package themselves to be experts in what they are not experts. We have too many professors of economics. Look at the CBN, this CBN now, you know. So we had Soludo before. We had change of Naira. We had everything. We had more complicated. We had bank merger. Imagine if this guy was the one who was CBN governor when Soludo did the merger of the bank. This is a complex stuff. Soludo did it like it's nothing. Like I mean, it was so painless. It's incredible. Imagine ordinarily to put ink on papers. Imagine the whole thing is destroyed. So I think this is the problem. You're a banker, you are trying to make a CBN work like a Zenith bank. Sanusi was there, him and his deputy, they were fighting politics. They started destroying this guy, Kingsley Moghalu, professor of political economics. I don't even know where him and this guy. What is the other guy? This guy with Obi now. Even he is supporting Obi even. Kingsley Moghalu. So these professors of economics are the ones running our central bank. I don't even know what it means, professor of economics. When I see somebody call himself professor of economics, they are like a lost soul trying to be relevant. What is the other guy's name? I don't remember his name. Two of them now they call themselves professor of economics, and they are like the
Are you
change of
talking about Patutomi?
Patutomi and Kingsley Moghalu, professor of
Yeah.
economics. They
No,
destroyed
no, it's
the
agricultural economics, isn't it,
CBN.
Patutomi? Yes, it's not proper economics, but I
Eh?
can.
But in practical terms, Patutomi has actually basically almost destroyed everything he has touched in Nigeria. If you look at his history,
Incredible. Round pegs in square holes. That is the problem.
I've always thought that we have only one economist in Nigeria, and it's Bismarck Rewani or something like that. Yeah, he's the only one that's ever really been able to speak any sense of anything.
Okay, this guy that was on channel today.
Egmatic, sorry. Say that what did you say again, Papa told me again. Say it again.
I said he has basically destroyed almost everything he has touched in his career.
Destroy or fulfill.
I mean, when you get almost everything, almost every company liquidated or almost on the point of collapse. I mean, that is basically your.
Okay. Maybe I'm not hearing well because my daughter is watching movie. But Patu Tommy was giving a data state economy. He was head of data state economy this thing, and Udoga gave him a blank check. What did he do? What did he do? There's no one for stories in data state. There's no economic plan. I don't know. Anyway.
But he was. I think at a point, he was maybe the pioneer or whatever in Volkswagen Nigeria then, and then he has shared or probably been a part of some blue chip companies in Nigeria, and you can basically see his foothold to be very, very disturbing. So when you look at them, all of them coming around now to pontificate about Nigeria's economic system, then you will be asking yourself, are these people actually stupid or where are they coming from? We are all educated. I mean, when you listen to people sometimes, there was this Nigerian in my MBA class then that I think he worked with one of these folks in Nigeria then, and we were having some few conversation, and then he was opening my eyes to the atrocities of most of these guys. Then people that does not really understand their history or probably don't even know more about them, they want to take them seriously. So it's just unfortunate. But go ahead. I wanted to touch on the Rwanda, that we shouldn't make Rwanda like an Eldorado of Africa's political dream, or a statement like dream of what we should be looking forward to. Because as we see Rwanda right there, Rwanda is going to be I see more or less like the next Idi Amin in Africa. I mean, that their president Kagame.
He wants to be president for life. He's changing the constitution.
Yeah,
I think he's a military head of state.
No,
it's not military.
It's civilian.
Was it voted? I think it was military. Then
Yes, he was military. Yes, he was.
He's a military guy. He has not pulled off his uniform. He just take off the uniform.
Yes.
Yeah, he's a military guy. He didn't take off. He just take off his uniform and wear safari. But he's still a military guy. He's the head of state.
What is that guy? That guy is not. When you say bad is an understatement. That guy is a mafioso.
Anyway, let me add to what you're saying. We have a solar panel partnership in Tanzania, which I went for 2001. People don't know anything about Rwanda. Rwanda is only making money because it's letting what's happening in Sudan, the Congo, that the Westerners are using this corridor to take resources away. That country, like you're going to say, what you say, Matic, that country will tank the day he go against Kagame go against the grain. Thank you.
One thing, woman.
Yeah.
Emefiele should be praying to God that Tinubu doesn't win this election. Because if he does win, I can assure you, he's going to go to jail.
Rufai said so as well.
EFCC will hunt him till God knows. Because politicians don't forget. They appear to forgive. They always have this passive-aggressive way of the appearance in the public. They will act like, because we have common interests. But I can assure you, his only saving grace is if he decided after leaving the office, because I think this is the second time and it's the last time, if he comes back and tries to, even if he joined the APC today, they're still going to take their pound of flesh on him. But the only thing is that if he's able to get back in the book, because his only grace is if Tinubu doesn't win this election. If Atiku wins this election, he's not going to benefit anything. People will just say, well, during the election, he created this artificial cash
No,
scarcity.
Adewale, sorry to interject. Atiku, what's his name? Emefiele is a point guard for Atiku.
I
And
know.
Emefiele, he was appointed by Jonathan. He's a PDP man, true and true, right?
Yeah.
Like you just basically said, like you should be praying that Tinubu wouldn't win, but everything is basically it's getting better for that guy. If you guys don't know what is happening now, but by and large, that's just by the side. The cabal, because quote unquote, the leader of the cabal is Mamandaura, is in London. He's not in Nigeria, and he's fighting for his life. I don't know if you know that.
I have
So
no idea.
Sorry, fighting for his life. In terms of ailment or his political life.
no health
Oh, right.
ailment.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's been indisposed for a while, and then
Oh.
he's
Yeah, because
basically
that COVID whatever that attacked him during that COVID period when they took him to London. He was lucky to survive among the three Abakari, Safontoa, and him. We
yeah,
thought he was not going to make it back.
but it's actually, and old age syndrome and some other existential medical
Oh, yeah.
condition that he has. So what happened now is that it is very clear now that the game is out, right? One man. Unlike before that, they are playing hide and seek with the cabal. I wish people can actually read in between the line, and when El-Rufai makes certain statement. Part of the governors in the north, right? A couple of them are very, very close to Buhari. Even when Buhari is, is in the other room with Aisha, they can have conversation with him. There are like three of them. El-Rufai is one of them. He has that privilege. So, and if you listen to El-Rufai very well, right? This is a fight now that they are taking directly. They are not minding what will happen between them.
He said we are not afraid of the northern elders.
One. And Buhari, they put Buhari, it's like they've shoved Buhari in one side. Baba, we go respect you, but you just stay your own corner. Leave off with these people now. So they've removed the glove now for those for this cabal. And he said we won them, right, during the primaries. One man, the cabal, they had more than 13 gubernatorial aspirants. They had more than 15 or 17 senatorial aspirants, House of Rep, House of Assembly. All their candidates lost, including Malami and three other ministers in the administration, in the cabinet, including that Tunde Sabiu. So they lost all the candidates lost in their various states, right? So they won them during the primaries. They won them during presidential primaries. They won them on almost all the fronts. So now, but because of the fact that they respect, Baba Buhari, quote and unquote, so they've been doing all this war behind the scene. Now it's like they have nothing to lose again because Buhari is a mute president now. So they would not allow these folks. And El-Rufai said most of them cannot even win councillorship, elections in their state. They are not part of APC. They are not APC member. I'm just trying to correct the insinuation that APC is fighting APC. No, APC, they are fighting the cabal who is trying to destroy their party.
No, that's what I was trying to explain to Des, because if you say APC
that's
are
not what
fighting,
I said too.
yes, no, to Des was saying is a house divided on itself, and I was saying that if you look at the people that are batting for Tinubu, that tells you that it's a solid house that is trying to get rid of elements within it. El-Rufai, Shetima, Ganduje, Hopuzodima. So that's APC, and like you said, Buhari is somewhat rudderless, and who they are fighting are those shadowy figures in Aso Rock. So I'm not sure that they are as divided as we like to believe.
No, the
One man,
APC.
sorry, I just want to say something.
Okay.
Yeah, sorry, I've been thinking about this since I think the last guy that spoke was talking, when he said the person that is going to gain,
Diwali,
Wale has, when he said the person that is going to gain from it is Atiku. I was going to object it, but I was a little bit busy. So just like the last speaker said right now, those that are backing Tinubu, they are the ones that actually have the political weight in the north. The Kabas, majority of them cannot even win their polling unit. So the only way Atiku can benefit from this and Tinubu can lose from this is if all the governors go against him, which I don't think they would, because the Buhari's election has given them a lot of lessons that you can never win a vote with only northern votes. You still need maybe southwest or south or southeast. So that's like a lesson to them, and they wouldn't want to jeopardize that opportunity just in case they have another opportunity to come and run for presidency. They will still want either Tinubu if he's alive or somebody from the southwest to support them. That's just a little.
Let's take the governor out of the equation and look at just ordinary sympathizer, people that just want to vote for Tinubu, and because of what is going on right now, decided, you know what, enough of this nonsense. My grandparents can't be suffering in the village, and for me to vote for you in the city, so I will draw my vote. What about that? And those numbers will come in, significantly as well.
Aduale, what you are saying, that is on the high stake, and I don't even want to start defining that now. But beyond that, beyond what Moshood said, right? We've there's this insinuation, or there's this more or less like a fear that probably the northern governors of the APC extraction will break rank. One man, these folks, they are not breaking rank because they've been fighting this from day one. Do you know it was almost impossible for Bagudu, the chairman of APC's Governors Forum, to have his successor win the ticket? Malami almost snatched that ticket. He almost snatched that ticket until the guy had to go to Aso Rock. The guy was, he was the bagman for Abacha, right? That Bagudu. Yeah, until he had to threaten a couple of them.
Yes, it's still in America, legal suits. I
Yeah.
think they recovered about 300 million from him. Just carry on.
Yeah, and they all have skeletons. They all have so until he had to basically shake that Malami down and a couple of them before Malami. Malami was almost he was trying to hold on to his ministerial appointment, and the other hand tried to win the ticket. And the guy shook him down. Eventually, he got a ticket. And beyond that, too, what people are not understanding or what they are not looking into is Tinubu as a candidate has never for once relied on Buhari, on anyone. He has always had this mindset that I will do my best without relying on anyone, especially Buhari, right? Because look, he's a strategist and he knows politics. So
the one thing we know about Tinubu is that he has a long history of always winning, or winning more than most.
So he has never casted his hope on maybe Buhari on. So if Buhari comes along, or if he throws his weight one way or the other, that's an advantage, right? But he has always had the long shot that okay, I will do my best to the point that I can't really move forward again. But relying on Buhari to actually move the needle for me, I won't do that. And that actually played out during the primaries. If he had actually relied on Buhari to do something for him, that would have nailed him. That's what actually killed Oshibajo and people that relied heavily on the
Oshibajo was used now. They wanted to use Oshibajo to divide the Southwest votes. Use Rotimi to divide the Igbo and South votes.
And then it comes to Lawa.
So they can anoint whoever, the
exactly.
president.
So
this fight really is this Zangon Daura. I don't know if it's related to Maman Daura, because Maman Daura is not involved in this. Is that Zangon Daura? And that guy
Zangon Daura is he was
guy.
Yeah, he was OBJ's cabinet as minister.
Minister
of Agri. Then during OBJ's first reshuffle, he had to reshuffle him because OBJ found a lot of intel about him getting close to Atiku, that Atiku stuff. So that
he's an Atiku guy. He's 85 years old. He's an Atiku. I mean, he's the one behind this. Him and that Sunday Sabiu guy.
So they have to reshuffle. They have to reshuffle the guy. But now this Zangon lost even his son, right? His son and his son-in-law. They lost their primaries. So they have a very big fight against the Cabal, and they've won all the battles against them. Because the problem the Cabals are having is that their only advantage is the villa advantage to actually holding Buhari and pay Buhari like a fiddle. But
Yeah,
beyond that,
but hold on. That Villa advantage is the advantage within the Nigerian space, because if we go by how they rigged the 2019 election, just decisions within that Villa, it could just they could decide who will be president, and that will be the end of it.
no, it does not play like that, one man. You have to remember these people. What I mean by they have the advantage of the villa, right? They when you have the advantage, it is exactly what killed the election in Ondo State then against incumbent governor Agagu, because if people played against him, they played this kind of game. But Mimiko was smarter than them. Mimiko was playing from the outside too in this kind of regard. But what Mimiko did was that Mimiko he played the game, a populist game, an egalitarian game to the people to say, okay, this is what is happening. It's like a me against them. So eventually he played in his favor, and he had a political structure. These people do not have any political structure, because at the end of the day, if you want to pull any lever in any of the states, you have to go through the governors first, or you go through the political party. You don't have the political party structure. You do not have the governor structure too. So what are you pulling? And then the APC, if you listen to El too, they took their party from them when they chased what's his name? When they chased Oshomole out, and they wanted to install their men. So eventually it dragged on for a while, but they won all the battles against them. So that power that they have in Aso Rock, it just that it does not go beyond Aso Rock. And the political power, the governors hold the lever tight, and you know how those governors can be ruled with their power. So that's what is playing out now.
All right, stay there, enigmatic, because I want to come to you with a story about Tunde Sabiu. But before I come to you, let me go to Des first, who has been listening in his truck. So Des, it's a gift that just keeps giving the Nigerian state, a gift that just keeps on giving. As though we were not alarmed enough yesterday, now this bombshell by the CBN governor that they don't have the paper to print naira notes, but you are not convinced by that narrative, Des.
Yeah, woman.
And by the way, before you go on, apologies if Dupe offended you in any way. As you know, you're a well-respected member of this platform, but I know you didn't take offense. But
No,
you
woman.
know,
I didn't.
there's a lot of love for you on this platform, as you
Oh
know.
man,
But
no, they beg there, see, make you know they
Uh,
feel, make you
I
no.
don't think, don't see him.
I'm not
Even if
begging
one
him.
man knows that, I
No,
know. I know.
no. I wasn't actually, because
No,
other
I'm
people
just
were
playing.
other
I'm
people
just
were
joking.
offended. Other people were offended as well. But to you,
Well,
Des, yeah.
yeah, one man standing duly with all your protocols. Allow me to preach. Yeah, I'm just a common trader, so I'm not very intelligent. You get so if
Na
you
lie, you not be trader. Na lie.
if you if you come and say that
A
I'm
trader where
dumb,
they live for VR, not be you they live for VR.
I'm just a common trader
He has
now.
5 apartments in Lekki
Uh,
that I know.
Hmm.
And
I just
he was sending us videos of all his apartments in Lekki.
I'm
Just
just
No,
I'm
no,
just a
no,
common
no. Somebody
trader,
tell you he's a trader. Hmm.
but yeah, I just want to say, if you don't want to listen to my sermon, or you don't want to get converted to be obedient, please cover your phone for like at least 30 minutes. You know, don't get angry. But if you like what I'm saying, please click the like button and all that stuff. Um, get to the matter of the day. Yeah, one man. The whole Nigerian system is a mess. I mean, is a joke. To be honest, I don't see how a Mefele would actually say that this is not planned all along. He's a very smart man with what I've read about him. I see this as an excuse to defeat this whole this whole court, whatever, I see it like an excuse, to be honest. Because once you give one excuse and back it up with another excuse, I mean, someone has to, like, okay, step back and listen to what you're saying. You get? That's how I see it. And it's sad that our nation is bleeding, and the only thing we have to hope that Buhari comes out tomorrow and say something that is not dumb, and which I am anticipating he might actually say with the
No,
whole.
like what? Because you've said that twice
Yeah,
now. What are
yeah,
you
he might
anticipating
just
about
come
it?
and say that the policy will stand and people, the time limit has gone or whatever. You can no longer use the old money. He can just come and say something dumb. Basically, that's what I mean. That is dumb, and it's not far from him. I see this whole thing as a fight. Because one man, you cannot tell me that the governors, the three APC governors, took the federal government to court. They didn't take CBN to court because it has nothing to do with CBN. Now it basically says that you're taking Buhari to court. That is, if you're looking at it in that narrative, that is what it says. You're at war with the federal government. You are taking the president of Nigeria to court, the person that owns Supreme Court. How do you think that will play out? So I don't know. This is how I see it anyway. The whole thing is not. They're not managing it very well. They might think they are because they have the power. They have the money. They can do whatever they want. But the truth is, if Buhari pushes back, they're gonna lose. They're going to lose. Let's not start saying Buhari is dumb and he doesn't know what is happening, that he's just a child that can be played. I mean, that is. I feel that is just wishful thinking. You wish that he's been played all along. No, that man is too intelligent for that kind of. I mean, if he's played, why is it taking that long for him to come and make a simple statement? He knows people are suffering. Don't say that he doesn't get intelligence every morning in this front desk. He gets it every morning. This is what's going on in this state. This is what's going on in this state. And this has been going on for over a week. He knows all this, and he's still there sitting in his Aso Rock saying nothing. That shows that he knows. He just simply wants to keep quiet and allow this thing to linger on. That's why I'm saying he might actually come tomorrow and make a statement that is people are gonna be shocked. What's going on here? I hope he doesn't, because this is affecting a lot of people.
I'm not sure that he's able to this because the international community, especially the monetary organizations internationally, they've all come out to publicly condemn this, especially the timeline for the currency. The whole of the country is suffering it, and virtually all of the governance, except for the opposition space, they've all said that this is untenable. So it'll be
One
very
man,
difficult. It will be very difficult for Buhari to double down.
international space has been coming in for over how many years?
Even Wike even dey against this policy wey dem dey talk so. That one say he wan still go court even sef.
Yeah, international. I'm not even worried about politicians are just doing this for their own stupid benefits. I'm not. I'm talking about the people. International space has been coming in for a long time when we are in crisis, and the president seems to care less. Buhari does what Buhari wants to do. That's what we want to. I mean, when he was killing people in Southeast, the international space came in. He doesn't care. What he does is what he wants to do. Whether his best friend comes and tell him, "Hey, bro, don't do this," he's gonna tell you, "Fuck off." Sorry to use that word. He's gonna tell you that's what he wants to do, and do it anyway. So I hope that he doesn't do anything that goes against the people's will. You know, now it's not just the I don't want him to do it because of the political will, the politician's will. I want him to do it because of the people's will. That's why I said if he wanted to do it, he would have done it a long time ago because he knew people have been suffering for a long time. So him staying put, he knows what he's doing. He knows this is affecting Tinubu. You know, when this other guy that spoke, wondering what is in both of their brain when they are together, you know, you have to wonder. You know, you're here still having this money policy that is affecting me, and you're still in my campaign. You know, supporting me, so you can see the contradiction. You know, Tinubu will be like this man, this man. Buhari will be like this man, you. I'll deal with you. You know, I hope today they settle their issues though. You know, because when two elephants are fighting, we already know who is suffering. So the problem is the people. I'm not the politicians can do whatever they want, but
Des, can I
let's
interject?
yeah.
This is out of my character. I don't like to interrupt people. But do you realize that all the political parties, they are still doing rallies, they're still going from places to places? How come this crash comes doesn't affect them, doesn't affect their rallies?
Because they have the money, of course.
So that means the CBN is not actually, the target is not actually, their goal is not actually, they are not achieving it because if not, by now they're supposed to be cash strapped, right?
Yeah. I don't know. The policy, the implementation is stupid. I mean, like I said, before I was being political with this whole situation, you know, it has already done its purpose, which is in create some kind of enmity between the people and APC. Whether
Des,
APC
Des,
what?
use the Niger language that our politicians are using. Before you were blind, now you can see. Abi.
I wasn't blind. I can see through. I've always seen. I've always
Okay.
seen. You know. But to be honest, before we are all putting this as a political, everybody in this place, like last week when we were talking about this, we are making basically based on politics. We are not basically talking about the people. Let's be honest to ourselves. But now is becoming very detrimental that they should change the policy and allow the Nigeria to be at peace. Whether they rig or they know they buy vote, they don't buy votes. What will happen will happen. My own is that he's already done the damage he wants to do, and let's see what's gonna happen in the nearest 2 weeks. And yeah, one man. I think that is it.
Des, you are saying it's done the damage that he wants to do. By that, you are suggesting that it would have is already impacted on the politicians that want to buy votes. So now
No,
that
no, no. It's not the vote I'm talking about, buying of vote. I'm talking about the hatred. The hatred people have for the APC now. If it's there before, it's actually increased times 5. You get what I mean? So if I'm having this um, hateful mind against you, I don't think it's gonna change under. Even if they come tomorrow and announce, okay, everything is well and good, it's not gonna change under 2 weeks. That's hate. I can't forget it under 2 weeks. I can't forget the pain you've caused me under 2 weeks. So it's the problem is causing APC. The damage has already been done. So that's what I'm not talking about the vote buying or whatever.
All right, brilliant. Let me take you to the El Rufai space and its commentary. So, for the benefit of people that are just joining us, let me play that clip again. It's only 2 minutes. But for the non-Hausa speakers, look at your screen and read what El Rufai has to say. I'm not going to preempt. Just read it. Just watch this.
Kuma gashi tare muke alƙawarin nan duk wani ɗan jihar Kaduna da ke da tsohon kuɗi daga nan zuwa shekara 4 in dai an zaɓi APC uba zai mayar masa da kuɗinsa zai tabbatar so ku daina canza kuɗi kuma ku gaya ma kowa a daina kai kuɗi banki in kai sayarwa da ka karɓi tsohon kuɗin an baka ku daina cewa sai sabon kuɗi za ku karɓa kasuwancin ku zai tsaya abin da ake so ke da ku gaya ma kowa a jihar Kaduna duk mai tsohon kuɗi ya je ya sayayya ku gaya ma kowane ɗan kasuwa ya karɓi tsohon kuɗi Nasiru ya Rufai da Uba Sani da Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu sai yi muku alkawari in har an zaɓe mu wannan tsari za a canza shi a ba kowa iyakan lokacin da ya kamata ya canza kuɗinsa. Ku daina mai da kuɗi banki ku rike kuɗin ba wanda zai mai da kuɗin ku ba su da daraja. Doka ne ba wanda ya isa. Lokaci ne ku yi haƙuri. Sauran kwana 18 yau a yi zaɓe. Ana gama zaɓe ku tsaya ku ji babban abin da Asiwaju Bola Tinubu zai faɗa shi ne canjin wannan tsarin. Kuma a taimake mu a faɗakar ma 'yan uwa da kowa a daina kai kuɗin nan banki a ci gaba da kasuwanci da tsofaffin kuɗi idan Allah ya yarda babu wanda zai yi asara. Hakkin nan yana kanmu kun zaɓe mu kare hakkinku wallahi za mu tashi sai mu kare hakkinku sai ran da Allah ya ɗauki ranmu. Abin da ya kawo mu gaya muku kenan ina roƙonku ku ci gaba da haƙuri ba zanga-zanga ba tashin hankali domin haka suke so.
And there it is right there. Have we ever heard anything more audacious than that? The audacity of it.
Oh man, there is no other way to define this than mutiny. That is what it is, and we have to say it as it is. If you want to know you're asking me what's the meaning of mutiny, let me read it out again. An open rebellion against the proper authority. That is what mutiny is. Or you can also say the refuse to obey the order of a person in authority. That is what mutiny is. And this is exactly what it's doing. And one man, this is one of the, I would say, the highest crime you can commit in a state, in a country. In America, I think the penalty for mutiny is death, actually, in America. Yes.
Sorry, can
I'm
you read
telling
that
you.
thing forward more? Can you read it? Read more of it because you haven't even completed those. I mean, the meaning.
Okay, let me read it again. Refuse to obey the order of a person in authority. That is what mutiny means. This is a verbal meaning. Now, the noun is saying an open rebellion against the proper authorities, especially by soldiers or sailors. He didn't say just soldiers or sailors. So let's not say it's just
Exactly.
soldiers or sailors,
Mutiny is used for
especially.
those
But
ones, for the
it's not,
military.
listen to the English, especially. It's not just that, especially, it's subjective. It's not just for soldiers or sailors. But what I'm trying to say, what it's doing is mutiny. There's nothing else. There is no other meaning to it. In Nigerian Constitution, one man, in the, I think, section 44, or subsection C, Criminal Code of Conduct in Nigeria, what it states, right? To incite any such person to make or endeavor to make a mutinous assembly is guilty of a felony and liable to life imprisonment. And this is what it is. So let's not start painting that he's talking. Yeah, he might be talking in political sense or whatever, but what he's saying is a crime. It's just as what it is. You can't just an authority.
The lawyers on the platform, they are already complaining that you shouldn't be quoting law if you are not a lawyer.
I'm actually even trying to tell him now
You
that
can't.
first of there's wait, guy, wait.
there's you know you're on a public platform, right?
I know
So
that.
you
Yeah.
have to so whatever you say must sync with fact and realities. Okay, and
Okay.
then of course I understand that you're trying to make a point, which is actually very sacrosanct. But be careful what you say because it's not syncing with the law.
What did I say that is not syncing with the law? The fact that what he said is
Mutiny.
mutiny.
Do you
Okay.
understand mutiny? Do you know do
Sorry,
you
can
know
I
the
I
just
just
concept and
ask?
the
I just gave you the meaning of mutiny. So what he said.
do you know under the circumstances that mutiny can be
You can't commit
Look,
mutiny
brother.
without carrying arms now. You can't commit
No,
mutiny
no,
without
no.
carrying arms.
Why are you
Baba
guys
Aja, mutiny gun a martial
Eh?
crime
misplacing
now. Now
this?
martial crime
No,
Eh?
now.
no,
Now military
no.
don't have
You guys are
mutiny now.
misplacing mutiny.
It's
Please, you should.
applicable
No,
to military
hold
now.
on. Oh, look, the
Oh God.
lawyers in the comment section, they're going wild on what you're saying.
So what did I say?
No, look at that face. Ogbeni, he's throwing curses at you all the way from Ekiti, wherever he is.
I told you, if you don't like my summon, if you don't
Don't
like
worry
my
about.
summon, please cover your phone. It's as simple as that.
What is saying to you is that you are conflating a dictionary definition with a legal definition, which are totally different things. Totally
Okay,
different.
now we have to now differentiate legal and dictionary, right? We are now
Mm.
trying to make excuses. Please,
Yes,
let's call
mutiny
it what it is.
is applicable to military
No,
officer
Ajali
carrying
Coco
arms
or
in
Oga
disobedience to
Oga Jale
order.
Coco.
Beg
Oga
una
Jale
Eh?
Coco.
please.
Oga Jale Coco.
Eh?
Let's just say we remove dictionary. Let's just use common sense. In the hierarchy of a company, when you have a high boss, is there anything like mutiny when they ambush
yes,
the boss?
yes, yes,
Yes,
there
I'm not
is. That's
asking you
why I
now.
said
Guys, I'm not asking you. I'm asking Ajale
okay,
Coco. Ah, fire.
okay. Ask Ajali Coco.
Oga Jale Coco, answer me.
What did you say?
I said in a company where they have a boss and the boss has been ambushed to be removed. Is there anything like mutiny there? Yes or no?
The boss is ambush.
And to be removed or protest
No,
against. Is it mutiny or not? We use
What
common
I know
sense.
about
Common
military,
sense.
mutiny is
no.
You see, guys, let
to
me. I don't want
War peace,
to.
hold on now.
Baba Adrono, war peace. The
Yeah.
way you have to look at it, right? When you are talking
Oh my
common
God,
sense, right? Law does not recognize common sense. Law recognizes the law. What the law says, when you the scenario you are painting now, right, is quite very different. You are talking about policy and compliance and some certain angles of controls in a certain organization, right? So if you violate or you circumvent a process of an organizational policy, then there are some certain set rules, guidelines, right, that will make the punitive measures on you. So you cannot contradict that. So do not try to use some mutiny. First of all, mutiny is a different thing entirely. It's not even talking about. It's not anywhere close to this conversation. So don't get it
Okay,
twisted.
when you are listening, he's going directly
No,
against.
There's a settle down now.
No,
Ogbeni,
no.
hold on. Ogbeni, Oga, Adewale, Olusegun, all of them senior lawyers. They are telling me in the comment section that I should reach through the computer and give you what we call a conk on the head. They are lawyers. They are telling you not to misinterpret the law. Just if you are not
There
a
is
lawyer,
no
don't quote law, please.
one man. I
and
just
and
one
there's
man.
those one that cannot come to the comment to the platform to give
One
you a
man.
conk.
See,
I'm
if there
passing their message to you now
one man, leave
for
all
your own
this,
good.
leave all these things you guys are doing.
Okay.
I've already. Anybody that has common sense, leave all this lawyer, whatever, or lawyer. Even if you have common sense, you should know what I'm talking about. What
So
he's
we should
saying.
Yes.
suspend.
What?
Are you telling us
You
to
know the
Listen,
law
Woman,
more than
listen,
lawyers.
we should
woman,
listen,
suspend? Hold
let
on
me
now,
just
hold
ask
on.
this question,
We
please.
should
listen.
we should suspend
Yes.
intelligence and our brain for the fact that you want to make a point that is basically illegal and unreasonable to the course of this conversation?
It's not illegal. It's not
I mean,
illegal.
you
I'm
are.
not saying
It's not.
anything
I don't want to say
illegal.
you are not
I
making
have the
sense,
right. I
but
have the right to speech. There's nothing like
you are
illegal with
speaking
what
to
I'm
people.
saying.
You are speaking. You are
But
not speaking to. You are not
but
speaking
yeah,
to.
let me
You are not in
make a
an echo
statement
chamber
first.
now, guy. There's now. Why
Please.
we they try control? We they try correct you. We are not saying you are
No,
not
no,
right,
no,
but you are
no.
wrong.
What you're saying.
All right, carry on this, but don't quote law, please. Don't quote law
One man,
because the lawyers don't like to hear a non-lawyer quoting law.
one man. Let me take it from the top, right?
Yes.
Let me take it from the top because it's like if I'm talking, it's like people don't understand.
All
Let me
right.
take it from the top.
Okay.
We have a law. We have a law in Nigeria, right? Buhari is our president, and every person in Nigeria is under that law. That is what it is. So when Buhari comes with his rights and with a mefele, they are under the law to change money policy, which is right on their own part and makes a law. This is what everybody that is under that law, which when you're sworn in as a governor, you agreed in the Bible to obey whatever the law says. And the law says you should obey this. And you come and say that no, we should not obey this. I don't know what else to call it. It's as simple as that. And go against and say we should go against this. It's as simple as mutiny. It is what it is. So let's get this fact straight. I don't know why people are
You
trying
want me? You
to
want me to say something real quick?
trying to get something from left to right. Please, this is what it
Make I tell
is.
you something, Dress. The way we see this thing you are saying now, do you know what when you say absolute, farrago of nonsense? Do you know what that means? That's what you
Fine,
just spilled now.
fine,
And we try to correct you
fine.
because you are speaking
Correct me, please.
nobody can correct you
Correct
now.
me.
You are unflappable.
No, correct me now. I want you to correct me. I'm learning now.
Once you don't face that your road, nobody can turn you back.
No. I'm
But they do.
learning. I'm learning. Enigmatic, correct me, please.
We've already told you the definition you are basically
It's not
apportioning to this
correct by law.
conversation.
It's not the same thing
Is
as law, Abi.
you are not even
Should I get you what the meaning of mutiny is it in law?
no. I'm
Should
telling
you
no.
want
I'm
me to
telling.
get it to
I'm
you?
Don't worry about that. Just go to
No,
the topic.
now you're saying the definition is not the same in law. We shouldn't apply it.
The lawyers are telling you that you are misinterpreting the law and you are misinforming. So if you are not a lawyer, then don't argue.
What you are doing is absolute misrepresentation of facts. And
okay, no problem.
We can pardon you if you actually come out to say, okay, I'm basically making an analytical point, but don't make it to
have you
look
guys
like a
understood
fact.
that people speaking? I mean, the Colata is not even saying anything. There's people that's not even saying anything.
Colata is in the fridge.
It's
in the
maybe
fridge
Colata is
somewhere.
just there doing his research and trying to understand. But anyway, but people just want to talk because they just what I'm saying is basically it's hitting them. It's hitting them somewhere. Oh man. It's hitting them somewhere. Do you get?
All right. You know when you say something like that, we have to bring something in. So let's bring. And by the way, Fatai, you have your own theme music on this platform. So when I come to you, you'll be ushered in with the theme music. But when you say something like that, we have to do
you are
this.
driving, right?
When it is pain them, it is sweet us. When it is sweet us, it is. They never say.
Was that what you meant?
I didn't tell you. They never see anything.
Okay, doctor, professor, engineer, lawyer, barrister.
Senator Des, as Albania has now renamed him.
One band. But
all right,
this is politics, and we like twisting things, and there's always truth to a lot of things I'm saying. I'm not saying.
But back to the Rufai space. Even I found that that's one of the most audacious things I've yet heard in the Nigerian political space. That disregard a government policy, especially a monetary policy, and then go and vote my man in And it's one of the most irresponsible things I've heard as well.
It is one man. It is really it is because now what
How you
you're
gonna call
making
that
the people
irresponsible, one man?
what
Because
it is now.
because what Adewale is asking them to place their financial well-being and wealth on a gamble that Tinubu will come in and reverse that position. So if Tinubu doesn't come in to reverse that position, then what happens to these people that have been spending a currency denominations that the government has already stopped accepting as legal tender? So what
Sorry,
happens to
oh,
that?
there's I can maybe I will interpret this to you because you may not understand what I'm about to say. One man, you know what Yoruba says? They said Togun anybody that know you have in. So that's what he is saying there. The Red Rufai is saying he's doing to his people. Des, let me explain that to you. He said, you know what they call Ogun in Yoruba now, right?
Yeah,
Or
yeah.
Ogun or Juju. If
Ogun.
it's that strong, you were banking on it and you will use it to touch your head because you know this thing's going to work in your favor. That's the reason why he's doing that because he's sure of what is going to come. That's why.
Yeah. I mean the only problem is a nice thing that he said. I mean it's not nice in a legal sense. It's illegal actually. But he would have been much wiser if there wasn't a camera there. That is the
No,
truth.
he said
He
it
would,
to an audience now. He was
yeah,
signaling
there's
it
a
to the
camera
yeah.
videoing him now. Do you
Yeah,
get?
but no, he actually wanted to send that message out. So he wasn't speaking it on that cover. It wasn't in whispers.
Yeah, it would have been wiser because now that camera makes it very irresponsible because if we are in a right system, if the rule of law is working, that wouldn't have gone. Nobody
Des,
would
let me
have
remind
taken that
you.
lightly.
Do you know he actually went?
Do
He
you
actually
get?
even he actually tweeted this out, and he said, "Yes, I said this," and he actually was banking on what he said. Look,
If the rule of law was working, enigmatic,
oh no, of course I
that
understand.
would not go.
I understand what you are saying. That's you are talking from a different perspective, but within the context, right, of which he was making that statement. These guys, what you are not reading from the tempo or from the from the body language of the northern governors of APC extraction now. It's like, do you know what it means to take the glove off? They've taken the gloves off and they are ready to fight like they are ready to go,
Street fight. It's a
street,
street fight
yeah, they
now
are
in
doing street
Daigoro.
fight now. So they want to they are
Okay.
ready. They are telling you they are ready to deliver their candidate. You like it or not. They are talking to the cabals and to whoever want to work against their interest, because you see that
Yeah.
article, you see that they work in unison and deliver their candidate, or article take the shine. So what is their gain for an article presidency? So it is raw politics. You know what raw politics they are playing now.
The enigmatic. The truth
Yes,
of the
sir.
matter is Nigeria is not a lawless state. As long
That's
as I
yeah,
can
man.
remember,
Look at that.
it's
Look at
not
that.
Nigeria.
That's
Is this
that's
an obedient talking? Is this an
No,
obedient
now
talking?
I
Oh,
like I like
They
saying it
said
how
you
it
use
is. One
what you
man.
have to get what you don't have.
Nigeria is
Okay?
not a
oh, so
lawless
hold on.
state.
Let's hear from Gideon. Gideon wants to. Yeah, Gideon, you be quiet. Gideon.
You hear
Gideon.
they happy now. That day, Buhari they support una now. More you they happy, they clap. That day una go cry tire. Una that what me they tell una. So Tinubu go win this election.
Madam Gideon, you know wetin dey happen now, ba? Make I talk pidgin so that our oyibo no go hear. Wetin dey happen now? At the end of the day, Buhari go tell them say, well, you see, I no support, no be say I support anybody. My body language was neutral. I give everybody equal chance. AP Tinubu don win, so nobody can say can lay any claim to an assertion of rigging. And even when they go to Supreme Court, the game will be dead on arrival. So basically, once again, there's what you are seeing now. Do you know today is 10th? 15 more days to the election. And
excuse me, this is the incumbent party, right? The governors. What you once again, probably you don't know if you look at the language that El-Rufai was passing to those grassroots folks, right? It's not just passing it's not just passing a message to them. It's sending a signal to if you are a fifth columnist or a 10th columnist or whoever you are, is sending a message to them, and that's what the governors are doing in all their states, in the grassroots.
Enigmatic, let me ask you a question.
Hold on a
Is
second.
there a difference?
Hold on a
Is there a
second.
difference with
Hold on a
okay,
second before you come
okay.
up. Before you come, Akeredolu had a meeting today with the APC caucus in Ondo State, same as BAO in Ekiti State. These guys, they are reading the riot act to any fifth columnist because this is an election they have to deliver their candidates. If you look at what is happening in Wike's state now, there's every possibility that the way people thought things would play out, it's not going to play out like that. There's every possibility that Wike will have a landslide and any presidential candidate that he supports will probably flip River State. Things are changing by the day. The dynamics is getting to a crescendo where they are separating the wheat from the chaff now. It's no more playtime now. That's what they are doing. So I
Okay.
understand what you are talking about. You are talking
Yeah.
about the
Let
legality
me
of his statement.
let me
You
ask
know,
you a very question and be honest, be objective in this.
sure,
What is
sure.
the difference between the statement and Erufai said and
Mhm.
if he come out and say, hey, all of you here, go and print counterfeits and use it. I order it. What's the difference?
Okay, I will answer this question in two
Yeah.
broad strokes. One, I'll start from the political angle. It's rallying his base to tell them, right? We have a president in waiting, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, who is the candidate of our political party. All this logjam, all these irrelevancies, all these sufferings, all these divisions and confusion. This guy is coming, right, to stabilize the situation. What you need to do is take this your vexation, this the way you guys say it, tire no dey tire you, take it to the ballot, take it to that polling unit those days, that very day, vote en masse to ensure, right, Tinubu becomes the president. And they've seen from empirical evidence, from what they can see on the ground, that okay, El-Rufai he has been there for, because he said, you voted us in. Do not forget the language. When an Hausa man tells you, except the one that lies, say, wallahi talai, bro, run away from that moment. They are ready to do what they say. So he said, until we die.
Yes, it was that Walai Talai that really that made me take it seriously because
Yeah,
they don't say Walai Talai casually in the north.
they don't say it casually, bro. So when he made that statement and they said, till we die, we're going to fight for you, right? So he's rallying his base. This is politics and this is political season. And then number two, on the flip side of it, you can question and debate the legality of the statement, if it reads the constitution, or probably it's an ultra virus to any sector of but that is not what we are talking about. We are talking about the optics of it. You are talking about the legality of it. The legality of it can
Yeah.
be challenged in any court of law, right? If you actually feel vexatious about that. But even when you are taking it upon yourself to take it to file a lawsuit, right? There must be a substance to that, because any litigation counsel that will be taking that kind of case, we look at look at the substance first. To me, I will look at the substance. I will see he hasn't broken any law. He hasn't made anything. You can read any minute to it and say it was just more or less, I'm trying to avoid a chaotic situation, because they could have gone to street to protest and to cause more harm and
Then
more
that is
damage.
lawful.
You
If
know,
you're protesting, you're still under the law. Do you get? That's why I said Nigeria is still, as long as I can still remember, we are still in a lawful state. So if you tell them to go and protest, you're still under the law.
but I'm
If
telling
you
you why. You asked me a question, and I'm giving you two broad stroke responses to it.
yeah,
The
yeah, I
protest,
understand you,
hold
enigmatic.
on, hold on. The protest in that context wouldn't be a normal protest, just like, okay, Luther continua, you give us this or we go home. No, it's the temperature was so high, right? They've seen protests in Abeokuta, they've seen protests in other cities where they were basically, causing havoc, wreaking havoc on public properties. He does not want that in Kaduna State, and they are running an election. They are running an election. They want to win an election in 2 weeks. So instead of diverging some energies, right, on the relevancies of trying to quell riots and trying to put people together or stuff like that, they rather use any means to ensure nobody goes to the street, and then they can ensure that they have they have the security apparatus in the state in check without having to. Now they are even conserving the resources they have, right? Because of the imbroglio, the CBN Bruha now and Hulabalu now, right? They can't afford to spend unnecessarily. Don't forget, these governors, they are the chief executives of their state. They have unbudgeted, or how do they say it, that security votes, right? Those security votes, most of them they're going to use it for this election, so they can't be using that to quell protest. So he has to do everything. It's a language. You have to think out of the box. You have to be interactive. You have to be creative with some certain words to ensure that people do not go to the street. Kaduna is a very sensitive state. You have the Christians, you have the Muslims, and they've always been having issues. So he wouldn't want to have that. So he's acting like a CEO of a company that is almost at a point of failing and a pending audit. So you have to find everything. You've gone through the pre-assessment audit and you've seen that there are loopholes. How do you block the loophole before you lose millions? That is what he's doing over here. So you can say, okay, mutiny, vexing the law or whatever. But when you look at it from the security angle, you probably go and say, okay, just use any language to avert any crisis. That's how you play that game out at the end of the day.
Yeah, I mean, it's good. Politically, is trying to tell them to vote for APC, aka Tinubu, as is good for all that. But I don't subscribe to deceiving people. I don't subscribe to trying to tell a group of people to disobey the law. I do not subscribe to anything that is not under the law. So it's good and all that based on politics. The people he has won, but what he has to still understand, um, when that people that have that money right now, it's gonna end either way. That's the truth. It's gonna really end either way. Because if those people have money, maybe assuming they have 10,000, 100,000 naira, that maybe their life savings and all that, and you're telling them to keep spending it, and it comes clashing back on them, what happens? Do you get? They will now still suffer it. So
No,
I
Des,
don't
you
see.
are the thing, the problem you always have.
Hold on, enigmatic. You know what they
Okay.
said? What they said there? That's where my issue really is, because it's a high stakes game that El Rufai is playing, but the stakes are not his to carry because his money is already secured and abroad. He's playing a high stake with the. It's actually playing with people's lives with that statement. You know, he's playing with people's lives.
They should keep. Look, one man, what you are not seeing, right? I understand you are looking at this from your own perspective on the surface, right? One man, think out of the box with a political cap now. Put a political hat on, and then you understand that for El Rufai to speak like that, look, one man, these guys, they are chief executives of states. They are private to intel. They know where they belong. They know where the shoe pinches. They know where to work on. They know where to consolidate. They know their areas of strengths and weaknesses. They are close to Aso Rock. They are close to power. They know what they are speaking to, right? So forget about what you are seeing now. If what El Rufai what is speaking now, this is 2 weeks to election. When it was very clear in America over here that Biden was going to clinch the presidency. Go and look at some certain statements from some top Democrat folks, like this man in North Carolina, this black man, very respected one in what is his name? I forgot his name now. So what you are seeing now is you already seeing the handwriting on the wall. One man, this guy is telling you, hold on to what you have. I'm assuring you, I'm putting it on myself. We are doing this, we are doing that. He may not tell them we already have a president in waiting, but this is politics. Clyburn, Rep Clyburn. These people have intel. One man, they already know who is going to win the election. Atiku, if you want me to speak to Atiku situation now, Atiku is seriously incapacitated now. If you don't know, one man is all Atiku's old game plan is failing. Is failing on a daily basis because he was banking on the quote and unquote the narrative of a betrayer in the north. That has not worked. It fell flat on his face. And then the whole of South.
I think, Enigmatic, I think he has some leverage in Katsina. That's pretty much it. Katsina, maybe Sokoto to an extent, but that's it as far as I know.
Tí mo gbọ́rọ̀ lẹ́ bàbá for the last within the last 3 days wọ́n ti ṣe kí ló ń pè from PDP they've had like four high stake analysis. The guy is polling behind in Kano State.
No, forget him in Kano. Third, forget Kano. Kano and Kaduna, forget him in Kano and Kaduna. Just forget
you can forget him in Kaduna, especially off the back of what El Rufai is saying now. He's telling the people of Kaduna, vote for Tinubu to save your life. This is what he has now said today.
Obi is killing him in Kaduna because the Christian vote.
Not even in Kaduna alone. Obi has finished Atiku in North Central. And because now when you are looking from Borneo, so the guy is panicking now because I want to deal pẹ̀lú one cut back in scene because one trust.
Because he has no shot and he's not a trustworthy guy.
Yeah, it's not the guy that you can have an agreement with, that you can go back to sleep with your eyes closed. He's not that kind of person. And then with Obi is killing him in in Southeast. South is not sure for that guy. South is between South was supposed to be Atiku, and South and Southeast was supposed to be Atiku, PDP. APC was just supposed to be in the South and Southeast to scavenge for maybe 25 or 20% and move on. But Obi is killing that guy in Southeast. Obi is killing him in North Central. The votes that should be going to Atiku in so many states in North Central, those votes are going to Peter Obi because
Cross Rivers and Bayelsa, APC is dealing with him in Cross Rivers.
So and then the games are not working. The games are not working again for him in the north. And then the Kabal game that he was actually relying on, that one is falling flat on his face. Tunde you are seeing now. One man,
well, hold that space. I'm coming to you with Tunde, but let me land. Let this land because I want you to address that Tunde frontally.
Let's say hello to our uncle Pansat.
Pansat.
Uncle.
No, it's coming there to you can already see you have to get the dictionary now to understand. Imagine having Pansat and Asaki Father on the platform together. You will have a headache. You will have a headache between Latin and gobbledygook.
Pansat go just the code Sarus. He go pick one word. They code the synonyms.
Yes, unbelievable. We've met characters in this space. So we've met characters. Nigerians they're a theater unto themselves. We're a funny bunch. Yes.
All right. Well, Omar, let's go to the best case scenario. What Erufai even said. Let's go to the best case scenario. and assume, I'll always say God forbid, right? Tinubu wins.
Now for you, guy, it's
I'll,
bad like that. Now what?
no, no, I always say that,
Okay.
but assume Tinubu wins. Still, the fact still remains: if Tinubu wins and this policy is not reversed, right? Tinubu is not going to be sworn in till the next 6 months. Let's get that fact. Does that mean that Kaduna is going to be running their own country differently from others?
Well, what do you mean 6 months?
So,
The handover is made the
uh,
29th.
uh, it's still like it still takes a while. Do you get what I mean? It's still a
No,
while,
no,
like
It's like
4 5
90
months.
days. It's like 90 days.
That's 2 months.
3 months. 3 months. Okay, let's put
No,
it
no,
3 months.
we're in February now. March, April,
Okay,
May. Yeah.
let's even put it 2 months. Does
Yeah.
that mean that Kaduna is going to be running their own separate country for 2 months? It's still going to generate a lot of, I don't know how to explain it, but what he's telling the people to do, I think it's not right, and he should either face, do it the proper way, like he's been doing, going to Supreme Court, trying to fight the federal government, is the normal way to do it. But going against the law, which you swore to, is not the right way to do it. And in the right country, he would have been in trouble. That's it for me, one man.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Desmond. So that's Desmond, who spends time with us in his truck, and his girlfriend has turned up again, Dope. So hold back the fireworks, Dope, please. Hold back the fireworks as we as Enigmatic Hyundai now takes the center stage. So Enigmatic, let me bring you this submitted by one of the you see, actually, let me post my Instagram link in the comment section, because what usually happens is in the course of conversations, listeners often send things relevant to the conversations being had to me via Instagram. And if it fits into the conversation, then I just bring it into the conversation as I am doing now. So Enigmatic, you've been mentioning this guy for the last 2-3 days, that he, just a small boy, but a key component of the cabal. So this, Tunde Sabiu denies working against Tinubu, threatens legal action. So they are starting to cannibalize themselves. Tunde Sabiu Yusuf, President Buhari's nephew, has denied working against Bola Tinubu, presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress APC. Alwan Hassan, convener of North-South Progressive Alliance, had alleged on Channels Television on Monday that Yusuf was leveraging on his closeness with the president to ensure that Tinubu does not win the election. He also alleged that Yusuf, who is a personal assistant to Buhari, has a huge influence on the new Naira note policy. There is this kid called Sabiu Tunde. He is the only one doing all these things, Hassan said. So he's trying to use that opportunity because he's very close to the president. He could manipulate everything or anything he wants to. It is just sad that a boy of that age will be doing all these things without looking at examples of other people that had done these things and where they are today. Everything that is happening on this Naira note is Sabiu Tunde. He has spoken to a lot of people. He has told people that he is hell-bent on making sure we don't win the election and that Ashwaju does not win elections. However, in a letter dated February the 8th and addressed to Hassan, Tunde, through his solicitors, Awole, Olanipekun, and co., described the allegations as made up. Correspondents understand that the legal notice was served on Hassan electronically. So they're now served. Before they used to go and paste it on your door, now they just email it to you. Our clients deny these allegations and references to him contained in your publications as made up, concocted, fabricated, fictitious, and deliberately erroneous, the letter reads. You said publications was your said publication was / is intended to reduce our clients' estimation in the eyes of well-meaning people. Presumably, your actions towards our clients were eventuated by bad faith, spite, and hatred. Our client's reputation has been seriously damaged, and he has also suffered considerable distress and embarrassment. This is more so that issues in respect of which you publicly laid the blame at the doorstep of our clients are those which have garnered national attention and, in some reported instances, led to violent protest. Thus, your action, in fact, put our client at risk of physical harm. Yusuf is asking Hassan to pay 5 billion naira as damages for defamation. He also wants an unequivocal retraction of all allegations published by you about our client in the course of the above referenced telecast. A public apology to our client will be issued via the same channel/channels through which you have published the initial defamatory remarks. Both the retraction and public apology must be published in at least 4 newspapers with coverage and circulation across all geopolitical zones in the country. In the event that you do not comply with our clients' above legitimate demands within 21 days of receipt of this letter. So it's quite pertinent to note 21 days, that will be post-election. Within 21 days of receipt of this letter, our client reserves the right to resort to all means legally permissible under various laws which you are subject to. But anyway, you know the rest. So that's Tunde Sabiu, your paddy man, enigmatic Hondi. So you say gloves are off; they are now rolling in the gutters.
Yeah, one man. In politics, when you get to a certain stage, you know where your game is over. First of all, these guys are not politicians; they are not savvy in any way. And then this Tunde guy, he was just a dusty, random, kid in
an Amajiri in Kano or something.
Yes, in Kaduna selling recharge cards. He was basically selling recharge cards. But now that guy is worth trillion, not billion now, trillion. He's richer than some governors, and that's where the problem is coming from. Because he came from nowhere. This Awal that he was talking about, and a couple of those guys that actually worked tirelessly during Buhari's campaign, none of those guys are still aggrieved that they were basically shoved aside, right? A lot of people that I know that worked with for Buhari's presidency that never got anything up until now. So a couple of guys just from nowhere just swept themselves into Aso Rock and they make billions. But you cannot keep quiet. He's been disrespecting a lot of elites, northern elites, because of his newfound fame and then newfound status. But beyond that, what you see now is just a legal grandstanding to come out to let people know, look, I'm not just saying making a statement or a fallacious appearance to say I'm against APC or the candidate of APC, right? I'm evidencing that with a legal approach, and then that's why you are seeing this. So that can actually send a signal that I had nothing to do. But people know, they know beyond, they know what is trying to achieve. Like I said, the glove is off, and the governors are ready to kill. They are going for it now. So and they are not sparing anybody. The only respect they have for Buhari is still because he's an elderly man, right? And then he's still the president. Buhari will not even stop. He won't try to stop or get in the ways of those governors. If you want to know how Nigerian governors, if you want to know their powers, one man, what you shouldn't do against the governors is do not mess with them, do not stand in their ways. Go and look at any, no matter how powerful you are in your state, if you stand in the way of the governors, they will reduce you to nothing because they have the power, they control everything in the state. And you know, Nigeria's political system is either you are for me or against me, and then the majority carries the power. So once they see you as an enemy, they will not stop at look at see how Yaya Bello dealt with Dino Melaye then. He basically Dino Melaye started politics before him. He was House of Rep member, very close to OBJ because OBJ actually brought Dino Melaye to politics. He was OBJ's boy then, right? So, but look at how he dealt with Dino Melaye. Go and look at governors when they want to deal with their political enemies. They will reduce you to nothing. And in their state, they have the apparatchiks of power and they have everything to make your life miserable. So apart from the fact that this Tunde guy has been outed as one of those quote and unquote the pointer for those cabals in the Aso Rock, they can work with you one way or the other. But when you are becoming too big or bigger than your shadows, then they're trying to reduce you to your size. This is not a joking matter. This is not a primary election. This is not a senatorial election. This is a transitional election that a political party of in which you are serving, right, in the villa is trying to go to an election and you are trying to derail the effort of that political party to tilt the scale for the opposition. Forget whatever forget the closeness to Buhari or whoever you are. They will deal with you. That's what you are seeing now. Because Buhari himself cannot help this guy. Like I said, when you are in a mood session in your administration, you have to be close to politicians and see the way they reason. When you are winding up your administration, you see a lot of people trying to curry the favor of the intent of the supposed new administration coming on board. They are seen Ashwaju now as the face of Aso Rock in waiting. So it's either you are in his good books or you are in his bad book. When you are in the bad book of him of the coming administration now, nothing is going to be okay for you. Nothing is going to go good for you. And then you are in the bad book of that guy. You are in the bad book of the governors. You are almost a black sheep of almost in almost all the books of all these power brokers. There's no way all those billions, all those trillions that you think you own or that you think you have. You are a Nigerian. They will tell you this is how we dealt with this folk. This is how we dealt with this guy. Look at how they dealt with the guy that they kept in prison for almost the first term of Buhari. That guy that was sharing that $2 billion then. So and now all the places you buried your dead corpses, they know. Emefiele is still there. Emefiele he doesn't take anything to rat you out because he made a lot of money through Emefiele himself. This guy, at a point when for you to actually have any access at all, one man, for you to have any access to some certain quarters in Aso Rock, you have to pay this guy. You are not paying any 1 million or 2 million. No, you are paying heavily. So he controls everything because of his closeness. I think his nephew to Buhari himself. So coming out now they are getting smoked, and then the game is over for them. Buhari will not save any of them because Buhari has basically told them, once I'm done, I don't even care about ABJ or Kaduna. I'm going to Daura. I'm going to the village to spend time with my cows and my chicken or whatever he's going to be doing there. So when they will be getting smoked by the new administration, it's not, Buhari one man. You're just going to be looking and go and take care of your business because Buhari does not even know this guy is worth more than what it's not even, he doesn't know what is what he owns. Now, he has a lot of properties here in the US. He has properties in UK, in Dubai, in Nigeria. So he needs to start playing along now, or they will smoke him. And at the end of the day, they won't forgive him because he has gone beyond his capacity already. There is a fact that he's working for Atiku. there's a fact that Zangon Daura is working for Atiku. Zangon Daura is a close associate of Atiku for a long time, and they are using this guy. They want this guy particularly to stay close. I mean, to stay away from certain folks that they will deal with him. Do not forget he's not in the good books of Aisha Buhari herself and Aisha Buhari's elder brother, right? Aisha Buhari's older brother is supposed to be the governor of Adamawa State today. Do you know that one man, the current governor of Adamawa State?
Yes, I remember that squabble that they. Yes,
Yes,
that was months ago. That was years ago, actually. Yeah.
that was the last election. So it
Yeah.
was a big power play, and they expected Buhari to step in. Buhari, is in his usual, attitude. It was just so this Tunde guy and some other folks, tilted the scale in favor of Atiku's guy, and that's what they're trying to repeat. But the game is over now for them because this Emefiele, a lot of the cabal, and then the guy they are actually trying to see if he can save them is sick now, and that one is basically telling them you're on your own because most of the things they are doing now with Atiku and most of the games they are trying to cut with most of these opposition members, the one in London is not even aware of most of the things they are doing. So they have to toe the line, but irrespective of how they come to terms now with the situation on ground that this is not a child play any longer, they will still punish them. One man, these guys do not forgive. If you do it to only one of them, it's understandable. Do you know this guy went to Katsina State to challenge Masari's candidate in the gubernatorial election? This Tunde guy, he came to Aso Rock at maybe 22 years, or I mean maybe 30. How old? I think maybe 28 years old or 27 years old. That's when he came to Aso Rock, and now do you know even he's an assistant director at NIA, a position he's never qualified for, or he was never qualified for. So there are so many things going against this guy. He has gone too far. He has embarrassed a lot of governors. Masari told him point blank, if not because of Say of Baba Buhari, I will let you know that my last born is older than you, and then you want to challenge my candidate because you think you have some money now. He basically went to Kaduna State and was challenging the planned successor of the incumbent governor now, Bello Masari, the ex-speaker of the House of Rep, for you to know, the kind of irresponsible confidence this guy this guy has in his mind. So
I think from the rational mind like sound that we're hearing, it looks as though Fatai wants to interject with his hand wind computer. Fatai, should we do a GoFundMe to get you a proper whatever iPad or something? Fatai, come
No,
in.
I don't know. I think is it
No, I was only joking. I could hear you wanted to interject. Come in.
yeah. I mean in Katsina was today wasn't he trying? I think it was he against Masari in the Katsina in the candidacy, or they were trying to pick him as deputy governor? I think he was trying to be picked as deputy governor in the Katsina race.
no, when Buhari will not say anything. Buhari shall woni. But what happened was they offered him the House of Rep, but he was talking about it's too big for House of Rep. Who are you? You know that kind of audacity. You are too big for House of Rep. Who are you? And then he was telling the governor that he wants to be the governor of the state because
Governor or vice deputy governor?
he
I
want
think they were trying to pick him as deputy governor.
no, he contested. He wanted to be the governor of the state, and he believes in the power of money. You know what I'm saying, Fatai?
Yeah.
Kama Paro, but when he hammer, forget it. He's a multi-billionaire.
Yeah, he's rich. I think he's a Mama Daura's
It's
sister.
loaded. But that even when you have when you have that kind of fund, you have to tread cautiously, right? It's not doing that. Ó ti tẹ ojú àyàn mọ́lẹ̀ gan, and then governors when you believe that you are equating yourself already to established politicians in the north, they don't like that, and they still see you as a young guy. If he had actually cautioned himself and tread carefully, right, they would have taken time to mentor him into government or into politics properly. But he believes he has arrived because of the power he wields in Aso Rock.
I don't
So
know too much about everything, but I think one time I think this woman that one man calls Fulani Fulani woman Najatu.
mm,
Najatu hates that guy. I think so.
no,
But I think it's an association with Atiku. Based on that, only based on that, but I'm not totally sure. But if
almost
Najatu is against him, I don't think he has so much to do with Atiku. If not,
no,
because
almost no,
Najatu
no.
is Atiku's.
Fatai, almost every senior member of the northern political elite does not like this guy. It's like they see you as a paper boy, right? Did you hear Fashola's comment about Jando, that you cannot be a cameraman and want to be a governor? So when they see you like that, and all of a sudden you want to challenge, the oligarchs, they will look at you, hey, bro, where are you coming from? Sometimes even if you want to jump your space or you want to jump that line, there are ways you do it, right? Ọmọ kékeré tó bá mọwọ́ wẹ̀, ó máa bágbà jẹun. I don't know how to say that in English. If you know how to rinse your hand properly, you'll be able to dine and wine with the elders. But this guy is coming with a filthy hand to dine with the elders, and they're trying to put him in his space. But he believes in that quote and unquote the cabal power, the Aso Rock power, and the money power. And they are telling him, even that your Aso Rock, if the only person we respect in that your Aso Rock is Baba Buhari, after Baba Buhari, when we put him aside, we will take you back to trenches that you belong. Do not be surprised after this election, if Tinubu becomes the president, right? A lot of those people in Kabad, then you know all of them, including this Malami now. So when you look at their body
Tinubu
language,
will not. Tinubu is not vindictive. It's not. He
no, can
won't
show
go
not
and.
Tinubu himself now. Say Tinubu
Uh,
no not Tinubu
Enigmatic.
himself. Yeah, bro.
Sorry, even if Tinubu is not vindictive, you see, Nasir El-Rufai, he will never
Ah,
let those people go.
he is a
Madam
very
Nasir
vindictive
El-Rufai will
man. He's
never
a
let them go.
very vindictive man.
He would never let them go. This man, you just watch. You just watch. The man that destroyed these people's, he destroys this senator's house in Kaduna. Then, did you see what he did to Shehu Sani? That man, he already said it. He said they will reverse that policy. People should not worry. Don't go and keep your money. Don't rush to
Oh, the
spend your money.
policy is right.
We will reverse the policy.
Akim, do you recall a time that El Rufai put a bounty on Shehu Sani's hair? That anybody that can go and cut his hair, Shehu Sani has some funny looking hair like that. That guy,
Yeah,
man, is a character.
you can tell that he is so at this moment. That guy is hungry. Like if
You mean
even
you mean Rufai, right?
yes,
Yes.
if
No,
there's
it's
anything
because
he wants to,
It's because you are seeing Rufai speaking. If you listen to Akeredolu's statement today, Baba, those governors, right? The only person they are just, it's like, let's just give Baba Buhari,
yeah, it's just now it's
a
just
safe,
Buhari is just
a,
the
a,
protector. It's just the protector
yeah.
that is if not
The,
those guys, they would have devoured those guys already. They would have
one
devoured
man,
them already.
these governors are not playing, because it's like you are trying to tank our. You know what? Actually, why they are really hot is because these folks supported a different candidate when Buhari was coming into presidency. They had their candidate, and this is why we are speaking to Buhari's even mismanagement of situation generally, because ab initio, a lot of people that are not even supposed to be in this administration came from Mama Daura's list. All of these people you are seeing, they came from Mama Daura's list, people that were basically physically vehemently opposing your candidature, right? And then you put all of them in the house, and then they are working, and then the governors are trying to work with them, trying to play low because of the Buhari's factor. Let's respect him, but you cannot come to our state and try to dictate to us in the states because of villa, or because you work in the villa, or because quote unquote in the villa.
one man, all the Kabas candidates, almost 27 of them lost. Almost 5 gubernatorial, including Malami. Malami lost his gubernatorial, ambition. All of them. And when you listen to El-Rufai, said we want them to get our party back from them when they wanted to impose their own men in the executive capacity of the party. We want them during the primaries. We want them, right, to ensure that even Buhari's second term, they never wanted this. If you don't know, these are very top secret. So they've been lashing these folks from day one. So what you are seeing now, 2 weeks to election, they are reading the riot act to them. And Buhari knows, if you know Nigeria's political structure, right? That's why when people say power of incumbency does not matter in states, I will tell you, go back to Kogi State and go and check the last election, what Yaya Bello did, what the governors did in their state. Any governor that will lose, even look at Oshomole that moved. Oshomole moved from APC to PDP. He won the election. So when you are talking of governors in Nigeria, they have the absolute power like the president in Nigeria. And then you want to come from somewhere to say you are the Kaba. I did the first Kaba in Nigeria. When you play a good Kaba game, you have to play safe with the governors. For you to have a very good result or a very good output when you are doing a Kaba game, you must have some governors in your corner, but you have all the governors against you. So how do you want to wield that power now? And then the only thing you want to do is to tank their presidential project in favor of an opposition, an Atiku that they never trusted. Atiku is going through a lot of crises in his hands. And the only thing Atiku can do is basically to cut deals here and there, but the deals are not cutting. They are not. The deals are not manifest. Even the one that he thought he had sealed had already collapsed now. So when you see Tunde like this coming up, and Mama Daura in London is telling them you're on your own because I wasn't properly briefed. Emefiele he came back to US over here until they gave him a soft landing. If he had made the mistake of traveling when those senators were hunting for him and with DSS, he would have been in prison. He would have been in DSS gulag before Buhari will understand, and then they will give Buhari some nasty report about him, and Buhari will just go with the flow and say, okay, let him stay there until he goes to court. But they perfected the situation for Emefiele. As Emefiele does not have the mind of his own, he can't control anything because the cabal put him in office. He was supposed to go with Jonathan's administration, but they left him there, and then he who dictates the tune, how did they say it?
Who pays the
plays the
piper?
piper, dictates the tune. So they've given him what he needs to do. It's like they give you a manual of what you need to do on a daily basis, on a weekly basis. He's been doing that. So you can't just say, go and listen to Gudaji, that House of Rep member. People know Emefiele's game. Emefiele, unfortunately, I pity that man because he cannot control anything. He's being controlled by the cabal. If you do not do the bidding of the cabal, you are gone. So, and he's a monumentally corrupt guy. So they have his boss in their hands. So he can't move anything. He can't do anything until they just, at the end of the day, of course, they will throw him under the bus. Of course, at the end of the day, they will still punish him when the next administration comes. If the APC administration takes over the Aso Rock, he still has a good grind to do. He still has a good fight with the governors. Because these governors you are looking at, these politicians, they may smile in your face. A lot of them do not forgive. They will take their own pound of the flesh and they will until they shave that his hair, his bald head like vulture. They won't cut back on him. At the end of the day, this Tunde, what you probably can happen is probably northern people can say, okay, he's a young guy, let's forgive him and let's do this. But they will strip him naked of that thing, that is little power that he thinks he has, that currency. They will ensure that they strip him naked financially. That's what they're going to do to him. But they may probably not take care of him or probably deal with him by taking him to maybe get him in prison or whatever.
but they will get most all the funds back from it.
you know, in
No,
the
no, no, they can't.
okay.
They won't do that. All they will do is that they will bring him back to. They will bring him back to reality. That's what. And when politicians are telling you they will bring you back to reality, but you have some people trying to, maybe by virtue of Buhari, telling it's my son, leave me alone. They will understand that language, but they will not leave his funds alone because they know where he has all his funds. It's just if Emefiele. Emefiele do this thing for us. Everywhere he keeps the money, Emefiele will rat him out. People will rat him out. They have the bankers, they have everything. Shetima controls most of the banks. Most of them they know how to get things when they want to get it. The only thing that will save him is if he has to do the Ziani and Nene's game to run out of Nigeria, and then but he cannot do that because he's a full animal. They don't really think like that. So he probably
They can't really survive outside of Nigeria except they run to the Middle
to
East. You know.
even look at Mena. You know Rashid Mena, right? Rashid Mena was exactly. This is just a replica of Rashid Mena. When Rashid Mena had all the power brokers behind him, and he was more or less like a little boy too, getting all the billions, getting all the trillions. He was as powerful as this. But when they were ready for him, you saw how they dealt with him and how they brought him back to reality. That is what is going to happen to a lot of the members of this cabal at the end of the day. So it's a big, and he's fighting with not just your normal seasoned politicians. He's having issues with more or less technocrats, cum strategic politicians that they will kill you. They will kill you, but you think you're still living. So they will give him the 2.0 of Rashid Mena's punishments when the government is gone. That's what they're going to do to him.
All right, brilliant. Always brilliant by Enigmatic Hondi. So Enigmatic, let me take you next to MFLA and this now new development within the Naira space. They simply don't have the paper, the security print paper to print more denominations of the 1,500 Naira notes. So it's a gift that keeps on giving this crisis that's going on. So what are you then making then of the commentary by the CBN governor?
Well, I think I will rest on the existing protocol of Adewale and Kulata. They've basically expounded a lot of points about that. But what I would say is people can see now, right? When they say, when you're gonna have a very juicy and very sweet Saturday, you start from Friday, right? So sometimes when a couple of us make certain statements, they probably think we are being basically irrational by the content of our messages. No, it's about thinking out of the box, and then you don't have to be clairvoyant to understand the fact that this is a dead on arrival implementation of a very good policy. The policy is okay. It's done almost everywhere in the world. UK had a similar policy. Some other country had it, and the only country that probably had a replica of this, shambolic implementation of the policy was in India, and you could see the trickle effect of that. It was very badly implemented, regardless of how ingenious or how brilliant an idea is. If the idea is tainted with mundane and then more or less like a shady undertone, this is what happened. And then they are playing with human life, people's life. You can't expect somebody like Emefiele, who should be the reserve advisor and the economic advisor, one of the economic advisor of the president, you know, doing this kind of nasty thing to Nigeria, because at the end of the day, you have more or less like uh, somebody said Buhari is probably the dumbest of president we've had. I'm not gonna dispute that. Apart from being dumb, is so clannish to the point that he supports himself with, if not equally dumb, nepotistic minded folks. Is probably they are on the same equal wavelength of stupidity, you know. Except probably you just want to say you have a mind of a buffoonery, that's when you say Buhari has done something great in this his presidency when it comes to certain policies. When you are rolling out policy, even in the professional arena, there are certain guidelines, there are certain rules, there are certain procedures and processes that must actually, uniformize such a project. You have to have a series of consultation. You have to have series of idea, shaping idea, juxtapose issues. What are the consequences? What are I don't even think I'm not even sure if they had a good grasp of gap analysis of this situation before they even roll it out. So you will see ab initio, this is what this was heading to a doomsday situation, because he cut out almost all the various parastatals and then the professionals that could have actually come on board to have a good, robust understanding of what this policy is and how the implementation can be brought to life. Before you go to life, you must have gone through the chain process of that management process. They just went from 0 to 100. That's the way he did it. Right? They not testing nothing. So you can't do that. And this is what you are seeing now. In a sane world like this, what's his name? Emefiele would have been fired on the spot. It's like you are probably the risk and compliance top guy in your organization, and you roll out a shambolic project, and the project now is costing your company millions. You're gonna be fired on the spot. If if that is not gonna ruin your professional career, probably God will save you. That is what I don't want to listen to any. I don't want to consider any excuse. The excuse will be pedestrian to me, because you have a channel of resources that is available to you or that are available to you. You choose to jettison those and basically circumvent the process. For what? For pertinent reasons, or what are those even reasons? You have the Minister of Finance. He came out to say, I am not aware of this. Have you seen that kind of situation before? The Elizabeth Yellen, the economic, the equivalent of the Minister of Finance in the US, when they want to do certain stuff, you will see the other guy, Wale Adeyemo, that Niger guy, who is the number 2 to that lady. You will see the economic tank of America will come together and say, how do we land this project successfully, right, to fruition, where things can be in an iterative manner. We can release it in an iterative manner, and then it can go smoothly, and there will be no glitches, there will be no hookup. This guy basically went from Buhari, then you are rolling out a project within 3 months, and then you are basically putting a timeline on that for financial, for monetary policy. Because if this is monetary policy or financial, what this, I would just call it this one, Buhari / Emefiele stupid policy. I can't say this is not a monetary policy. If you have a reason to say, okay, we are trying to use this to curb certain electioneering malpractices, there are still ways to go, with that. You can shoot and walk at the same time, but you have to be realistic when you are doing most of the things you are doing. You can't just close your eyes as if you are in a junta regime and you just want to roll out stuff. Look at people suffering now. So Emefiele, he has allowed himself to be so used to the point that he forgot about the professionalism of his calling. First of all, you are a professional. Then you are a top economic advisor to the president. And unfortunately, you have a president who is so woven into that his own clannish cocoon, that mindset that I want to do things in a certain way to hurt people, or I have some people that I trust that I defer to most of the time, and those people are not the right people that could give you the best of advices most of the time. So why no? There are no inputs from the legislative part of the government. There are no inputs from even the Attorney General of the Federation to look at the legality of what you're doing or the legal effect or the consequences. There are no inputs from the Ministry of Finance, the supposed quote unquote the supervising, the supervising ministry that should actually have an input to that. So almost at every level of the process or the phases of it, zero. And then you are bringing it on board to say you want to have a policy that will be timeline. No, you don't do that, one man. That is it will actually lead you to query the certificate of Emefiele if it's actually if he actually got his certificate maybe from Anambra State. You know what I'm saying? Like, because how would you be the CBN governor and you can't even think through some certain things because your name is on that. Your name, whose name is on is being rubbish now. Emefiele cannot. There are people who leaves the government of Nigeria and they are in the global. They are playing the global economic already. They are in the global world, global corporate world now. One of them is the current what's his name? That Ngozi Okonjo-Iweala. Another is Akinyemi Adewumi, right? A couple of Nigerians they've moved from the from the Nigeria's political arena to the global village, global corporate world
Stage, yeah.
stage. Yeah, but nobody will reckon with Emefiele now because the whole case I read a couple of things about this in I think in IMF or wherever today. So it's a full blown crisis in our hands, courtesy of Nigeria CBN governor, who has been giving a very wrong advice to the supposed illiterate president that we have in Nigeria. And Nigerians are suffering because of the clannishness and the nepotism of the guy that we have in Nassau Rock because he's surrendering himself and listening to a guy who was a Richard Car seller who found himself in position of power, or Zangon Daoza, all those bunch of shambolic vagabonds in the seat of power, you know, running Nigeria to ground. So it's quite unfortunate, and then we hope we don't get to this kind of situation again. So one of the joy of the next administration is that at least if we have to restrict it to the four top front runners, you can tell that it can be worse than what we have. At least none of them will be as dumb as a situation whereby they won't even be able to equip themselves with top, thorough, talented administrators to to advise them and to actually man most of the escos of the portfolios. So I think that's one of the good things that we can see beyond February 25th, whoever becomes the president. But
And
Buhari,
Ignatius,
yeah,
sorry, if you don't mind. I want you to probe this, my conspiracy theory. I've been thinking about it in my head. What if Buhari is in on this scheme? Let's just assume that he's in on it.
well, that is not impossible, bro. Buhari, and that's what people fail to understand. I mean, fail to understand. Buhari may be thinking, okay, I'm doing this because I want to stifle certain politician, or looking from the prism of a targeted myopic mindset. I'm not going to discount that. But when you look at that, at what uh, price? Because now his legacy, is on the line for this. So it's going to be Buhari, Buhari, Buhari. When Buhari is gone out of office, have you found out that when governors or when president leaves the stage, you barely after maybe 2 years would you actually remember anybody in the administration or whoever worked with him? The only person you'll be remembering is Gage. You're going to be thinking of Jonathan administration, Obasanjo's administration, and then it will be Buhari's administration because it's going to be on his name, right? So the possibility of Buhari having this conspiracy theory is very, very valid, and I can't vouch for him because he has shown beyond reasonable doubt previously, and when you look at his antecedents, Buhari is this kind of person that is not ready to stick out his neck for you when he's not once he gets his own slice of the cake. If you die trying to get yours, or you swim, or you drown, he does not care, right? His wife was It's well believed that by virtue of the fact that I'm the first lady of the nation, my older brother should easily get the ticket of the political party to run for the gubernatorial race in my state. Buhari no send them. You know, Buhari no send them. So I can tell you authoritatively from what I know that most of the appointees of Buhari does not even know most of them. The most of the appointees
You are
are
right. He was
most of
calling
them,
Oshiba did when he was
you know. So because I know that from the southwest, most of the folks that actually made the list in southwest were made by Daura and Issa Funtua, and in all other states like that, right? So when you look at someone like that, you can't rule out any conspiracy theory, or because of the fact that this is aloof nature to almost everything. That's why you see, I mean, that young guy we at least we are pushing young people to come into the system, right? Is basically I'm as young as him, but I'm not going to be as stupid as him if I have that kind of opportunity, because I don't even think he's educated. I don't know. I can't really speak to the level of his education or his exposure or his basic corporate fecundity to actually handle stuff like that. And are you aware of the fact that the position that guy is holding, that position is is for you to work within that capacity, you must be a senior permanent secretary. Do you know what that means? Senior permanent secretary in the federal system, that was given to a guy that was a recharge gas seller, that is wielding so much power. So how did he make it to that? If I have I'll probably send one thing to one man. When you look at Buhari's nephews, nieces, these that are in this administration, bro, you will hold your hair, you will hold your hand in your pants and you will weep, because that place stinks, and it oozes of so much incompetence. And that's what you are seeing in the larger space of Nigeria now, because Buhari does not control Jack in that place. He does not. He has no control of anything. The folks that control things were the trio of Mama Daura, Issa Funtua, Zango Daura. Those ones, they just make the list and give it to him, and Tunde will just push it and sign it. But I've told you that I know somebody in US over here, a top partner. You know what a partner means, right? For you to be a partner in four, you've been partner in four of the four big fours in the US. Four of the four big four. And then the position that everything has been sealed, just because the guy does not look like a one Razak or one Abdul Muftar from somewhere. They couldn't give him that appointment. I'm talking about the current NIDA. The NIDA. Go and look at the Director General of NIDA today. The Director General of NIDA is a man. I'm not trying to be tribalistic here, but the Director General of NIDA is from a certain region of the country. The current Director General of NCC is from a certain country, a certain part of the country. The supervising ministry of both agencies, NCC and NIDA, is Pantami. So you have the three. You have the supervising ministry and the two parastatals under that supervising ministry within the within the information technology slash communication in Nigeria, being spearheaded by the same folks from almost the same place. Go and look at it, and it's across board, where you basically substitute nepotism for competence, for brilliance, for ideas. How would you substitute a partner that has been partner in four of the four big fours for people like that? So that could actually define the kind of person we are talking about. So when you see people running amok and running riot within the villa, and the governors can see this, right? And the governors can see this. One of the governors in Nigeria that actually values talent and brilliance is El Rufai. Go and look at El Rufai's administration. There was a guy that is one of the DGs in one of the ministry in the parastatals in Kaduna State that I think he appointed that guy at maybe 26 or 27. The guy was a first class graduate, anyways, and he sponsored his masters to MIT, right? But when you look at stuff like that or folks like that, and you see a young guy, nobody says you shouldn't be young, but you can be young and be meaningful intellectually. But when you are young and you are not even trying to develop yourself and you are trying to wield power with people that has the raw power, that's why they're having this kind of problem. And Buhari is just going to sit down there. I'm if to pick you just go like
I actually have that picture of my WhatsApp page.
You could just go like say nothing did happen.
Life is you can't compare 84 to the 2003. Life is good, brother. I'm flying private jet. My wife is in Dubai. My kids, they finish school, they got married. What else? I'm good.
Well, that's just the space somehow, but at least we are very happy now that we are counting our fingers for the exit of.
All right. You know, we're literally 2 weeks away now from all of this noise comes to an end in 2 weeks' time.
I just want to say thank you everyone for the show. I really appreciate it. Please, no fighting, one love everybody. You know, we're here regardless of where we come from. We are still one. We are still Nigeria. God bless you all. Good night.
All right, bless you, Adewale. A real delight. Excellent delivery by Adewale today, of course. But then anytime Adewale turns up, always an excellent delivery. A person who delivers just as excellently, Fatai. So enigmatic. Round of your thoughts, then we go on to Fatai. Fatai has his own theme music, which we've gone and dug up for him and Emeka. But first, round of your thoughts, enigmatic.
Yeah, I would just say now that we know the election is just two weeks away from. I can say now that the game is getting more realistic, and the winners and losers already know themselves. They are politicians. They know where they stand. They know their chances. They are ticking the boxes on a daily basis, on an hourly basis. They know where their strengths are and where their weaknesses are, where they are consolidating. So I would just say we've had a very good session today. I understand that sometimes you want to be scared, but don't worry. It's just 2 weeks from now that I'll get my cash from Edo State. No worry.
Don't worry. I've even forgotten the bets. You know, we there's $4,000 on the line regarding this election. Two of those grants coming from Des. A man with is it that balls or dumbness? But economic is
the real obedient with the full shares.
Is the only obedient here. The rest of them, they are look at the way they are running. Look at man of prestige. He will say, I want to do a bet. I want to do a bet. And then when you present it to him, he will say, let's bet $100,000, blowing to all sorts of ridiculous, But at this, it will speak and do. He speaks as he does. So thank you, enigmatic. So thank you, enigmatic. It needs no introduction, of course. Enigmatic Hondi. So that was enigmatic Hondi, only to be replaced with equal excellence by Fatai. So now Fatai, a self-confessed Tinubu fan, he said so himself, he and Emeka. And since he made that confession, I've sent all of my researchers all over the world to go and look for an appropriate theme music to herald Fatai in anytime he turns up. So my researchers have returned with what they've deemed an appropriate heralding music for Fatai. So Fatai, let's usher you in the proper manner.
Báwo lẹ ó ti ṣe ọ̀nà wo lẹ ó ti gbà.
And there it is. Erin kọjá ẹran à ń fọ̀pá lù. Ọ̀rọ̀ ọ̀nà wo lẹ máa gbé gbà? Báwo lẹ ṣe máa ṣe? So bó ṣe máa ṣe, Fatai will explain to us. So Fatai, good to have you as always. So the German Quaran, according to Nordic Coin. So Fatai, you of course you are not one that is flustered by anything. So you're exactly the person then that to talk us through how you would change the currency of the top 30 major economies in the world, but you forget to buy enough printing paper to print the denomination. So Emefiele, what is he talking about, Fatai?
One man.
Fatai, Novel, before you continue, one man. Yeah, well, I make I go sleep. I beg. I did go somewhere early tomorrow.
All right, brilliant. Thank you. Excellent delivery by Enigmatic. Join us again, Enigmatic, tomorrow if you're free. So that was Enigmatic, and this is Fatai. So Fatai, Emefiele, and the Robbie, and you're a German speaker. Good night, Enigmatic. So you're a German speaker, Fatai. So interpret then this Dutch language that Emefiele is speaking.
I am a fakely named German speaker. I know. I think I know a little bit of introductory German, and I've forgotten it. Where do I even start? So many things to start from. But one man, I think it's better to start from here. I think one man, you should take care more of your platform, right? Many things that have been said on this platform, right? And days after, weeks after, they start to oh yes, my year one start to be open to their eyes. You don't take it. You should be. They should be referencing you. You should be reporting many people for what it is copyright or whatever intellectual property theft.
Yeah, it's only because of super brains like you now and Kulata and World Peace.
So many things. Many people just copy them, right? And then they repackage them as original thought. They are not original thought. They were all picked from here, and then they take them all around to different places. Um, I think the first thing to say is the reason I was interjecting when Enigmatic was speaking. I think this today's guy. I think the whole story about him is overplayed, right? I usually, when one of the telltale signs of overplayed narratives is when you hear something like he was a recharge card seller. But the guy is a graduate now. He can't be a recharge card seller. A graduate who basically comes from a royal family, one of the royal families in Nigeria. He's a nephew or whatever it is of Buhari. He's a Mama Daura's very beloved person. It was their younger daughter, sister or something was his son. So he can't be a recharge card seller. There is a lot of infighting. So it turns up. Actually, Tinubu used to praise him a lot. I think when he got married or had a birthday or something, and Tinubu was praising him a lot. I think his angst, his affiliation with Atiku is overplayed, especially when this Najatu came out. Najatu hates him so much. Najatu is a Atiku person. So if Najatu hates him, I think most of the stories about him is overplayed. But I don't know. I don't know too much about. He's a very young guy. There's not too much known about him. So perhaps there's some shady things about him. But even if there were shady things about him, I think it's largely overplayed. And the other thing, Woman, you remember the
Hello, Woman.
Yeah. Hello, is that the way?
Yes, Woman. I'm about to go and sleep. I thought you were going to call me. That's why I came back.
I think you should go before.
Yes.
Sorry, Fatai.
Sure.
No, that's fine, Dupe. I should have come to you earlier.
Yeah.
So Dupe, let's hear from you. So the goings on then, the CBN governor telling us that he doesn't have sufficient enough.
No, I have to clear my mind, Woman. You can't use that one to bamboozle me. I have to clear my mind.
All right. Please don't blow up the place again.
No, I'm not blowing up. Number one, please, I'm begging you, Woman. That boy is just the age of my first child. He's a very young boy. Don't call him my boyfriend. I find that very offensive. Please, I'm begging you. I'm not here for that. He's not, it's just a young boy that I don't find intelligent, and I just say my mind as it is. And the boy from Japan, I didn't come to the platform because of him. So I don't know the reason why he blew up. The other day when Fatai wanted to beat him, I would have allowed Fatai to beat him. I was the one like calming Fatai down in the comment section to just calm down, not to beat him. Please, woman, we enjoy this program.
One man, I will not take this. I will not.
Woman, please.
If you want to cause a tribal, if you want to cause a tribal settlement here, you can. I'm telling you, are you older than me to talk to me like this? What are you saying? What are you saying from your mouth? What are you saying from your mouth? Please be guided. Don't try me. I'm a Benin man. I'm a bender. What are you saying?
Hold on.
How dare you?
Hold on, both of you. Hold on. Sorry. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. We've been wanting female voices, and we would like to retain you on the platform because, of course, if you look at the screen, it's always male voices, and slowly female voices are coming on. But even with female voices, the rules still apply. We like to keep the language high on this platform, and we would like your cooperation for that to continue to be the case. So, Dupe, I'll bring you back, but please, mind the language. Just mind the language.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's my woman.
Yeah.
That's okay, woman. I'm not that cool-headed, so I have to go tonight and come back maybe tomorrow to talk to you better. But if I come and I don't mention somebody's name, please, can you tell them to respect me? The fact that I'm a woman doesn't mean that I can't express my mind. I did not mention the boy's name from Japan, and he still went ahead to jump into the conversation. Thank you, woman.
Yeah, but when you are calling him a boy, then they are already prodding at him now. It's a
I'm not age-wise. I don't know how old are you. I don't know how old are you. You cannot talk to somebody that's 50 because you are what? Because you have kids early or what?
Where is
Why speaking English is not intelligent. What are you saying? You just bother it.
I'll see you again tomorrow, woman. Thank you.
I challenge you to come to this platform tomorrow and misbehave.
One man,
talk to this Dupe lady. If you feel that she's coming,
I came here.
No. This is what I don't like. I'm talking to every Yoruba man in this platform. You should not caution this lady. I think you don't like this platform anymore.
Hold on, World Peace. What has Yoruba got to do with it?
Yes, because anytime any Benin person or some person I always attack. I want to make the platform just as normal as we can be. But since finding this privilege, thinking if she can come to this platform, she has all the right to speak. This platform is not an obedient platform. It's not Nigeria Watch. This is a very right platform. Everybody can speak their mind. He or she. Why please caution this woman? How can she say when she allowed Fatai to beat me up? Come on, man. Can you tell me what? Do you even know me? Do you even know me? Because I'm in Japan. Do you even know me?
Hold on now. Settle down. War Peace.
I don't take nonsense.
No, it's not. But it's nothing to do with
Please, what?
Hold on. It's not a Yoruba thing though. So maybe that was a bit unnecessary. That's her personality. She might well be Chinese or Martian. That's just her personality. But
a comment section, woman.
How has the Yoruba come into it?
Let me explain how he has come. It's a comment section. He has been using, not today, she has been using Yoruba language to make it utterances, even me or other people. But I just ignore her in comment section. Now she came in here, her pattern of speaking is her opinion. I'm not worried. But me, I'm very intelligent to smell a rat. If you're coming in to speak your mind, it's okay. But don't make it feel that's a privilege because if you're on this platform, it's being owned by a certain group of people, and the majority of the panelists are in a certain place. You can speak because we all know Yoruba people. Hold on now.
No, I don't like that tribal undertone that you are. I've said before.
Okay, sorry. Let me recount. Let me recount it.
No. Hold on. And what you also said is actually factually untrue. 60% of this platform are from the southeast. And the viewership
No,
of this platform, they
now
are
when it came
from the
in, I mean
southeast.
now when it came in, I mean now it came, no, I mean now when it came in, because this is what I wanted to say, because you know Jericho are very respectful. If you talk, everybody will keep quiet. Does not mean she have to bounce on that privilege. We can be as nice. There was this Iboli that used to come from London, that used to come, I see born more local than that lady, I've forgotten her name.
One man,
Esho is
one
a
man,
very,
One man, I
Esho,
need to go. I
Esho is
need
a
to
very
make a
tough
comment
woman.
before I go.
one man. What one piece
Mortis, I
is
beg, give me a
one piece is trying
moment.
to tell you. What one piece is trying to explain to you is almost what is going on in Doctor's Damage platform,
Yeah.
where people just, when they see the platform full of their own kind of people, and they saw it as an opportunity to use that leverage to express themselves in a way that they normally should not do. So I'm not. I understand what piece is trying to say, and I think you one man should try and make sure that that is not the case on this platform, because the beauty of this platform is the diverse opinion of every appearance or everybody that appears on this platform. Just because you guys sometimes do revert to speaking the Yoruba language on the platform doesn't mean somebody sitting on the sideline could just say, okay, this is home. Then I could come and do whatever I want. I don't know what happened because I wasn't following the show earlier. I was sleeping. But I understand what
When
people
not soon, when not
Let
soon.
me
Online also as
let me chip
zero.
in a
But
little
come,
thing.
Des.
One
Hold on,
piece.
Des. Hold on. Des, I can speak for myself. I'm not a kid. She came in here, progressive. She came in here, started attacking Des with foul language, and I just said, ladies, not like that. If you have anything against Des, assertion, you come with a superior argument, not just telling Des to keep quiet, I'm talking. You don't say that. I admire this. You can admire anybody. You don't say that. You don't make it one-sided. Then I call on Ajadi Koko. There's a reason they like you in this platform, because you're an elderly man and you react when she's such a thing. Please caution this lady. Next time she comes, she should be more mature and all that. Now she came in back and calling at me that the guy in Japan. Who is the guy in Japan? We have seen your time in 1992. What did you do when it happened? You couldn't do nothing.
Well,
What are you saying? You know the struggle I've been to.
Well, please, can I say something? Well, please. See, let's look. Let's. I understand your feelings. I got you, but see, let's even just pity one man for his effort sometimes, because there's a little he can do about some situations, even if he wants to go too harsh. There's a little. You see, the way I just want us to see, because sometimes too, I can grow angry, but I calm down as fast as possible. Look, see, we are a group of people that we come here, and some of us, we don't know ourselves more than this platform. And so when someone from other side, you can afraid me for a second, maybe mine will be instantaneous, but the next minute I'm over that. So because I know that if I don't know you physically, there's a little you are going to gain by attacking me. So I can even give it back to you at that time, but then I will calm down thereafter and I will still play with you. So what am I saying is this: on this forum, most of us, we are hiding behind computer. We don't even know one another. So that kind of, you can't make me to be so angry to the point that I will lose it. I understand your feeling for sure, but we should understand from that of the anchor of the program too, that there's a little you can do. Otherwise, it's going to escalate beyond what we don't expect. So just let us just from our own side. I got your point. From our own side, let's just try as much as possible. If we can ignore most of these things, let's just please and try and ignore. That's just the way I say it. I know. I got
Sorry
your
to cut you
point.
short.
Let me
I
say
understand what you're
something.
saying.
I want
We all
to
have to help
add
one
up.
man out here. We all have to help one man here. That's what I was trying to do. At least one man cannot do it alone. We are all here to make it happen. One man brought the platform is for us to be the passenger of the platform. That's what I was just trying to do. And like I said here before, I started on this platform a year plus, but it's been a year now that I've been coming here 24/7, almost 5 times a week, 7 hours of my day, I remove 7 hours of my hours, of my 24 hours. I sit here. People think I don't have something doing. I control 3 businesses in three continents. But I sit down here, I talk to one man, so I don't even say anything. Pastor came on this show. I believe most of the people are new here. Pastor came on this show, insulted me and insulted my tribe. I respect that one thing. Almost everybody came to the next day. Like Casey came up, apologized. I didn't even say anything about it. I didn't even respond. Of course, it's because of this politics. How many of them have been here before this election? And I know they will remain in this show after this election. For the fact you have the opportunity to speak, don't just start saying things that don't make sense. What can you do? If they give you the matter, what can you really do? Start causing apprehension. We
I
know
beg,
these people type
let's
now.
please let's douse the situation. I beg, Madam Dupe. Let me just douse everything. Please, all these insult is not needed. I know you're an elderly woman, and I beg, I'm a young man. I never marry you. You look like a fine woman. If your daughter don't come of age, I dare you. I beg, make
Stop.
I advise you.
That is
Ogologo
okay.
modest. Ogologo
But
It's
less.
okay.
on a
Nah,
serious note,
ogologo less.
on a serious note, yeah. Um, the elderly people have to understand the fact that you are older. Gone are those days that they say what a child, what a parent can see standing, a child cannot see sitting, a child cannot see it standing. Now that child is seeing it more than you. We can't just deny that fact. A lot of things have changed. We know things past our parents, and our kids are gonna know a lot of things past us. So all these age whatever, I born you, who you be boy or whatever. It doesn't really go well with me. Let's stick to the reality of what's going on. And if you come here, stick to what we are talking about, stick to the topic, and stop trying to attack everybody. Please, one man, try to take note of that.
No
No,
vex, vex,
what do you
vex.
mean I should take note? I've not attacked anybody. I'm just trying to. We were having such an excellent show until you and Dupe started to fight, and still.
One man, let me have this one before. See, before I even try to fight you or I engage you seriously, I trying to define the value I'm going to get with such kind of altercation or whatever. Like I said, I can grow angry, but mine is instantaneous. The next 1 minute, I forget it. So I will not engage you negatively if except I know that I'm going to get, because everything about me is value. If I'm not going to get any value in anything, trust me, the maximum I can do within that value chain is going to be just 1 minute. I think everything has business. So what am I saying is this: all this anger sometimes, I can tell you I'm older than you, I can tell you are younger than me. Will it add anything to me? No, especially when I don't even know you more than this platform. We are all hiding behind the screen. So even if you talk and insult me from now to tomorrow, it means nothing to me because it's not going to affect me negatively within my community here. So why should I bother myself? That's why I'm saying that let us even look at the purpose of this forum. If we look at the purpose of this forum, there are some kind of things we can do on our own and ignore. That's what I'm saying. Things can hit up, but as much as possible, let us just exactly. If, for example, I can't find myself now engaged with someone. Oh, I'm older than you. Oh, you're younger than me. No, it's not going to add value. How am I sure that I'm even older than that person? Even if I'm older than you, it's not going to add any value to me. And it is true, it's our culture to respect the elders. So to me, what is, you are a man like myself, one good thing is this: we can never win with a woman, no matter how smart we are. You understand? Even
I'm
right
not.
from our home. No,
I'm not fighting with her.
exactly. Even right from our home, you can never win with a woman. So we are made differently. We are made differently. So it's not the fault of women that they are the way they are, and it's not the fault of men that they have the
She
way
has
they are.
she has husband at home now. Does she not respect a man at
No,
home? You
what
just
is
come
at
in
the
and
end of the
start calling
day?
people.
What is at the end of the day? Nobody benefit from this. So let's just
All right.
even forget about it and see that whatever happened in the chat room is banter. I banter almost everyone there. So let's just take it as banter and let's just move on. But don't put the pressure on one man, because you have to look at the content maker for him to sit down and make all this. And at the end of the day, we make this place, we flame this place up. No, it's not going to be good on the side of the presenter, and even on those people that will even be watching us. Because I rushed back here to give my opinion just because of that argument, because I was at the background. So please, please, Auntie Dupe, please, let's just calm down, please. Okay. So one man.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ola. Thank you for doing that. Where is Ajale Koko when you need him? Anytime there's a fight breaking out, Ajale Koko is never there. But just exactly as Ola said, apologies to whoever felt offended, both on the platform and the listening audience. It's a live stream and it's an open microphone space. But sometimes you cannot catch the comments before they are made. So once the comments are made, what we then try to do is to piece it together so that no feelings are left hurt. Please don't be offended. That's just Dupe. We've only just met her today, at least on the screens, and already, we're starting to. I'm not sure if we're impressed, but so Dupe, just mend your ways. Just mend your ways. And apologies to you, World Peace and Desmond. What can you do? What can you say? Let's just get it back to the conversation. If everybody is happy for us to go back to the conversation, then let's go back to the conversation. But the one thing that I did object to somewhat is that Yoruba element that World Peace was trying to. This platform is an open church for every and anybody, as you all know, and hopefully that's what I'm trying to put across. So none of that is just really, but I cannot account for personalities that come on. Well, I can account for them because everybody here at my invitation, but apologies all round, and let's go back to Fatai to talk us through then Emefele's lack of printing paper for money. Fatai, are you still there?
Yeah, one man.
It's never a dull moment on this platform. Never a dull moment.
I don't want to get involved.
All right, back to the politics of it. Back to the politics.
Yeah. To the politics. So, like I said, one man, you need to start following your show. All the people that are coupling things from here and delivering in other places or whatever, you need to start put copyright. Hey, my show. This is my show. They're coupling it together like it's their original thought, you know. You remember one month, the other day we were fighting here. I think we were going at it here about this policy. A lot of people that are saying the policy was fantastic, they are now saying it's not good.
Sometimes, in fact, most times I think we think in advance, or only because we understand politics and we have some function in the head. Because a lot of the conversations that we have here, just too many times, it's then played out subsequently, just exactly as we've discussed it. It's happened too often for it to be a coincidence.
They need to be
Yeah.
doing reference now, otherwise they should be all charged.
It's plagiarism, isn't it? Plagiarism.
A lot of people are plagiarizing now. Yes. Even a lot of people are plagiarizing panelists. Yeah, so even fellow panelists are plagiarizing panelists.
Yeah, they come here to harvest they harvest our thoughts and then go and present it as original thinking everywhere
as
else.
Original thinking. It's actually is a crumbs. They are. I mean, it's crumbs now.
But they never really understand it. They don't understand the thinking behind the thought. So they just go and
all this decoupling. If they keep doing it, the crumbs will even stop. We're going to be projecting this thing,
okay. So are we expecting a national broadcast sometime this Saturday? Certainly no longer. In fact, this Saturday by Buhari, just ending this nonsense once and for all.
One man, you're expecting national broadcast from Buhari?
I am. This Saturday, I am expecting it today.
Yes, what is he going to say now, Buhari?
It's going to extend the old Naira lifespan by a minimum of 3 months, if not till the end of the year, and remove all of this nonsense.
Yeah, but that will be going against the resolution from the Council of States now. The Council of States, as they met today or earlier today or yesterday, and they want everything to go. Remember our expression, pari passu. They want the two things to go pari passu. They don't. Look, this old thing. right? Ẹja omi tuntun ti rú, ẹja tuntun ti wó ló yẹ kó fi. That's what they should do. I don't know how to say that in English, right? You let Emefiele go, you send a signal to the to the whatever, to the market and everything like that. And that's how these things are handled. No matter what you do from here, it doesn't make any sense, right? You cannot continue with the policy. You cannot go back on the policy. So you let a new guy come in. So one man, you have to document this, so that when we see other people plagiarizing, we will say, "Hey, that is not your original thought. It came out from here."
Yes.
I'm just joking. So you let Emefiele go. You understand? Then that will be new. It will be like purging the system to churn out something fresh, right? Because whatever they do, everything is chaos from now on. If you leave the policy, if you don't leave the policy, even this one Emefiele is saying, I think the title of your of today's show, that Emefiele said there is no paper. I think that's just subterfuge, right? It's just something to say, right? I don't even think that is it. I think it's worse than that, right? I don't even think. I mean, if I stand to be corrected, I don't even think the naira is printed in Nigeria. I think that's probably part of the problem, right? So I think they didn't print enough. Well, my they should just look. One man, if you try to open up this whole situation, right, you're just going to say, if you look, many of these things, if you say them in an introductory class to financial management or economics or whatever, they will just laugh you out of class. Emefiele, right? No, this CBN problem started with Sanusi and Kingsley Moghalu, right? The Kingsley Moghalu, that one that introduced BVN, right? They are all trying to do commercial. Kingsley Moghalu was a lawyer, right? And I don't know who appointed a lawyer as deputy governor of CBN, right? And since then, he branded himself as professor of political economics. The whole thing is, I don't even know. So from there, he just went down south. He just started to go down. Sanusi is a serious economist, right? He's a serious economist, but there is a lot of northern politics that have already been in his blood, right? He was a Kwankwaso. He came from. He was that time Kwankwaso was governor or something. I think there's some kind of alliance or whatever. Anyway, Kano's politics is very complicated, and they are from like a wing of Kano politics, and they just bring that activism into the central bank, and that activism never left the central bank since then. So Ludo was the last serious CBN governor we have. I mean, until then, okay. I mean, maybe I was. I mean, I was not old, so I never really. I didn't even know that existed a central bank until we started having Sanusi. Then central bank started to be like a major topics in the space, the whole Nigerian space. CBN, CBN, CBN. If you are in the US, many Americans don't even know the name of the US central bank. He doesn't have to, he works. They are supposed to be serious technocrats, right? Working underground, but they have become they are the one who want to be. Emefiele is the one who want to be distributing money, naira. Okay, I want to give you. You take $2, you take $5, you buy dollar for 2 naira, and go and sell it for 10 naira. The whole thing is just a mess all over the place. It's not even where to even start to dissect it. Is like where do you even start from, right? you know. But at any rate, if Buhari wants to save his face, they, he should just let Emefiele go, right? And whoever who will be acting in the acting capacity, right? And then because you will never like okay, like this Council of State they met today now. These people, how are you sure they are all getting the right intelligence? The man sitting on the intelligence to inform people about what is going on in central bank is the one who is sitting on top of the problem. Is Emefiele going to say to them exactly what he did wrong, what he didn't do wrong? No, he's not going to. He's still going to be repackaging the story, trying to save his own skin. So you let him go so that we can see, so that I mean the most important people can see what is going on, what really went down. If you don't know what really went down, you can't really fix the problem. I don't think this paper is even the problem. So the public and even the people that are supposed to know, they are getting the wrong intelligence. Let them really go, and everything will look like brand new. You know, the direction that they will take. Or anything apart from that is not like all these. They want to let everything to work. Well,
But even if Emefiele goes, they will still have to reverse certain positions, won't they?
They should just actually they just cancel that policy, right? Everybody is even trying to be good. The policy is good, and listen, what is good about the policy? You put there is no look when you do current. India introduced new currency, like new denomination. India introduced it. No, you just want to pour ink on the paper and say, oh, it's good policy. Tinubu already saved the skin of Buhari. You know, he opened that conversation to now say, oh, actually, this is not just everybody. Oh, actually, there is difference between Buhari and Emefiele. But Buhari does not want to help himself. He doesn't want. He's the one that will carry the legacy. You know, nobody will remember him for anything else. You know, separate yourself through. It's not a bad quality for a leader to go back when something is, I mean, to make a u-turn when something is obviously bunkers. Just make a u-turn. Make a u-turn. It's not, what is the what okay, what is the upside? The only upside I have heard in all of this crisis is that maybe the bandits, they are not really doing more. Okay, that's a good one. And although it is not the job of the CBN to be addressing bandits, right? You know, but at any rate, other than that, it's just disaster all around the place, right? Just cancel it and go. Because it's so slow between the space that was opened up by Tinubu and the time that the Kano, the northern governor, the three northern governor went to the Supreme Court. Now his mouth has been overtaken by the Supreme Court. Right? The Supreme Court has said, okay, I want to listen to the argument. In the meantime, let everything be as they are. Let everything be going pari passu. So everybody now is following the Supreme Court now. So there's nothing interesting in what they've said. What they are doing is just like following what the Supreme Court is doing. But Buhari, I don't know. He lost the chance. He lost the chance to completely take himself out of all this mess, right? Because as it stands now, Tinubu has done a good job to remove APC from this mess, right? So everybody, because now everybody now knows that it is not this is not APC's if this is not APC's doing, right? So it's become APC versus PDP, PDP. What do they call them? PDP is it holder? The people left behind by PDP. So it's now become very clear. I think this thing is going to be very damaging to Atiku. I think it's already been damaging to Atiku, right? I think it's been. I mean, they tried to make the bank managers as the scapegoat, but I don't think that worked out very well. You know, I think in the end, everybody is saying it as PDP. People left behind by the PDP, the Trojan horses in the administration. So the narrative now is APC versus PDP holdover. Yeah, what they call them is holdovers, PDP holdovers. You know, Atiku is not going to go down well in all this because it's becoming very clear that everything, in order to give Atiku a chance, is what we are all having this mess. You know. I don't know. I mean, I don't know where to even start dissecting.
Add El Rufai's commentaries to that. El Rufai, of course, in Kaduna State, we saw it, and he's posted it on his social media in case people have not seen it. He's inviting the people of Kaduna State to ignore the CBN policy and continue to spend that old Naira note. He's saying that as soon as Tinubu is elected, he will make the necessary adjustments. So the audacity of that statement, start from there.
No, actually, I will never understand why they were saying what he said was treasonous. There is nothing treasonous about it. He didn't give an order. Number one, he's just talking. He's a Nigerian. He has his own freedom to say whatever he wants, right? So he didn't sign any official this thing against this thing. At any rate, also, eh, what he's saying is essentially what is going on at the Supreme Court. What he's saying is what will happen. That whether he says it or not, it's going to be what is going to happen. But maybe he is saying it as a so that the people, I don't know, the people of the state, I don't know how they disseminate information there, like so that it can carry weight, so that to people's fear to go down. This argument is going to come up on the 15th of on the 15th, is it 15th of February, or whenever it's coming up anyway. Then from there it's going to be adjourned again, and maybe it's going to be adjourned until after the election. So until we have a new, I think before whoever becomes the next president, before he takes office, while still being as president elect, will probably be in conjunction with Buhari to make the new decision on the way forward, right? And that decision will include Emefiele going, and I would hope to see that. I would personally like to see the policy reversed, the policy taken out. Buhari could do it by himself and take the. History will remember him as a leader who stepped up. Where after it, because you see, Buhari is in a box, right? Buhari is not an economist. Everybody is excused if it's not your area of expertise. You rely on advice, on expert advice, right? So he's not an economist. He doesn't know two plus two about economics. His own intelligence is in somewhere else. We can shoot him, not shoot. I mean, in Koto. I'm not shooting him. We can attack him for how he handles military, right? Even when he was campaigning, when he was coming to office, everything people said. He said, "Hey, me, I didn't promise all these things, so it's not me that promised you all." They say 1 naira to $1. I didn't promise you. I don't know how to do it. Or how can I promise you? You know. So everybody had unreasonable expectation from Buhari. How can you expect Buhari to turn your 1 naira to $1, and then you want to hang him on the economy? It's not his area of expertise, right? The country was in a lot of trouble with regard to security. That is why it was relevant at that time, right? So if you are going to judge him, just make sure you use the right data, right? Otherwise, it offends some of us, like when you use wrong data to attack somebody just because you hate them, right? Just use the right data and criticize him, whatever. I like Buhari, not like that, like the way he was able to acquire some weapons for Nigeria, right? I think it's very good. I think Buhari has tried, even not only in Nigeria, even in West Africa, to help out with all the. I mean, because if you know the amount of problem Africa, especially West Africa, was under as a result of Libya, as a result of the toppling of Gaddafi. Gaddafi had too much weapon. We will never get out of that situation many years to come. So I think Gaddafi has done Buhari has done a good job. So in that respect, I like him what he has done there. Many people I don't. I mean, many people hate him that he didn't do anything in security, and I respect like people who are in Nigeria maybe go through certain things and certain things. But if you are looking outside, if you are looking at somebody who is looking on like having a bird's eye view, I think Buhari is done. I think history will be kinder on Buhari, especially with regard to military, than everybody gives him credit for. And also, but the for everybody who is trying to who is all these people who think they are, I mean, people call them kabar. I don't know why they call them kabar, but all these people they are saying.
So the one thing that I do credit him for that space, Fatai, was how he removed Yahya Jammeh in Gambia. You remember, it was a masterful move. How he removed Yahya Jammeh in Gambia.
Buhari is an intelligent military guy. Buhari is an intelligent military guy. I am interested in debate and when people want to criticize Buhari, For me, it looks like a serious conversation when they criticize him on military. But if people criticize Buhari on economics, what argument am I going to say? Oh, no, even this policy, one would even be shocked if it was even brought to
No,
one of the
sorry, Fatah, if one man allows me. Why did you call Buhari intelligent military person? I'm
because
interested.
he
Please
is because he is intelligent military person.
expatiate it now.
Okay, I know I will. The US, when they want, even they couldn't even sell this. I mean, one question I want to ask: what made America sell to Nigeria to Kano Jet? As you can see now, we don't have a very strong institution, right? And those are some of the so those are some of the considerations. They're not going to give to Kano Jet to anybody. You have to play your game right to get some level of military that are above average level of military weapons. Why did America sell the military weapons the Tucano jet? Because Tucano jet comes with a whole lot of things. It's a whole package of things. It's not just the flying something. What will make US sell this military equipment to Nigeria? And if you notice, since this equipment started operation, all banditry and everything, then nobody is going to sit in the forest and be doing a meeting how to go and bomb somewhere. When you know that at any time Tucano is coming to throw bomb at you, you can be having domestic issue here and there, and gradually they will be taken care of as the security, whatever domestic security, whatever is advancing. But to say that some people are going to say they are bandits sitting in Zam. Do you remember one time this Al Mustafa? He said, "If I become president, I will take my Aso Rock to Zambisa forest." It's not necessary now anymore. Those are Buhari's footprints. Those are Buhari.
Anyway, you can continue. You try, but I do not agree with you necessarily. Anyway.
Sorry, I want to interject. I want to ask Fatai some question. Fatai, how sophisticated is Tucano jet? And what do you understand by Tucano jet?
What do you mean sophisticated? So when you do
Yeah, in the hierarchies of Earth as a fighter jet, first of all, Tucano jet is not a fighter jet anyway, but how sophisticated is Tucano jet?
Well, the only reason that it's not a fighter jet is because of its engine. Okay, I'm not a military. This is it's the engine is what differentiates him from the actual fighter jets.
No, let me even tell what I know about that. See, it's all about now. When you are talking of the speed, when you talk on the Alpha jet we have, truly is faster. It can fly higher, but we are talking about Tucano jet, the range where you can stay, for you to be able to carry out surveillance, so you can stay farther than compared to Alpha jet. Based on what I read, though, I'm not a military man.
No, he has many advantages over fighter
Exactly,
jets, especially when it comes
the precision too.
Anyway,
and it can carry more. It can carry more weapon with it. And
okay,
but it's
Tucano jet.
Yeah.
Anyway, to what I was saying, Buhari is a military genius because America decided to sell him Tucano jet. First of all, don't forget, Jonathan regime was kind of indirectly in how like which language is it on or in embargo was the Jonathan regime was red flag. It didn't allow them to buy a weapon. Unfortunately, Obasanjo did not buy a weapon. He met weapon Abacha was using, and Jonathan squandered money when he wanted to buy a weapon. Obama blackballed him. So when Jonathan was removed, they wanted to buy a weapon, and America sold them weapon by this guy Trump, and they bought that Tucano jet way higher than the price of even a Europe Phantom fighter, which is more advanced, which is what they call Mark II or Mark II, Mark III. So can I just
what fighter? Which one?
Aerofighter is called a Typhoon. The series I don't know. Typhoon. Now made by France, London, and I think Germany. That's your standard European fighter jet. It's set for $15 million. Now we are buying Tucano jet for $20 million. Tucano
Those
Hold
are
on
not
now.
fit for purpose.
Who says it's not fit for purpose? Those are fly by wire. Those are fit for purpose. Now, Tucano jet is merely a turbine jet, propeller jet, which mainly used for training course, which you can upgrade. You can upgrade. Look at my language. You can upgrade. And when they interviewed this brigadier, this Air Force general, when they were buying, he said that Tucano jet, he said he's shocked and he's shocked and flabbergasted that Nigerian government is buying Tucano jet and said they achieved something. That's a dummy jet for pilots in pilot school for training. That you can upgrade it when the pilots are being graduate. You can upgrade and put weapon for weapon training. Now, Tucano jet does not go beyond 20,000 feet. Does not fly more than what the max it can go is 700
Tucano jet is not
kilometer per hour.
developed to fly high. It's developed to fight
Hold on,
insurgents.
I know it's a dummy just for training mostly. Now
No,
the
no, no,
time
no.
now hold on now hold on. I know what I'm saying. I'm driving to a point. Now Nigeria have advanced equipment before Tucano jet. We have uh, ground to surface anti-gunfire. You remember when Buhari wanted to go to Katsina one time, he couldn't go. Then after a month, we now bought our gun boots as our anti aircraft.
Ground to the anti-aircraft. That is not sophisticated. Even
Hold on
even
now. Hold
uh,
on now. Hold on.
ISIS,
Hold on.
ISIS has it.
Hold on. The one that took from the one the boundaries Boko Haram took from they took two from our barracks. I think in Kaduna when they invaded us, they took two of those systems we have. Then one time Buhari wanted to go to that casino. He couldn't go for security. They called it out. But after a month, they said that we were hearing that they have to go settle, but the government will say a different thing. They got it from the bandit. Why? Because the aircraft we have are then we have Phantom 4 that can climb up to 25,000 feet, and that gun we can break it down. So how can you tell me to cannot jet, which is more manual, and we say we can't fighter?
No, One Piece. We don't know the detail. Like you said, Tucano jet cannot fly more than 13,000 feet. That's not correct. So
I didn't
it
say
can fly.
13,000. I didn't say 13,000. I said 20,000 feet, maximum
It can,
25.
no, it can get to 35,000 feet. Yeah, I
That
even
was
have the manual.
that is Tucano. I know you're looking at Tucano or something A. That's
They are
great.
in the
Yeah,
So
same
that's
class.
why I'm saying that
They are
we
the
don't
same
have the
class of
details.
weapons.
Like I'm
I
saying,
have
we
the
don't have the
details. I
details.
have the
So,
details.
like you said, you said one cost 15 million and another one cost 20 million. See, we may not know the basis of estimation because it
Tucano jet is
depends
being
on.
built in Brazil. It's exclusive to Brazil. It's an American company exclusive to Brazil for Brazil economy. Check it if I'm lying to you.
No. Do you
Check it
know where
there.
I'm even saying? Do you know where I'm even saying it? As someone with a generic background, we can get a lot of things wrong. You will see some
You
people
can
they will say,
upgrade. You
"Oh,
can upgrade
no, wait."
Tucano jet. You can upgrade Tucano jet to carry some few payload and a gun and a gun this thing mounted to it, which is for mostly.
Because you see something that someone buy for 1,000 naira and you see someone buy the same thing for 10,000 and people will say, oh, but they are the same. They are never the same thing because your the features, all those things you have to read and the basis of your estimation. Because some people will do something, okay, I'm going to get this thing and sign maintenance for 10 years and will not pay 10,000. Oh, some people say, oh, someone bought it 1,000. They are not exactly the same thing.
No, it's
So
not about this thing. It's the subscription I'm talking about. If we are
yeah,
buying
because
something good, wait, the money we buy Tucano jet, we bought 12, right? Or be 20 we paid for. The Tucano jet was like 12. And we bought each one for like $25 million. Nigeria bought for $25 million, I'd be $40 million. Total money we spent in that period was $420 million, 450. Somebody check it out and prove me wrong. We used to purchase.
No. Like I said, at least I've been opportune to know how to get involved in some kind of procurement, and we know that the basis of estimation can be totally different. But what I'm even challenging Fatai for is for telling me that Buhari is intelligent. It's not because he's intelligent. That's not the reason they sold to. Trump just wanted to sell that Tucano jet. And these guys, all these APC guys, they demarketed Jonathan in the presence of Obama. You know, Obama wanted to bring African to Nigeria and Jonathan denied. So that one alone will not even let them listen to Jonathan and all the story of this human rights violation. Even there was a time that Gowon, the former head of state, came out and said he said even during the war they even approached the US for the same weapon and the same story they gave that time was it the same story they give them. So it has nothing to do with intelligence. How
Okay, they
intelligent
didn't
was
sell it to them at that time, Ari.
yes, and they didn't sell during the war, during the civil war.
Okay,
too.
but only Buhari they sold it to, boy, just
No,
because.
they didn't sell to Buhari just because he's
Can I come in,
That's what I'm
please?
saying. No,
Brother.
give me 30 seconds and I will round up. See, look at it. You say someone was intelligent and they have to send Idiagon to Saudi to get him out of that office. If they know that it was so superior like that, no, they wouldn't have said Idiagon because they know that it's
Buhari was
Idiagon.
like a 30 years old, 30 something years old guy. Are you talking about the first regime?
I'm talking of when it was the head
That
of
one
state.
was stupid now. He don't know anything. He had only
So
civil
now
war,
it's
civil
now
war,
wise
civil
now.
war.
It's now wise now. Is that what you are saying?
Of course, he's grown now. He's grown.
Don't let us over credit the Buhari beyond his capacity.
There is nothing intelligent about that man. Fatai.
Exactly.
Let me
If you are telling me that this man is so brilliant, it won't be burning down Nigeria to the level he's burning down Nigeria.
He doesn't know
What type
about
of intelligence is
economics.
that?
He's
Intelligence that will make you
dumb.
not a patriot, that will be supporting another country against your country. What type of
Which country?
intelligence is that?
Which country?
When he was supporting the delegate from Niger against his own compatriots in Nigeria at a seat at OOU, it was used to be Organization of African Unity that time. What type? It's just that you are saying, if I'm a Canadian now, I'm now supporting someone from the US against my own candidate in what is going to benefit my country more, but you are pushing it to other country.
But you don't know what is going to benefit. We don't have access to what intelligence is.
No, I'm sorry to say Buhari is an elderly man, but I'm sorry to say that what intelligence will make you burn your country down? What intelligence will make you?
He's not the one. He's a Mefuele now. How is it? He's not an he's not an expert in economy.
All right, let Hakim come in.
One man, if I may just ask Fatai this question.
Yeah.
Do you really need to have a knowledge of economics to make good economic plan for your country policy. As the president of the country? Why do you take up such responsibility when you know that you don't have any clue and you know that you're not going to appoint the right people in the place? Do you think Buhari is only gathering his intelligence in terms of economy from Emefiele alone? Do you think so? That's the question I'm asking.
No, when you are president, that's where my favorite guy tell you, unbreakable teamship. Nobody knows everything. You are intelligent in specific areas. There are other areas you have zero clue. You don't know nothing. We are all dumb in particular areas.
I know. My question is my question is simple. My question is, do you think Buhari is getting his advice in terms of economy from Emefiele alone?
It's not only Emefiele now. There is a team there now.
Okay, so the point is he doesn't even have that team, but he has pocket of people around. He doesn't have economic team.
They are called team. They are called a team.
What's his economic team? Who are the people there?
I don't work in.
He doesn't have. I'm telling you that he doesn't.
How can you know
it does? Bismarck Rilwani is one of them.
What's his economic team? Who is heading the economic team?
I don't.
He has a very good economic team, but he doesn't listen to them. That's all.
Who is heading the economic team? He doesn't. He doesn't have a formal.
No, he has an economic team. I think the person heading it is one Yoruba woman like that. I can't recall the name immediately.
I'm not aware that Buhari has an economic team. If you are
it does. How can he not?
Why not? For almost 6 years, did he have any? When Obasanjo was in government, we knew about the economic thing. You see them always having meetings around. I stayed in Abuja before I left 2019.
Bro, let me give you one example.
You don't see any meeting of economic, and usually it's vice president that usually head that economic thing, and then they have finance, CBN, and all these guys there. If they have economic thing, why would Emefiele come up with a policy without Minister of Finance knows about it? But let's even leave that apart. My point is that the president wants to take up a responsibility. Whatever happened, you are held responsible.
Nobody
So
argues that.
you can't detach Buhari from whatever is happening now and say, oh, it is because Buhari doesn't have a clue in economy. No, I won't. What clue does Obasanjo have in economy? Obasanjo is just a military officer like Buhari.
And Obasanjo was amazing.
Obasanjo had a very robust economy that Obasanjo gave to Nigeria.
Oh yeah.
Are you serious?
Oh yeah.
Robust,
Is that so?
Of course.
A robust economy.
Okay.
Obasanjo gave us better than
How?
all we have presently. What was the GDP during Obasanjo time and all those indices?
Those are not the way. Who, brother? Let me ask you. Who implanted subsidy into the Nigerian government? Who make subsidy official in Nigeria?
Let me
the one
tell
that has
you,
growing generations of Nigeria.
There is nothing inherently bad about subsidy. What we are having presently in Nigeria is not subsidy. But when you are talking about the policy subsidy, there is nothing inherently bad in it. What we are simply having in Nigeria is round tripping. People
who brought it now? Who brought it? This thing we have, whatever you want to call it, with this petroleum.
They later polluted the whole thing. Obasanjo didn't give you what you have presently. That was not about what Obasanjo gave.
Oh,
they polluted the system along the way.
Okay, let me ask another question. Who destroyed the university and we started having strikes? You know, from the federal government used to, I think, used to fund or whatever it is, the university.
Yes.
I don't remember it. It was Obasanjo's regime.
So there was no strike during Abacha regime.
But that one came after Obasanjo now.
Abacha came after Obasanjo. You're talking about 70s?
Obasanjo's first regime.
No, I'm telling you,
a lot of the things afflicting Nigeria today were introduced by Obasanjo. Unknown soldier, this, that. Because I never up for that time.
You see, I don't buy argument of this, that. Let's go specific. Let's be specific.
I have given you many specific now.
When you go this, that.
I've given you many specific now. ASU subsidy, unknown soldier.
What is ASU? What do you mean by ASU? What did
a question, just a second. What year was subsidy introduced? The first time the subsidy was introduced?
In the 70s now, Obasanjo's regime.
What year? What particular time in the 70s? What a particular time? Obasanjo didn't come until 1976, right? So if subsidy was a response to 1973 fluctuation, so who was in government during that time? So you need to be very sure of that, because even up to now, I've not been able to even pinpoint the exact date that the first subsidy was introduced. All I could see that it was a response to 1973 price shock. Now, so if it is response to 1973 shock, are we saying that shock now took 4 years for Obasanjo to respond? So we are not sure of that date. Even as I'm speaking to you now, I'm still looking for the exact date that thing was introduced in Nigeria. So you can't just say Obasanjo introduced it. Now, if Obasanjo introduced it, who was the federal commissioner for petroleum that time? Who?
Buhari. Buhari now.
So what are we talking about? When we don't have the fact, let's just bypass.
Thank you. That's why for me.
Who was commissioner for petroleum? Who was the president who introduced subsidy, petroleum subsidy?
Do you see the question he just asked you now?
Not only petroleum, many
who was
other
the minister of petroleum then? And let me tell you, the subsidy.
What year was Buhari minister of petroleum?
You under Obasanjo now in the 70s. He was. You don't know.
Whether Buhari was minister of petroleum, Buhari was not the president that introduced subsidy.
And that's why.
Benny, sorry, this is not to the question. If Emefiele to be held responsible, why is not Buhari held responsible in 1976?
That's where I'm going. So, Fatai, see.
No, I don't get it. No.
Let me say it again, Fatai.
Obasanjo introduced subsidy, petroleum, and many other. Not only petroleum, what is it called? What the price control system or whatever it is called. It was subsidy across board. Rather than look, it will be.
My brother.
Anyway, let's just keep it simple.
Obasanjo. No, let's clarify that area, and that's why I don't do this, that. I like going specific.
I give you many specific now. I gave you university.
No, but we just told you You said Obasanjo was the one who introduced subsidy.
I said Obasanjo introduced subsidy.
And we told you that who was the petroleum minister? You wanted to insist on the head of state. And we now say presently, we have a president. You want us to shift blame on Emefiele and excuse the president. But back then, you want us to limp it on head of state and excuse the minister petroleum. Do you see the logic we are attacking now?
Wait, what did you say? I want to excuse Emefiele, or what did you say?
You want to excuse Buhari and heap blame on Emefiele.
Okay.
Meanwhile, flip it to Obasanjo time. You want to excuse the servants, which was Buhari, and then shift the thing on Obasanjo. You see the logic we are attacking now.
No, they are not parallel. They are not parallel. You just say it as a logic, but it doesn't mean it is. Okay, if you are even if I go by your words that Buhari was I don't remember particularly actually. Let me say that first of all. But even if you go by that logic, okay. So Buhari was the Minister of Petroleum, right?
He was.
Okay.
It's not that if that's history.
Wait now. So what authority does the Minister of Petroleum have to introduce subsidy?
So what authority does Emefiele have to introduce monetary policy?
The law gave Emefiele the authority. The law. Emefiele has authority under the law.
No, Fatai. Emefiele cannot change the currency of the country without the president giving him the order to do so.
Now you are talking. Emefiele under the CB.
Oh my goodness. Wait, it was Buhari. It was Buhari that if you want to face it in reality now.
You don't need to laugh now. What you are laughing about is not even.
No.
You are making short. Wait. Let me finish.
No. I'm not making jest.
Wait now.
I'm just.
It doesn't matter. I'm not bothered by somebody laughing, somebody making. It doesn't bother me. I'm just telling you are laughing over something. A very incomplete. It's
a valid point. No.
What is valid point? Look, the CBN has constitutional role to do what it's doing. It will only take approval from Buhari and say, we want to do this. So it is even if Buhari it is them that will design this thing. The constitution gave them the authority to design this whole thing. It's not Buhari that will design it. It's just when they finish designing it, they will give it to Buhari to sign it. Petroleum minister is not going to be the one to design fuel subsidy. Do you know that?
Do you hear my point at all? My first point against that your point is that first and foremost, Obasanjo's subsidy is not what we are practicing now. Did you hear any noise during Obasanjo days? In the military days.
How can they hear what in the beginning now?
In the military days.
How can you hear?
Fatai, hear very well. You see, Obasanjo completed Warri Refinery, yes or no? You see, there's a difference between when you subsidize production and you are now subsidizing consumption. Get it right. Now, what we are doing now is that we are subsidizing consumption. Wait now. Did Obasanjo build Warri Refinery?
He did.
When a brief refinery, they say you can look at it this way that the subsidy in the 70s we are talking about.
Okay. So you are building a refinery, but you're also subsidizing importation of petroleum. This is what
Obasanjo get it right. No. You were subsidizing
it's like production. Consumption to production. It's the same thing.
The production. Do you get
it? Is the subsidy that destroyed the refineries. The refineries don't work because of the subsidy.
Fatai, look at it this way. Dangote refinery is indigenous, for example. If you know petroleum where crude oil is tradable, the world markets, the international market dictates the price. So now, if Nigeria tomorrow decide to subsidize a Dangote, that means that you are subsidizing production. Right, that's what we are doing. Because when you subsidize production, what are you doing here? You are creating job for people. And there is a lot of the value chain around this petroleum business is wider than direct petroleum.
So it was production that Obasanjo subsidized.
Yeah.
That's really look at it from that way.
Oh, really?
That was his model.
He was okay. Let me ask you, what did Obasanjo subsidize? Production or importation?
It was production.
Okay, so you don't have the
military. Let me tell you, until 80s, we were not importing final product, right? Now, the final when we started importing final product was when all those our refineries started packing up, right? Now, by the time our refineries started packing up,
we're not. You are making categorical statement that is not true, by the way. But go on.
Oh, do you have any contrary
Can you put your you lay down the facts now? Just
that's what I know.
I don't
now.
have time to go and be searching for.
No, I'm just telling you what I know.
No, put it up now. You say that
Yeah.
I have.
So,
I challenge you. You say I should go and
no. If you listen to
up
this, if you listen to two people I've listened to, if you listen to this guy that is contesting under SDP, Adebayo Adewale, he explained this thing. It took almost an hour to explain this subsidy thing. They asked him, will you cancel subsidy? He said, no, subsidy in itself is not bad. It's not inherently bad.
Okay,
I say the United Kingdom, they subsidize a lot of things.
Virus in itself is not bad, right?
So he's saying that what we are practicing is not subsidy. What we are practicing presently is just round tripping.
Tripping, as simple as ABC.
That's what we are practicing. So
how meaningful is that? Round tripping. Even what
sorry,
that's what we are doing now.
Sorry, Fatai. It was not Obasanjo that introduced subsidy. It was 1973. It was introduced by General Gowon.
No.
Go and check.
I know what you're speaking. It was Obasanjo that officially made subsidy the government policy. Gowon flirted with subsidy, but did
when
not
you say introduced now.
Brother, Obasanjo institutionalized subsidy into the Nigerian government. Gowon flirted with it or something. Maybe he just subsidized. I think was it the Gulf War or something like that. I don't remember. But then he stopped. Buhari didn't continue with subsidy. It was something to take care of a little situation. But as a program till today that is subsisting till today, was Obasanjo like make it planted it that you cannot uproot it in a way you cannot uproot it.
Fatai, please don't let us mislead the. I know it's your opinion, but don't let us mislead.
It's not my opinion. It's what happened. I'm not.
Look. Buhari was the federal commissioner. Wait now, was the federal commissioner in charge of petroleum under Obasanjo.
What does it have to do with subsidy?
Wait now, Buhari himself said who is subsidizing who. Simply means that in response to the current type of subsidy we have.
Now Obasanjo doesn't like subsidy. But after many decades that destroyed Nigeria, he doesn't like it all of a sudden.
In my own opinion, from my own understanding, Obasanjo was subsidizing production. He was subsidizing production.
One voice, Ogwene come in,
Yeah, we have told him severally that the subsidy is talking about, subsidy is not bad in itself. And what Obasanjo introduced is not the same thing you have today. You can introduce a system. Let me give you an instance. When Wole Soyinka introduced pirates in University of Ibadan, Premier University, is it the same pirate you have today? The man has come to explain severally over and over again.
The subsidy we have today was introduced by Obasanjo.
It's not the same subsidy you have today.
What is the difference? What
it has been distorted. It has been. What do they do today?
Okay, the devil
already. Let him tell you, Fatai. The subsidy under Obasanjo, from my own understanding, you have refinery. If the price of crude, let's say, is $30, for example, that's the international rate, and you decide to say, okay, you are going to give it to Warri Refinery for $20, that is subsidy. Another form of subsidy that you want to see,
you're going to give it to Warri Refinery. No.
Yeah, no. If the international market price is $30, and you decide to give it to Warri Refinery for $20, that is.
What do you mean subsidy. Give it to? We don't need to give it to Warri Refinery.
Fatai, wait. That means you are subsidizing production because you are going to refine locally. And you use that to keep
you know that is not true. What you just said now, you know that is not true. You just assume that was the case, but that was never the case.
Work like that. It doesn't.
Can I chip in some things?
Wait, okay. Let me tell you one thing. How many volume of petroleum Nigeria was importing or in 1977, between 1976 and 1979? How much?
Is that a question to me or the civil
I
servant?
progressive,
Fatai,
progressive and fatal. Because progressive say
Fatai.
what I'm saying is not true.
Sorry, Ola.
No,
Sorry,
what you are
Fatai.
saying is not true. In essence,
Fatai.
that Nigeria
Sorry.
has 400,000 barrel a day that is given to Nigeria as a people for free for production. That is
I
even
was
till
giving an
today.
example. Yeah, I was giving
No,
an
you're not.
example.
That's what I'm saying. No, you gave an example of something that never existed in the first place. Our crude oil, if our refinery was to refine crude oil, it would be for free because we are allocated 400,000 barrel a day.
petrol.
Progressive. I was just making an example. I wasn't saying that was the true situation. I was making difference
So
between.
what is the true situation then? Can you then explain the true
I
situation?
was explaining the difference between subsidizing production and subsidizing consumption. That's what I'm saying. I'm just giving an example. Whether you give it for free or you reduce the cost, it's still subsidy. That's what I'm saying. So you are giving it to the local refinery. Okay, let's take your example now. For example, you give 400,000 barrels to the local refinery to refine and resell to the people. That's a subsidy. You are subsidizing production. But now look at the type of production we are doing today.
Okay, so how do you subsidize consumption? Ola, how do you subsidize consumption?
Okay, you subsidize consumption now this way. Now you take our crude oil to somewhere to produce, and some people now ship that thing back. Now you bring imported the crude oil you take away from here.
But that is what Obasanjo was doing now.
Take the petrol they import does not necessarily come from here now. They just go and buy it in international market now.
Even if it doesn't come from here, even the fact that they refine it over there, you produce in other country and you bring it here to consume. That you are not paying the difference. That's you are subsidizing consumption.
But that is what has been
Now,
happening now.
wait now, because you are creating jobs for other people in their country. But here, when you subsidize production, that means that you keep your workforce, but the gap between the gap between what's supposed to be the normal price.
So Obasanjo did not import. Obasanjo did not import petrol. Are you saying?
Fatai, yeah. Let's also listen to them too. You are fighting back at every point they are throwing at you. You can't
I'm not fighting back at any point. They are the one that raised the point.
Because you have not been listening to yourself. Okay. I've been listening to you, so you wouldn't know you are fighting back at every point. You are not even.
Probably you said I got it wrong.
Ola, what the point is this? What they are doing was subsidizing distribution.
Well, who is subsidizing distribution?
Now or
right?
when?
Now or when?
Under Obasanjo or now? When?
Patrick, are you there?
I think his network dropped.
You see the difference between subsidy for production and this thing. You see, you subsidize production to keep your workforce to create employment.
Ola, let me finish now. Let me finish. You have said, can you hear me? You have talked about the production. You have talked about the production when you have supplied crude to them to bring down the cost, and you are maintaining people's job. Now, what we have now is that the refineries are not working. The only end of the value chain that we can subsidize now is the distribution. So you subsidize the distribution to keep your transporters working. You also create.
He just made our point.
It's like people are messing up the principle of subsidy in macroeconomics now. See, look at it this way. Now, if government want to subsidize the production of, let's say, corn now today, what will they do? To encourage people to go into farming and be planting corn, they will raise the price floor. Let's assume that a bushel of corn normally will worth like, say, $10. Government will say, okay, I raise it to $30 to make it lucrative. And so that people can say, oh, they want to become overnight millionaire through corn. So they say we'll be selling a bushel for $30. Now, people will rush there. Now, the excess they produce now, the government can now buy it and keep it somewhere or turn it to some other things. That's a form of subsidy. Because if you keep it at lower price, like say, okay, $10, people will say this is not lucrative. But you raise the price. You raise the price floor. That's a form of subsidy. You are essentially moving people into production. You send people to production so that you engage your workforce. That is production. But now this time around, You are going to another country. You are creating job for them there. Just like when
that's
you
what Obasanjo did now.
Wait now. Now, how do you know that you are subsidizing production, that you are not productive? It's going to have impact on your foreign exchange, because we have so much capital, we have so much exchange going outside. And if we are going by the principle of
you are looking at it one way.
I'm not looking at it.
You can subsidize any point
I know what I'm talking. I know what I'm talking.
I know you are right. I know you are right.
No, he's not right. He's not.
No, he's right. There.
Okay. Fatai, we are going to macroeconomic session now. Let's go. We are entirely into macroeconomic session. See, we are saying they are supply and distribution. Those people that are bringing generator right from overseas too, you can classify them as distribution too, right? But the question is this: which one is better, importation or you locally produce? Knowing quite well that you need foreign currency to bring something in. So the forex we are making, we are sending the same forex back into international community. So why do you think?
Let's clarify something. Brother, let's clarify something. What was Obasanjo's form of subsidy? Are you saying that Obasanjo was subsidizing production? Let me learn. Are you saying that Obasanjo was not importing petrol?
To the best of my knowledge, Obasanjo was subsidizing production.
Post 99 was subsidizing distribution.
Pre-99,
it was subsidizing production.
Oga Patrick.
Pre-99, I don't
know where you brought that idea.
Ola, I think he just answered our question and he just made our
Oga Patrick, make our point.
What we want Fatai to understand.
Yeah, please.
Before Obasanjo, wait, let me just quickly make this point. Before Obasanjo got to the government in the military days, there was already Port Harcourt refinery. The one built in 60s, I think 65 or 66.
Okay.
And I remember that thing was giving us about, I think, either 60,000 or 70,000 barrels.
And it was enough for the whole Nigeria.
What was Nigerian population back then in the 60s?
We were 50 million about that.
When Obasanjo got there, that's 60,000 per day barrel. When Obasanjo got there,
and that was enough for the whole of Nigeria.
We were exporting.
Exporting.
When Obasanjo got there,
I'm not sure about that fact, but continue.
Okay. When Obasanjo got there in the 70s,
why do you think our currency was so strong in the 70s to 80s?
I think
why we were producing. We were producing. We consume.
And now until we started with subsidy, introduction of subsidy.
And
then all our institutions collapsed. And then after that, all our institutions collapsed.
Our refineries did not collapse until 90s. I hope you know.
It will not collapse in one day now. It will take time to collapse. Nigeria did not collapse in one day.
What was our currency exchange up to 1986? What was our currency exchange up to 1986?
Strong.
I think we started importing maybe 1989 or something. I can't remember now.
No.
Our 86. It was almost 86. It was almost $1 to Naira.
I think because then started under Babangida, and when Pegasan and all these people where they went on this June 3, they destroy a lot of things that the government, those people that came to power after them, they used that opportunity not to even repair, and what they were doing now is just to be making money out of all those stuff. So under Obasanjo as a military administrator, our refinery was working fine. Giving crude oil to NNPC, to give to the local refinery to refine, was a form of subsidy. But what I'm telling you that subsidy was you are subsidizing production. Get it right. There's a big difference.
No. I don't understand what you're saying that we are subsidizing production. We are crude oil owners, right? We take our crude oil to our refinery owned by us. And you are saying that we are. I don't get.
Subsidizing production now. We could have been
clarify that.
Wait now. What don't you understand? We could have been selling to our refineries at international market price.
Exactly.
So if we are selling below international market price,
you are gonna go OPEC route. Hold on. If you are selling to Nigeria below price, and you are going against OPEC rules, so what they will do, they'll subsidize the price. Like for example, like what Ola said, if the international market is $30 per barrel, the person just can subsidize it for $15 per barrel. If you're going to pay the remaining $15 to
give
cap
the
it.
money, right? You give out the money.
Wait, now we'll get to that point. Wait.
Fatai, what was happening is this: our refinery was productive that time to the point that we could even import to the neighboring country.
Well, I have to be sure I'm not following that part. I'm not going along, but just continue.
So there was subsidy under Obasanjo, but where you got it wrong is the type of subsidy. Wait, that's what we are telling you now. So the production. Okay, look at it this way. If
Ola,
look
sorry to cut you short. What people don't understand is that you think that we have refinery that we just beside the hot tank, melt it will become fuel. No, Nigeria is getting the chemical to refine our crude oil from Malaysia, Petronas. It costs a lot of money to buy that chemical. All those things about was sustain those things, production to make it cheaper for us. Because if you should pay according to how we spend, our nozzle price from pump price should be at that time be like 100 naira at that time per liter. Exactly. So because our price was so cheap, because Ambassador have subsidized those chemicals, those other components that we use to produce the petrol, the diesel. There's a reason Nigeria was producing only petrol and diesel and fuel. We could produce more than that from crude oil. We could produce shelters. So many things.
What piece? Do you know how much we are buying petrol that time? What piece? Do you know how much we are buying petrol that time?
Fatai, let me give you another
per liter.
I know.
That's what we buy petrol then.
That is not even expensive. That 15 kobo now. Maybe you don't even expensive for that 15 kobo.
15 kobo. I remember that time.
That's 76 crores. West Arabia lock.
77, 78, 15 kobo.
That's what I'm saying. That's 76. When Saudi Arabia had this oil problem with America, when the world was on the brink of collapse, fuel went up everywhere, and about to just subsidize. That time,
look at what they call subsidy. Let me give you an example. Okay, you have a factory in Nigeria. You are a manufacturer, and the government say, okay, I'm going to give you tax concession for the next 30 years. That's a form of subsidy.
Yes.
Now, why will government do that? Government wants you to produce your products cheaply, and so that you employ more people, you take more area boys away from the streets. That area boys, they will now tax them.
My brother, we can fix. Okay, we will fix this problem. We will fix this conversation very easy. One man, brother.
No, Fatai. If you don't understand the basic principle of it,
no. Let Fatai.
Can you please open this? Can you please open this, one man?
Subsidy is just a financial assistance.
Exactly.
One man, can you please open this?
In the UK,
Benny, that is your. You say I should find
that's subsidy now.
My this thing. I found you one. You have not found me a source, so I have found you a source.
About this grammar of insurance.
I mean, I have found you a source. Me, I don't.
No, Fatai. Wait, no, because you are comfortable.
One man, please, can you go down a little bit?
I see what you are looking at. You are talking of.
Hold on. Let him make that point.
Wait. Fuel subsidy has been in place in Nigeria since the 1970s. It began with the government routinely selling petrol to Nigerians at below cost, but most Nigerians were unaware that this was being done. Fuel subsidies became institutionalized in 1977, following the promulgation of the Price Control Act, which made it illegal for some products, including petrol, to be sold above the regulated price. This law was introduced by the General Olusegun Obasanjo regime in order to cushion the effect of the global great inflation era of the 1970s caused by the worldwide increase in energy. There's no need to argue anymore.
So what's the point?
What are you making?
Which case are you resting?
Wait. Fatai, I just told you just now. In 1976, maybe you don't know, Saudi Arabia have a fuel policy when they now become petrodollar. We're in the world, they want to bring American economy down. And everybody have to subsidize something to get out of that place. And you just read it here. The world crisis.
What is? You see, I think Fatai is still having issue with the definition of subsidy. Now
Yeah.
let me give him a I'm coming. Let me give you a simple example.
Don't worry. I knew that from my introduction to economy.
Okay, I'll still give you that example.
Don't worry.
Okay, for the public, I know
audience.
you know, but for the public. Now, in this country where we all stay, where you are now, I'm not there now. There is subsidy, which I know very well, that's in the UK. I know there is subsidy for fishing and shellfish businesses. They call it fishery and seafood something. Because I remember sometimes during Boris Johnson time, was it Boris Johnson or this guy? They were debating whether they should continue giving fishery and seafood subsidy in terms of the fuel they use for their vessels, and they remove it, but they still retain their subsidy. Now, they produce fish, at least in Scotland, where I stay, they produce fish a lot. They feed the entire UK fish and part of Europe fish, but they are the producer. Yet the government want them to make the price to come down. The government want them to employ more people. The government want them to enjoy that fact that this is the strength of our economy and to sustain them and boost them. And government keep giving them financial assistance to boost their production. That was what Obasanjo was doing back then. What you have simply shown us now validate our point that yes, Obasanjo institutionalized subsidy, but not the subsidy you have today, which is that you simply go to Togo to go and buy oil. By the time you are bringing the petroleum in Nigeria, if you say you buy it there 15 naira, in Nigeria will now subsidize 30 for you and say come and sell it at 20 something, so that whatever price you buy from that place will pay you part of that price. That's what we are doing presently. And that's why that man Adewale Adebayo said that is not subsidy. He said he will retain subsidy, but he will make sure it is subsidy and not hand-chipping that we are doing.
Brother, let me help you to condense it to one sentence. This is the subsidy Obasanjo introduced. So Obasanjo will take our money, give it to NNPC to bring us petrol, right? So that the price goes down, right? So it's not different from what is being done now. Whoever NNPC gives it to, right, it's NNPC's control. Whether I give it to Togo, whether I give it to Port Harcourt to a refinery, whether I give it to, that is what is subsidy. If you want to subsidy,
are you saying Obasanjo was importing petroleum in 1977, between 1976 and 1979?
One man, if you remember one time I said this subsidy is a misnomer. They should have called it subsidizing NNPC. This is what this boogeyman called NNPC.
Are you saying NNPC was importing? Fatai, a question. Are you saying NNPC was importing petroleum product between 1976 and 1979?
Director of NNPC.
So why are you saying when you don't have it for sure? We are telling you that.
I have told you I have rested my case.
Look at what happened. Wait, look at what happened. On petroleum during Obasanjo between 1976 and 1979, we don't take our forex to foreign country to refine fuel for us. We keep, when we sell our crude oil, we keep our dollar as part of our forex. We keep it. Then the local one we produce, we even sell to the international community to even make more forex.
We make dollars.
Okay,
that's what we're saying.
Okay,
but see what we do now. Round tripping we do now. Wait now. Fatai, wait. The round tripping we do now is that we sell our crude oil at dollars to the international community, and we still pack that dollars again. We send it back to the international community.
If all we do is just sell our petrol to international community, and we don't bring from international community, how is the international community price affecting us? Since we are producing our thing locally.
How the price of international community affect?
How did it affect the war that was going on, whatever is going on? How is it our business? If all we are doing is doing our thing locally, we don't care about the war.
Because crude oil is tradable. Tradable is determined by the international market. Because look at it this way. Do you know why? This thing? Okay, look at the type of petroleum that comes from Nigeria. It is even more expensive than the one that will go from Canada. You know that Canada, for example, said is sold cheaper to the US because they are not member of OPEC. Now, for OPEC member, those people that have good oil, so that for everyone to have good advantage, they form their cabal so that they fix the price, so that you don't just be selling your products cheaply so that they agree, okay, we want to be selling this product for, let's say, $67 per barrel. But you know, when the member of that OPEC starts cheating, maybe they give you a quota, okay, please don't sell more than 20 million barrels in a month. You know, they put price there so that they can create some kind of balance. You know, they try to reach a particular equilibrium whereby they can realize the highest value for their products. So if they don't put the mechanism in place, you will see Saudi Arabia, for example, can flood the entire United States or international market with this oil that
If
at the
you
end
go
of the
to
day,
flood Nigeria with it, look, brother, you can your point. You can make your point.
Fatai,
I have rested my case. I have rested my case.
All right, all right. The case has been rested. So this is the problem with the intellectuals. They would never agree on anything, and they will just be according to them. They will reference your source. What is that?
What case was rested? What case was rested?
Well, I don't know, but he's rested his case.
Institutionalized the
subsidy. It's misinforming people. Let us understand that the subsidy order of Obasanjo, the one institutionalized, was production, not
the
consumption.
same as the one we have.
That's what we are saying.
That look, I don't want look. That does not mean anything. That
it doesn't mean anything. Okay.
No, it doesn't mean anything.
It means a lot too. I've just given you an example of Winter and that group called Pirates. He established it, but it's not what they are practicing now.
Tell Fatai today that our education is subsidized. Fatai, our education is subsidized, yes or no?
Our what?
Our education is subsidized, yes or no?
Our education is subsidized.
Are you opening up another conversation?
I don't know.
No, I'm not opening. Just for him to get the concept of
subsidy. They want to explain to me what subsidy means. This is the point.
I think Fatai understands what cost subsidy means.
So why is he now trying to misrepresent the fact when he knows?
No, you are trying to make a point with things that are not parallel. You are just
when you see Obasanjo institutionalized. When you see Obasanjo institutionalized subsidy,
what he did now, that's a fact.
Wait. If you don't
are trying to argue against facts
now, if you don't explain the type of subsidy, you are misrepresenting the fact.
Because there is no type of subsidy. Obasanjo is carrying our money, giving it to NNPC.
People will say the stealing going on, ranching going on to Nigeria today. They will say Obasanjo introduced it. No.
Okay, so you are saying it's more complex now. Okay, I don't want to argue about that. Yeah, you are right. It's more complex now, but it's the same thing. It's the same thing, just bigger. It's the same thing, just bigger. But it's not what you are saying. But for sure, 100%, it is not what you are saying. But it's the same thing, but it is now bigger and worse. Okay,
I know it's not the same thing. Sorry. That's your opinion. It's not the same thing.
It's not the
same.
It's not
opinion now. It's not opinion.
It's not the same thing. Tax concession to Dangote.
Can you explain what is the difference?
Wait now, tax concession. No, Fatai, you give Dangote tax concession to be producing the cement, everything in Nigeria. Yeah. You understand? You are not telling me that it's the same thing as when you now open the border, everybody start bringing cement from China, and you start giving them dollars to bridge the gap.
It's not everybody now. NNPC is the monopoly. We give our money to NNPC, and NNPC fixes how.
Was NNPC importing fuel? That's what we want to know. If you say, oh, okay, NNPC was importing fuel that time.
Okay. So that time we were producing all the petrol we are consuming.
So if you say NNPC was importing fuel, no, if you say they were importing, I won't argue with you.
Even America is producing and importing fuel.
If you say NNPC was importing petroleum during that time, then I will not disagree with you.
Brother, I don't want to go too much into that argument because the only answer I will give to it is that America has the largest oil reserve. They produce, even through fracking and other means, petrol, and they also import.
What do they import? Finished products?
All right. Let's Ogbeni give us a progress report on how it's getting on in Nigeria, just to move away, because I don't think we will reach an agreement on that particular. I don't think we will. So let Ogbeni give us a progress report on his journey
from Ekiti.
Yeah, now in Ile-Ife. So, look at that.
Presently, I'm in Ile-Ife. This today's afternoon, I was in Lagere, in Ife. We went to eat push meat. So for the Yorubas in the house, we call it okuru. So, and we had a nice time anyway. So, over the past 2-3 days, I've been from Ado straight to Ilesha to Oshogbo, and then I slept in Ibadan for a while. Then from there, I went to Shaki, from Shaki back to Ife. And I can tell you that this money, this Naira EU that is not in circulation, is affecting people seriously more in the rural area. I'm telling you. What we see in the city, in the urban area, is very little compared to what people are experiencing back in the village. You know, village people, they don't have access to the kind of information we have access to. For instance, I was, we're going past Jebu-Jesha, and we had to branch to buy food, and we're in a restaurant and we're talking, and the woman told us that she couldn't use POS and she would not even use POS because she doesn't understand how the system works, and that that petty business women and men, you need cash to buy things in the market, to come back and cook. She said sometimes you get on credit and you have to go and pay them back immediately as you are selling. You have to go give the pepper person his money, this person money, and then as you are buying another rice, you are coming in that it's not something that's going to work for them. And if you go to ATM, you still go and withdraw hold money from there. And if you want to use that whole money to purchase, you're not going to get anything from there, So everybody were lamenting. Same thing with Shaki, same thing with Ilesha, same thing with Ife. I think Ibadan was the only place I saw a little bit of sanity, people not getting used to it, but I don't know, people had a way of getting the money. And now when you go to POS to go and get money, that's another hardship. I don't know, sometimes our leaders they are not only our problem. I keep saying it. I think we are also our own problem, Nigerians. Because I wonder why I wonder why I should use 2,000 naira to collect 10,000 naira. What's the value of the 10,000 naira itself in the economics in the economy that I will use 2,000 naira? I will part my 2,000 naira in order for you to give me 10,000 naira. I can't understand the logic. I asked one of the POS, I said, okay, tell me why you are collecting this money. Is it that you bought it where you got this thing from? Or there's one rich man that is hoarding this thing and is giving you guys and you are making a return? They couldn't even explain to me, So, but by and large, I see this thing affecting the result of the election if, particularly on the part of Tinubu, if he doesn't move fast. But one thing I know that is working for Tinubu presently is because he came out to speak. If he had not said anything, and this thing played out the way Emefiele planned his thing, although he told us that he didn't plan it, or let's say carelessness, he was very careless with the entire with the whole policy, and the PDP guys, and sometimes people don't people like exonerating Labour as if he's neutral in this whole thing. I don't see Labour Party, or let me say Peter Obi, neutral in it. We all know Peter Obi control. If he doesn't control any longer anyway, he has a major stake in 2 banks in Nigeria, Fidelity Bank and Diamond Bank, now Access Bank. We all know that. And, all others, Atiku and others, they have interest in all these banks, they have friends and others hoarding the thing. They will refuse to put it in ATM. Some, they said they loaded ATM with nylon and things like that. But the point I'm making is this. It's going to affect the result of this election with what I'm feeling from people, the resentment, the anger people has against this government. Yes, reasonable ones you meet will tell you it's not Tinubu. Baba Tinubu is trying his best. After all, he spoke out. He saw these people with Buhari. That thing is really working for him. And but how many people do you want to speak to? So I think that something must just be done within this time. You see that Baba fires Emefiele. If he has a gut, I don't think Baba has that boss to fire him now. Only God knows why he can't fire Emefiele. Maybe
because Fatai is not part of his advice, his team of advisors. He will have fired him long ago.
Maybe the rumor we are hearing is true, that they have one secret account somewhere in CBN. Maybe Baba have stake in it, or we don't know. We don't know why I can't fire Emefiele, because Emefiele has failed. Emefiele has clearly failed. It's just like our former minister in UK, Truth. She failed on just one economic policy, and both Truth and our minister left the government.
Yeah, but that's what I want to ask you. That's what happened to the former minister that brought in Sunak, right?
Yes.
That Ghana born British brought in policy. Yeah, then the minister have to resign. So that's the problem I always have with people when they say fire Emefiele, when the chief commander, the commander in chief has not resigned himself.
Yeah, but don't forget, the woman first fired that minister. Then
our president cannot resign.
Then the party leader, and don't forget, we practice presidential system. If our president resign, then you have the vice coming in. Don't forget the tribal sentiment that is there. And if all of them now resign and everybody say I can't step into his shoe, then you now go back to election, which is going to cost us. So I understand that, but I just think the man who believes he's independent, everybody has been arguing that CBN Heart makes the man to be independent. The man should be sacked. And so for me, the feeling I'm getting from I got from Ife, Ibadan, Shaki, Lesha, and all those things.
Sorry to interrupt. Thank you for that. Even independent, CBN is independent. When you were making Buhari as Minister of Petroleum, that ministry was not independent too. So it's not the same comparison. But continue. just to punch that. Just to punch it.
Okay, I've heard you, but don't forget.
Let's not go about one man will kick us out.
So let me try and cap this particular space, which is on the money thing. And I think a coronary issue to that is the El-Rufai outburst. You see, you should expect that it's part of politics. You see, El-Rufai has to boost the confidence of his people. If not, he has to do that. If not, you see, these people, they gather native intelligence a lot. They have people everywhere, okay, that gather information for them. So they understand the resentment, and that's why that man will be going everywhere now to be talking to his people in his language, in the language they understand. And
that is the job now. He's governor. He has to give this confidence to the people.
Yeah.
Not to the whole place slice up on fire. He can't afford it.
Yeah, and when people now say it's mutiny, what
mutiny?
I don't say.
Those are the obedience now. You know what they're like.
Mutiny against Emefiele. Emefiele is not Nigeria. You are allowed to go against Emefiele's policy.
This is not a military era. It's not
mutiny.
What you will come
say is treason. What treason? I don't like Emefiele's policy. How has that become treason?
So for me, people have questioned the legality of what El-Rufai did. For me, first and foremost, I want people to understand that what we practice in Nigeria, we practice federalism in Nigeria.
Let them take him to court now.
Yeah, where you have three tiers of government. You have federal, state, and local government, and they all have executive head. El-Rufai is opportune today to head one of the tiers of the government at the second tier, which is the state government. And don't forget, yes, the federal government has the power, on monetary policy. But don't forget, if that power, as federal government is exercising it, if it's going to affect citizens adversely, it's not going to affect citizens of federal government. It's going to affect people occupying each state. Federal government,
thank you.
And each state has its own constituency. So if it's going to affect every state, then the state governor now has the responsibility to, stand up to that. And now, how is he standing up to that? I think there's a Supreme Court decision that said they should hold on. So if El-Rufai is banking on that and say, don't take your money back. That's a Supreme Court.
Not if that it was on that. They went to court, and the court said, I adjourn this matter until I hear all you people's argument. Don't do anything about this policy.
So
the man goes to tell his people, Continue
What's
with
illegal?
your money. What is the?
There's nothing illegal in what he's saying. He's just giving effect to the judgment of Supreme Court. He's obeying the constitutional authority.
He's interpreting it to these people.
It's his own people. He's telling them in the local language that this is what they call. Go and do this. Don't take your money back. And he's trying to say, if our government get there, don't worry. This policy will not be our policy. We're not going to continue with this policy that is causing hardship to Nigeria. And secondly, don't forget that, you see, what is very paramount to government is law and order. When you have a policy, and that policy is causing a serious issue that can lead to another health SARS, if not even double, and the governor is seeing it ahead, and president is sleeping somewhere, is not seeing it, then there is something they call doctrine of necessity. I can argue that also and say, yes, on that doctrine of necessity, the man has to talk. We have used it before in this country. During Goodluck, some cabals didn't want Goodluck to become acting president. The National Assembly did what they call doctrine of necessity. And based on that, they approved the acting capacity for Goodluck. The same thing the Southwest governors did when they established Amotekun. Where in law did they get Amotekun? But they say it's doctrine of necessity because they are killing their people and federal government is sleeping, is not doing anything. They say, oh, it's against police. They say, okay, take us to court. Let a judge come and tell us that he's also not feeling insecurity in this country. So by and large, for me, there's humanity, there is human face that the law carries. You don't just pick a law and say this law. There's always this sociological background that you find in a law. What does it stand to achieve? So if whatever the entire laws we have in the country start to achieve is to maintain law and order in the country, peaceful and sustenance, good economy, prosperity for the country, and you see the entire thing falling in your face, you just have to wake up to the occasion and do something. So for me, I think that is what El Rufai is doing, and I think we should give kudos to him instead of people vilifying him. That is it. So where do you won't even have time to go to governor office.
You see, one thing is that people don't know how politicians work. Even in Canada here, I've seen British Columbia try to force federal government out of what is not within the jurisdiction of British Columbia. Look, they were supposed to lay pipe from Alberta and we go to BC. Who has jurisdiction over that thing? The federal government too. Even they support federal government too. But when British politicians, when they stood against it, when they fought, that project don't go anywhere. For the fact that it is illegal. Because those people were saying, look, you cannot destroy our marine.
Exactly.
So this is about our life. So forget about your economy something. These guys, they didn't allow that project to fly. And people are saying they are acting legally. Yes, but these people will tell you that it's from our people. So what the Rufai was doing when people are saying treason, where will you? I've never seen a politician. They are not stupid. They don't move against themselves like that. It's all about interest. So
my brother, there is even a Yoruba proverb. He said, "Tidi baba jeton to need the londa." If Kaduna lights on fire now El Rufai problem.
Exactly. So El Rufai was just defending his own people. So anybody that want to go and carry Rufai and say treason,
of course,
that person.
I always give an instance. NSAS in Lagos. Federal government calls NSAS, not Lagos state government. But Lagos state is still suffering it to date. See that court that they burnt and burnt all the file of Lagos state became a crown colony in 1861. File of years they burnt in those, and Lagos is suffering it. See all the properties in Lagos they destroyed. Lagos will be the one rebuilding it. So if you see another NSAS coming, and you know the best way you can want your people to do it is that thing that is causing it, please hold it for now. Don't do anything. And also there is a court judgment that is aiding you to come out. So why will people come out? And I even wonder why. I wonder why other candidates are taking. I don't understand the hypocrisy in the whole thing. People are suffering. You know people are suffering, but you just take joy in it because you think politically is favoring you. Then where's your patriotism? Where is the humanity in you? Why do you still want people to vote for you
Why?
Patriotism means to hate Tinubu. That is the meaning of patriotism.
All right. Thank you, Fatai, and thank you, Ogbeni. So we're coming up to 7.5 hours, gentlemen. So I think that's roughly, because I suspect with this quality of conversation, it could go on. Ola, Ogbeni, and Fatai and War Peace, they are enjoying
One man, let this thing continue now, please now.
Don't write. Anybody that wants to continue can go to the background now. You can close the background.
Just the time I started to battle Ogbeni, after he tried to punch me with petroleum, you now want to close it.
I'm about neutral. What did go on say? No victor, no vanquish. Everybody is a winner. Everybody is a winner. So thank you, gentlemen. You always said like I could go on as well.
One man, by the way, just notice people after this thorough discussion on your show, people will start changing their position. They will start repackaging it. You will see tomorrow. People should give you credit too. You are the one not sleeping every night 8 hours. Nobody should take the credit of your show.
Ola has been here for a long time. He will tell you that it is almost uncanny. We have these conversations, and then even within the political space, we've even heard what we discuss being referenced on Arise TV. Ola, you highlight it all the time, Ola.
Yes,
for everything.
Yes, I said it. So I said it. So you will see some topic here. All of a sudden, you just find
it's being discussed. Some people will even hear. Some people will take the discussion and go and give credit to another show.
Yeah, so
it's not fair now.
Those journalists, they listen to all these things in there when they get to.
Yeah, no, that's how some of them get the information.
Yeah, they take ideas and information from all these platforms.
If you play their something, they will report you for copyright.
They immediately want to strike. There was a time I did like a 7. You know what they do? Usual long sessions that we do, and actually, let me show you. And we just used almost just a 2-minute clip of Atiku Abubakar's. Actually, Atiku did a media broadcast on the fuel subsidy thing. Would you believe that this guy, he copyright struck me, Atiku Abubakar? Don't take my word for it. Let me show you. The guy actually, the looter of Adamawa, not only not satisfied with looting from Adamawa State, is now looting from me. So there. Do you see that red sign there? That red little thing there on the screen. So that's Atiku Abubakar copyright striking us just for a 2-minute clip of some political statement that he made. So it's unbelievable. But there it is. Like I said,
his team are following your show.
No. Actually, it wasn't a copyright strike. It was a copyright claim. So what they do is they embed some coding in their clips. So anybody that uses it, they just copyright claim it. So it wasn't a strike, but a claim. But there it is, gentlemen. So there it is, gentlemen. I always say a real delight. And today you see especially Ogbeni from Ile-Ife, Fatai docking the earth tremor or quake in Cyprus to insist that he knows it all. Ola would never accept that anybody knows more than him, and War Peace, War Peace,
one man.
Yes.
That conversation with me and Esmadi had about Atiku. Were you not surprised? The next day, Atiku was BBC Hausa, BBC Pidgin, saying 2 structures collapsing for them. The next day, you remember?
I do remember. You've never let us forget. You've been claiming the credit since that day.
Of course, it's not me and one man. The man talking about. I said December. There were two parties that they're talking to that will collapse. They will collapse their structure. So we're talking it's not going to be possible. Blah blah blah. The next day, Atiku was having a BBC pidgin that he's talking to Kwakwanso and he's talking to Obitu to collapse their structure for them. That means they are listening to our show to go and do whatever they're going to do to their campaign, to adjust their campaign.
It could just be a coincidence as well. But
no, one man I have noticed though, even sometimes people stroll in here who come in here as panelists, they go and rebrand this thing and go to another show and go and make it like it's their original film. And even outside, I have noticed though. I have noticed. If I see again, I will will stop giving them. Why we will not sleep now? We'll be discussing. Other people will go and be taking credit for what we are discussing.
Yeah, yes, that's the nature of it sometimes. So thank you all. To the super chats, Ayo, of course, as yes, who has now joined that space? Ayo usually with the coffee, and it's done the coffee as ever it does. Alexander Gomez comes in twice. Man of prestige, he chimes in both on the screen and in the super chat. Real life with Abby comes in. Ayo comes back. RB does the super sticker, and then rounded off by consider this. Consider this, but consider what? What are you inviting us to consider? You have to let us know in another session. So let's just to fulfill all righteousness and acknowledge the Ayo coffee. So there is Ayo right there. Doing just as soon as the session starts. You can see the hour, so that's 7 hours ago. That tells you that as soon as the session starts, Ayo is right in there, giving the encouragement that he does. So thank you to Ayo and everyone, to the super chatters, the happy clappers. I've forgotten how I usually say that, but let me just say good night. We do it all over again. Of course, you know we will. So I'll leave it here. Carry the conversation on with you in the comment section over here. I say peace. Thank you, everyone. Cheers.